Namaste, Jai Hind, and welcome to the 18 mega poll of polls, ladies and gentlemen. It's the semi-final, the final. So many stories, and of course, the political course of Bharat may be determined when the results come on 3rd of December 2023. But this is the mega poll of polls where the exit pollsters will be putting on the line to say who's got their nose ahead across 5 states: Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, Mizoram, and of Telangana, that is still on the verge of casting its ballot. It's going to be a historic record turnout. And what does it mean for this brand new state of Telangana, which is in power over the last 10 years? Is there going to be a big... All those stories, but more importantly, it's the aggregation. What is a poll number? What's the big number you will see for state on our screens? And this is the election news headquarters. My name is Narasimhan, and with us this evening, through this News 18 mega poll of polls, our managing editor Zakir Jacob, of course consulting editor Rahul Shivshankar. Zakir Jacob is on the match ball, but this time a little bit of an addition.
So it's the view from above and the view from down here. So Rahul and I have the up view, and he has the top down view.
We're grounded. We've got on the ground.
Unlike him, who's got his feet up. Also, a good opportunity to welcome Aman Sharma, our political editor, Pallavi Ghosh, our senior editor in the Congress Party. Big stakes for the Congress Party. I'll get to Pallavi in just a moment. This is how the leaderboard is looking. Our magic wall is looking. This is the position in 2018 when the last time these 5 states went to polls. The Congress had the BJP managed to wrest it back from the Congress. Congress had won Rajasthan. Big stakes battle for Ashok there in Rajasthan. The Congress had won huge 2/3 majority in Chhattisgarh in 2018. Can Bhupesh Baghel come back for another term? And Telangana, of course, again, 88 seats, almost 90 seats, majority there as well for the BRS. Can they come back for a third? Rahul, opening comments.
Well, macro picture, what's on test? On test is the Congress Party's position as the dominant national anti-BJP pole and its own standing in the India bloc as we go forward. I think that is really the baseline for the BJP. Again, this is an hour of looking at the Prime Minister, and the over-reliance on the Prime Minister is going to actually make that difference for them, or are they going to sorely miss projecting some important leaders, Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh, even Chhattisgarh, and of course not having built that sort of second, because they've had to draft in, as you know, of their big heavyweights to come out there and try to push them across that finish line. So those are the 3 things. And of course, get into the 7 M's of this election.
He's been with the 7 M's for a while now. But with that, let's get back to the helicopter with my colleague Anand Narasimhan.
Well, I've got the top down. They're saying they're looking at it bottoms up, and then we also have the grounds with Aman and Pallavi. We'll get to that. But the hard facts, the facts is whether the voter will take the right stand. See, we're plugging in also, ladies and gentlemen. But this is the signpost. Let's try and signpost the important factors. The alphabet of politics, the M boleto with Shankar in just a bit. But this is what it is. It's the semi-final before the mega. 5 states that will set the stage for 2024. 679 seats all are up for grabs. It's a direct Congress versus BJP fight. Now, this sets the tone for BJP and the Congress, especially the Congress. In 3 states, they're fighting neck to neck, head to head. And whoever gets their nose up will get their tail up for 2024. The impact on 83 Lok Sabha seats, although many would say that what happens in the state necessarily need not translate or behave in the same way when it comes to center, because PM Narendra Modi has a different credibility and a different voter on their own. The thought process, Modi tujhse bair nahi, state mein jo bhi hai uski khair nahi, has been manifest many a time. Will it buckle a trend, a pattern which has gone nearly half decades? 18 years of anti-incumbency in Madhya Pradesh. Shivraj Singh Chauhan the last time around got booted up. The difference is very marginal, about 1 or 1.5% vote shares jump and there. Now, what do the pollsters say or do? We'll have to wait and watch. This is a state, Telangana, that's not seen anybody else but the center. Will they look beyond him now? Is the Congress's Wapsi there? Or is the BJP going to move up from 1 seat, 7% vote share and hit double digits? We've got to wait and watch. But more importantly, the caste factor. will that come into play? And is it going to be the entire truism, or will it continue to remain the same way? जो नहीं जाती वो जाती है. Zaka Jacob, deep.
All right, one big factor, one big constituency, vote bank, and Rahul Shivshankar has been talking about the big 7 M's, the Mahila M. There's a Mahila in our studios as well. We'll ask Pallavi Ghosh what she saw on the campaign trail and whether the Mahilas actually make a huge difference, particularly in Madhya Pradesh. What we have from the voter turnout figures, and this is fascinating for me, is that there were 80 lakh extra women voters. That is almost 2% of the entire electorate. That is not a small number. 2% additional voters, women, have turned up. Look at this, 2.41, the number of women who turned up in 2018, 2.72. That's 2% of the entire total electoral voter turnout in the state of Madhya Pradesh. What sort of bearing will this have, Pallavi Ghosh? Because both parties are claiming the women are turning up for us.
I would find it very, very interesting. When I travelled there, I found that anti-incumbency was so strong among the women. I mean, you know, I went to Budni, which of course is incumbency, and no surprises there. Obviously, they're going to be completely floored about Shivraj Singh Chauhan. But in the other areas, what I found was very interesting was, obviously, there was a whisper campaign which said that Mamaji may not become the CM in case the BJP comes back to power. So there were women who were telling me that Ladli Behna Yojana, itna acha yojana hai, if Mamaji nahi denge to kya hoga. I think that was a feedback which went back to the party. And you had the Prime Minister, the Home Minister and party leaders talking about the Ladli Behna Yojana to make the point that this Yojana does not belong to Mamaji, it belongs to the entire party. But I think towards the end, started noticing was that a Mamaji factor. The fact is that, you know, I did find a lot of women who felt reassured by the fact that he becomes a Chief Minister again. We don't want a Ladli Behna Yojana minus him. We want the Ladli Behna Yojana plus him. I think he's still going to be the CM just in case the BJP comes back to power. Interestingly, the Congress also started sending a large amount of women. I mean, I was sitting at this hotel and close by, I found every Congress woman suddenly flown down, from a Supriya Shine to Ragini Nayak, Lamba, because they wanted to counter this Ladli Behna Yojana. Somehow I never got this feeling that what they are announcing for women, the accounts, Priyanka Gandhi Vadra, would be able to counter or match up to the traction, say, a Ladli Behna Yojana. I remember someone from the BJP told me in that office, you know, we're going to watch the first 2-3 hours. अगर ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा महिलाएं बाहर निकल के वोट डालती हैं, safe है, महिलाओं ने हमें बचा लिया. So I think in
but the Congress is making a pitch for women, the guarantees, Priyanka Gandhi sort of becoming the piece of the campaigning there. So the Congress is also claiming that those women are going to vote like they did in Karnataka.
Absolutely. See, Zaka, I think women in Madhya Pradesh have traditionally backed the BJP because Shivraj Singh Chauhan launched his very popular Ladli Lakshmi Yojana almost a decade back. So women traditionally have been with the BJP. What happened in the Madhya Pradesh election was that after the Karnataka experiment worked for the Congress, offered money to women, Mr. Kamal Nath in February announced that if he comes to power, he'll give 1,500 rupees to each woman.
Yeah.
Now this happened. Shivraj Singh Chauhan was very quick to come up with the counter, the CM Behna Yojana. He started it with rupees 10,000. By the time of the elections, he went to rupees 1,250 per month, and he has promised in the election campaign to ultimately take it to rupees 3,000 rupees per month. Now that's a huge problem. To give a woman 36,000 rupees a year, you know, it's a how he'll handle fiscal deficit if he comes to power and actually gives it. But I think that big, when we traveled in the ground, so women said कि 1250 तो हैं, पर ये 3,000 भी मिलेंगे आगे जाके. So there was this, you know, allurement that this money is going to increase.
But tell me, sorry to interrupt, tell me before we bring in Rahul Shivshankar and go across to our reporters, across which state did you find the Congress party as a unit?
as one?
As one
unit.
I
saying
think
the national leaders, local leaders, everybody was there.
See,
Was it in Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, or was it in Telangana?
Vijay Singh and Kamal Nath, the effort was showing, one. But I tell you that quick example, the day of the Kanya Pujan, Navami ke din, Digvijay Singh goes and gets a statement saying कि ये तो सिर्फ, you know, drama है, ये सब ढकोल है, ये दिखावा है. Knowing very well this is something which is going to hurt the Congress. And Shivraj Singh Chauhan incidentally gave an interview that particular day, and I didn't want to talk about anything political, but when I was interviewing, suddenly he himself breaks because it suits the BJP, because वहाँ पे ये धर्म, religion, आस्था, कन्या पूजन, that matters a lot. आपने उसी का मजाक उड़ाया. So I think there was a in the Congress party that was Digvijay actually taking a vote.
Yeah, Rahul,
Factor is I think is going to be the women vote. And let's be honest, the Congress actually hasn't walked the talk. Now you mentioned that they're out there and they've said that look, we're going to give guarantees, this, that, the other, but the most symbolic expression of give more seats to women.
Right. So
Where the Congress failed completely, it hasn't given more seats.
Anand,
to
on that note, quickly, I'm
Yeah.
just going to Mahila quotient here on the News 18 mega poll of polls also. So, Arunima and Payal join us. Please, you've traversed the length and breadth. You've been into Chhattisgarh. Arunima, what's happening there? Is Bhupesh Baghel fighting on his own? Support for him? Is he going to hold on? What do you think the pollsters are going to say?
So the big challenger for Bhupesh Baghel, of course, is T.S. Deo, the Maharashtra. In Sarguja, which is in northern part of Chhattisgarh, it is T.S. Deo's bastion. So it all depends on how well Congress party does in that area. He would want to throw his hat in the ring if the manages to cross the halfway mark. But to give credit to Bhupesh Baghel, he has not been projected in so many words, so to say, as the next Minister of Chhattisgarh if Congress is voted to power. And this is what Raman Singh underlined in an interview to me. He said, why is it that suddenly Baghel ki sarkar's posters have started talking about collective leadership? Is it because they are sure about Baghel? Is it because the Mahadev app and the other corrupt charges are sticking to him? That is what Raman Singh's narrative was. But if you from Bastar is a microcosm in itself. Those 20 seats of Bastar are in a way the bellwether seats, because even though they are as backward as you can think of in this country, the youth there is aspirational, and they are suddenly talking about growth, they're talking about employment, and they're talking about the price of. That's a key factor as well. Both the Congress and the BJP have promised the paddy procurement price at a higher level, 3,100 by the BJP. Baghel himself is confident that his promises, whatever direct benefit transfers he has made available to the tribals, and the general allegation against the Raman Singh government also, that will ensure that he is true.
True. Arunima, Payal and Swastika are there right now in Telangana itself, but Payal, you've done Brahman. And these 5 states together account for more than 25% of 25 to 30%. Somebody was telling me this number. So tell me, what's your take? Is there going to be a twist in the tail? Is this literally a final before the final? And what is the story within the story?
I am not going to predict. I am not going to predict anything as far as this Telangana elections are concerned. Anand, you were just speaking about the women vote. I am right now with one of the tallest BJP leaders, in the BRS, the biggest leader in the BRS poll, K. Kavita, and it's boiled down to divine election right now. She's currently come to a Devi temple to pray for her chances for her. She'll be out in a bit from now. She'll be speaking to us. But like I said, there's a lot as far as her party is concerned, especially father, the 2-time Chief Minister, who's probably looking at making history, becoming the 3rd-time Minister. Will it be possible, or will there be, like you say, will there be a trend that the Congress party will be able to do? It's very, very important to watch out for. But nobody's taking the BJP serious. But I've been speaking to BJP leaders, over the last 48 hours, including 48 minutes ago, and they are very, very confident. Come to double figures, over there over here in Telangana. If the BJP is able to get double figures, then the game becomes even more interesting, because the BJP will not ally with the BRS, the BJP will not ally with the Congress. So where will the BJP go and who will it benefit? That remains to be seen.
Well, Swastika, quick update on your end. Do you see the winds of change blowing across Telangana? Vote too?
Well, I'm not going to hazard a yes, I did. Here it is. I'm not going to hazard a guess, but I can tell you that this is going to be a neck and neck fight between the BRS and the Congress. I want to add a little bit about the Congress. In fact, just a year ago, it so seemed that the BJP was the opposition to the BRS here, but things have changed post-Katara, and a resurgent Congress under the leadership of Revanth Reddy, with their 6 guarantees, seem extremely confident. Women, of course, going to be a deciding factor. Muslim voters too. Hyderabad is the bastion of the Owaisis, but if you go beyond Hyderabad, there is no Owaisi factor predominantly. Muslims en masse have voted for BRS, but the fear is that this time around the minority voters could be perhaps looking at the Congress, and that, in my view, could be a game changer for any party. Besides the fact that the welfare schemes, whether it is the BRS and the Congress 6 guarantees, seems to be resonating well on the is the fact that voters are very much aware of what they're going to get from each party. And I think as far as Telangana is concerned, it's definitely going to be an interesting fight.
Yeah, it
for
clearly
sure.
will be. It doesn't look like a runaway mandate. Whoever will perhaps get across the line, and it will be a clear case of the first past the. Now, bringing it back, well done, ladies, and phenomenal coverage that you the entire network, especially CNN News 18, right up ahead in our coverage of these 5 state elections. Bringing it back into the studio with a quick check of these numbers, and let's talk about this. What does this imply? A historical voter turnout. Now, in 2018, the turnout that was doing the rounds in Rajasthan, they voted the Congress in with a 4.7% voter turnout. This time it's gone up to 75.4. What does that mean? Sarkar badlegi, ya it is perhaps an incumbent mandate. Same way, if you look at Madhya Pradesh, 75.6, again they voted the Congress, Sarkar badli, a lot of things happened because of Jyotiraditya Scindia, but many say that he may just be that Gwalior Gonda area could be the factor where things may not work for the BJP. This time, look at the voter turnout, 77.1%, as Zaka was explaining. A lot of it because of the Mahila voter coming out in huge numbers, nearly 2% to that voter turnout by the Mahila itself. And quickly, let's look at Chhattisgarh. Chhattisgarh again, 76.4, 74.9. So it's actually a drop, 2% drop. Does that change things? Does that mean that something happening there? And right now, till 3 p.m., it is 51.89% in Telangana. Overall, 2018, it was 73.7. So clearly, the trends show that this will breach.
Looks like it.
It will come to about 75%. And if you look at Mizoram, again, similar numbers like the last time around. So, would you people read high voter turnouts, anti-incumbency, or
there is no psephological correlation in high or low turnouts and the eventual vote on the ground. It doesn't mean that if there's a higher turnout, the chances of new voters coming in to vote out the incumbent increase. No. No such data. And I think
standard thumb rule for the longest time has always been higher the voter, greater the anti-incumbency.
It's not proven psephologically. It's just not established psephologically. So you have a look at any number.
Bengal.
And
Bengal being one example. Voter
Bengal,
turnout increased,
Gujarat,
Mamata came back to power.
Gujarat?
Gujarat as well.
Gujarat.
But what I'm trying to say is that there is no psephological, there are enough cases going the other way.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So
even Stevens kind of thing.
Like in Bengal and Gujarat, it was not anti-incumbency. It was
High voter
Exactly.
turnout, and
So,
it was an anti-incumbent
I think
vote,
the one way of looking at it is the focus that political parties are actually putting on building their booth
turning up
presence.
the votes.
So,
Turning up the
you know,
vote.
you and there is so much emphasis now on that because the BJP really elevated it to an art form. It was actually the left first that did. The BJP came on very strongly on that, and the other party has realized and you know, this whole business of booth, you know, that slogan that is sort of used.
Who did you see found effective at the
I think the
booth?
Congress tried to do that because the Congress did this whole thing about booth mein, sipahi and all that stuff. That's always been the weakness of the Congress party, and the fact is that they never could get booth workers out. I mean, you know, you have those big bang campaigns, rallies, but the real work is done by that booth worker. That, you know, the boots on the ground have to feel it.
For that's a very
And the
good point,
BJP
because one of the reasons for that really is that the Congress always had a plebiscitary form of politics, as a result of which the grassroots worker always felt left out, because these para-dropped leaders, etc., always felt left out, and therefore you didn't have that sort of participation when it mattered.
And the BJP in a way has mastered this art of booth management. So I think it is a BJP which is generally very happy when the voter turnout goes up, because they feel they got their voter out. BJP, I think if you even see Prime Minister's tweet the day of polling, it is always encouraging more voting.
Yeah.
So BJP feels that more voters come out, it wants to bring out its own voter.
But Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh में तो दोनों दफा
No, see,
when the voter percentage went up in
उधर
20,
मेरा
that
आपसे
vote
ये
count.
है कि who were the voters that were coming out और कौन वोटर निकाल रहा था? In the sense, the local candidates, when it comes to assembly elections, it's the regional satraps, right? So in the case of regional satraps, who was it that was more effective? See, because what Rani Sahiba, Rajasthan, was it a mega mood Gehlot, or were there those who were saying कि रानी को नहीं बनाया तो सबक सिखाएंगे? Time around, that was a case that happened. She could influence about anywhere between 30 to 60 seats, people would say. Did you see that this time around? Chhattisgarh, say what's happening or what people are seeing across the country, that's what's translating on ground. So that's what I'm asking you.
See, I think Rajasthan answers a simple story that there was clear anti-incumbency on the ground. Wherever you people were speaking about that. There were major issues against the Ashok Gehlot, be it the paper leak issue, be it generally corruption, be it generally this issue of, I found this undercurrent of Hindutva as well. You know, after the Kanhaiya Lal, I saw the Kanhaiya Lal case was a few months ago, but that of that case was, I found it across Rajasthan in many regions. Also, the other question you earlier asked, did they fight unitedly? In Rajasthan, there was no united front by the Congress. I think even people used to tell me that this photo up ho raha hai, realize the facade behind it.
वो भी तो नहीं हुआ photo.
Photo up भी नहीं.
So do you think the vote is going to move away?
Yeah,
because last time from the BJP,
swing area in Rajasthan is going to be eastern Rajasthan.
Right.
तो अब तो बीजेपी में भी नहीं हुआ वो फोटो अब तो बीजेपी में भी नहीं हुआ
The Gujjar vote actually went away from the BJP.
Yeah.
So this time, because Pilot is sort of, I don't know, where he is actually in the party, he stands in the party. I mean, there'll be a lot of talk. You guys will know better.
There are two regions, both in Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan. Rajasthan, we have to look out for Eastern Rajasthan. Eastern Rajasthan, last time 54 seats. The BJP could only win 1 seat. That was because the Gujjars in Eastern Rajasthan thought Mr. Sachin Pilot is going to be the Chief Minister.
In fact, if you look at the Gujjar vote, I can show that on the wall, the Pilot factor. There's about 20 seats, I think. 42 seats. In fact, the Congress won 27. The BJP was number 3. Others had 11. There were independents, BS. And much of this is in this Mewat region, you know, Ajmer, Taunt, that belt. Some of them in southern Rajasthan as well. But 27-4. That's almost like a 7-time number. Even the vote share, even though the vote share difference is only about 6 or 7%, but the number of seats, the BJP getting 4 and the Congress getting 27.
Zaka, you know, the other metric that you out for Rajasthan is also the independents, because 20% of the seats go to independents or others.
So last time it was almost 22%.
There you go.
27-1.
ये सब अपना कैंडिडेट खड़ा कर देते हैं ना टिकट
These are BSP.
Gehlot
That's right.
Arunima just wanted to jump in outside quickly.
So the point that Anand, you were discussing about how much of a cohesive unit Congress fight like, and what about regional satraps? So I was in Chhindwara on the day Pradesh was voting. Kamal Nath is the one who's wanting to challenge Chauhan, and there at least the Congress party, it seems, was fighting as if their life depended on it. The reason for it, in his own background, Kamal Nath is facing the heat from Bunty Sahu. So this time around, at least in Madhya Pradesh, in pockets that I saw, looks like Kamal Nath is trying very hard to ensure that Congress does act like a cohesive. Something I may not have seen in Rajasthan. I travelled there as well. Not even Chhattisgarh.
What about the BJP? What about the BJP? About to ask Arunima, if you could tell us, what do you believe, has the BJP been able to sort of square its own sights in Madhya Pradesh, especially in the northern area, Gwalior, etc.?
So all right. So in Madhya Pradesh, what I noticed, if you're talking about the belt, before the Scindia switch happened, Mr. Tomar was considered this undisputed leader of that region as far as the Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned. This time around, Mr. Tomar faced a scare himself. There were these videos doing the round where allegations were made against his son, against his family. So there was a lot of that I heard on the day of the voting about how the Gwalior belt is going to be there, and whether this Scindia's coming to the Bharatiya Janata Party would prove to be an advantage or a disadvantage. We would know only on the third. But in the rest of the state also, it did look like that Raj Singh Chauhan is the only man who's putting out his 200%. It is not clear whether he will be the chief ministerial face if the BJP is back to power.
But I think Scindia, both the Congress and the BJP are watching him closely. BJP to see whether he can weave that magic. Congress because they want to take.
No, but the elevation for him as civil aviation minister happened because he wove those 20.
This
the Congress to fall.
The way he fell Congress, 31 out of 41 seats they won last time in this belt.
That was the Scindia
walk to the other side. So when they had by-elections, I believe a lot became ministers also. So the point is that this belt, and I think privately even the BJP leaders sort of were worried about this. But then this is only 40 seats. You got another almost 200 seats in the state.
Correct.
So can they compensate for the losses in Gwalior Chambal in the
deep
other
dive
parts?
this. Let's deep dive Madhya Pradesh.
But in this case, the Gwalior Chambal region, they also lost seats in Jabalpur region. They lost seats in the Indore region. But what was Eastern Rajasthan? Eastern Rajasthan brought Congress to power in Rajasthan. It was Gwalior Chambal which brought the Congress to power. The people in Gwalior Chambal thought.
I have to take a break, but the counter argument is that when the happened, Scindia redeemed himself. Out of
Yeah,
those 22,
so he has to redeem himself
19 or
now,
20.
because there are many people in the party, I'm sure, thinking that it may be a flash in the pan.
Well, the other thing is that mantris, MPs and mantris, when they are sent back to conduct assembly elections, what does that mean? Vidhan Sabha, what does that mean? The first number also after a break. Stay with us on the News 18 Mega Polar Polls.
Hello.
He said, why is it that suddenly Baghel ki sarkar se the post started talking about collective leadership? Is it because they are not sure Baghel? Is it because the Mahadev app and the other corruption charges speaking to him? That is what Raman Singh's narrative was. But if you travel from Bastar is a microcosm in itself. Those 20 seats of Bastar are in a way the bellwether seats, because even though they are rural, they are as backward as you can think of in this country. Food there is aspirational, and they are suddenly talking about employment, and they're talking about the price of rice. That's a key factor as well. Both the Congress and the BJP have promised procurement price at a higher level, 3,100 by the BJP. Baghel himself is confident that his promises, direct transfers he has made available to the tribals, and the general corruption action against the Raman Singh government also, that will ensure that he sails through.
True. Arunima, Payal and Swastika both are now in Telangana itself, but Payal, you've done Brahman. And these 5 states together account for more than 25% of Bharat, 30%. Somebody was telling me this number. So tell me, what's your take? Is there going to be a twist in the tail? Is this literally a semi-final, final? And what is the story within the story?
I'm not going to predict anything as far as Telangana election. Women vote. I'm right now one of the tallest BJP leaders, in the BRS. Beg your pardon, leader in the BRS poll, K. Kavita, and it's boiled down to divine intervention. Right? She's currently come to a Devi temple to pray for her chances for our party. Out in a bit from now, she'll be speaking to us. But like I said, there's a lot at stake as her party is concerned, especially for her father. The Minister was probably looking at making history, becoming the 3rd time Chief Minister. Will it be possible, or will there be, like you say, will there be a shame the Congress party will be able to do over there? It's very important to watch out for. But nobody's taking the BJP seriously. But speaking to BJP leaders, over the last 48 hours, including minutes ago, and they are very, very confident that they will come to doubles, over there over here in Telangana. If they are able to get double figures, in the game becomes even more interesting, because the BJP will not with the BRS, the BJP will not ally with the Congress. So where will the BJP votes go, and who benefit? That remains to be seen.
Well, Swastika, quick update at your end. Do you see the winds of change blowing across Telangana? You've cast your vote too.
Well, I'm not going to hazard a guess. Yes, I did. Here it is. I'm not going to hazard a guess, but I can tell you that this is going to be a neck-and-neck fight between the BRS and the Congress. I want to add a little bit about the Congress here. Just a year ago, it so seemed that the BJP was the principal opposition to the BRS here, but things have changed post-Karnataka. Resurgent Congress under the leadership of Revanth Reddy, with this guarantee, seem extremely confident. Women, of course, will be a deciding factor. Muslim voters too. In Hyderabad, the bastion of the Oasis. But if you go beyond Hyderabad, there is the Oasis factor predominantly. Muslims.
Right. Well, the numbers are going to be out. It's the deadline. The Election Commission of India has released the norms, and it said by 5:30 when that we can put first numbers. Mind you, ladies and gentlemen, 4 of the states cast their ballot. So the exit pollsters already have the numbers. And you should have the first set of numbers too. Don't go by numbers that are being claimed out, put around. We will put those numbers, and we will follow the guidelines of the Election Commission. We're just counting down to that last minute to be able to put to you some of the numbers that we would have here on the News 18 Mega Polls. 5 states. Who's taking these states? The incumbent. There's going to be a shift, and what does that do for the 2024 local polls? How does that set the tone? How will it impact the political elections in our country? All these conversations will happen around the pollsters, and which of the exit pollsters are ready to stick their neck out and clearly call out a winner in each of these states? Or is everybody going to be a little ambiguous, because you never know because of the high voter turnout? That's the big story. Are you expecting clear mandate exit pollsters to really put their neck out there as outliers, Zaka, or do you think most of them will hedge their bets?
Honestly, given the times experience, other than Madhya Pradesh, I think all the other states will have a clear. Even in Madhya Pradesh, the exit pollsters might predict a sort of a neck fight, but I think the people have more or less given a direction in which the verdict is going.
Just from previous numbers, I just feel that Chhattisgarh, Telangana might be closer than what we expect. I think it could be hung houses in both. Could be possible.
Aman, you travel to Madhya Pradesh, you travel to Rajasthan.
I think Zaka, MP and Rajasthan pollsters nightmare. Last time the MP vote difference was 0.1%.
Yeah.
Rajasthan it was less than 1%. I think 1.3 lakh separated BJP and Congress in Rajasthan. This time I think in Rajasthan I didn't find such a tight situation. I think it will be a decisive because the issues I found were very, very clear on the ground. MP looks tight. MP looks tight because I think the voters, in a way, the women voters, their is on both sides. Also, this issue of anti-incumbency, of course, is there. In your long government, and there is last time also it was there. This time BJP by its strategy has not projected a CM face.
Last 30 seconds,
way,
some
BJP
numbers that are being put out by some of the channels are actually Atta Bazaar numbers. Obsession with putting the numbers out first.
That's really.
I want to understand there's some Satta Bazaar numbers. These are the punters, this is the call.
Anand, what Shivraj told me in Jaipur. So, Shivraj Singh Chauhan in Jaipur, he said, हम आश्वस्त हैं, मैं आश्वस्त हूँ, जीत रहे हैं, हमने सारे कमलनाथ के प्रोमिसेस को पंचर कर दिया और ये इलेक्शन अगर हम जीत रहे हैं हम लाडली बहना योजना पे
before the ballot was cast or after?
After.
Jaipur. Fundamental point is that Amit Shah actually camped for a long time in Madhya Pradesh, isn't it? He really has.
We got the first numbers. We got the first set of numbers. We got the first set of numbers on our screen. Let's chew on it a little, ladies and gentlemen. The first numbers are the Jan Ki Baat numbers that we are putting out here, and somewhere we are given to understand there seem to be clear mandates. We have some sets, some numbers already have here. Madhya Pradesh 230 seats. Wow. The is 113, neck and neck, like Rahul Shivshankar was calling it. Rajasthan, it's going to be it's Congress. Let's try and look at it. I think it's a bit of a there. I think the Rajasthan numbers clearly show a nose ahead for the BJP. Let's look at the MP Jan Ki Baat numbers. It's right here, the MP Jan Ki Baat numbers. Let's get a come closer and let's have a look at the numbers, ladies and gentlemen. What are the numbers saying? The numbers are very clearly saying that it's going to be neck with the Congress with its nose just ahead. 100, 120, 123 for the BJP, that's the band, and 102 to 125 for the Congress. That's the band that Jan Ki Baat has actually put. So that's why the median comes to about 113 to 100. Neither of them has 116. That is to win. Neither of them. It's a hung house in Madhya Pradesh if you go with the average numbers. Now let's quickly flip this at Rajasthan. What is Rajasthan number? The Rajasthan number is a clear mandate for the BJP. Rani Sahiba or no Rani Sahiba, Sahib, आपको thank you कर दिया voters ने as per Jan Ki Baat poll. That is what it is saying. It says very clearly 111.
The Congress won't be these projections.
These not at all. Let's quickly look at what is it saying in Chhattisgarh. Chhattisgarh again, a change in the mandate. Bhupesh Baghel 40, the BJP with 47. That is what the BJP in Chhattisgarh very clearly. That's what the BJP is saying. Try and flip. We'll try and see out of the 90 seats what is happening. 47 for the Congress. Oh, it's changed. 47 for the Congress, 40 for the BJP. So that's how it is. So Bhupesh Baghel retains Chhattisgarh and Congress takes Telangana. As per the Jan Ki Baat numbers, out of those seats, 118 seats, 59 is the halfway mark, 50 is the Congress, the BJP has 10, AIMIM 5, BRS 8, and if that's the case, nobody is first past the poll. BRS, AIMIM and the BJP come together to keep the Congress. This exiting is what Rahul Shivshankar is saying. This is not calling. Keep it really hedging their bets, or are they not calling? Yeah. So the BRS has to be voted out. It would be voted out overwhelmingly. That's what many people would say.
Is going to measure up.
Yeah. So that 15 or 60 is what you need to get. 60 wins. Telangana polling, so it could change also. And let's quickly look at Mizoram. What are the Mizoram saying. The Mizoram numbers are very clearly coming out and saying the Jan Ki Baat number that the MNF has a very clear rate, and let's try and look at those numbers. The MNF has got about 10 to 14 seats, 15 to 25 is for the ZPM. So that's where it is. Congress in the fray. So clearly BJP will claim that जो भी इन दोनों में regional parties में से जीतेगा, they will eventually come into the NEDA fold. So they will come, but there is a change in government. So there is a change in the current position in the current government. There's a change that happens, but it is so on all states we are seeing some uthal puthal. We are, as far as the Jan Ki Baat numbers are concerned. How would you read it? Yes.
Write it down here. They are giving a slight edge to the Congress in Pradesh, 111 to 121 for the BJP, 106 to 116, and so basically the TV9 number is going to the slight edge. 116 is the halfway mark. The BJP also 116, but like I said, nose ahead for the Congress in Pradesh. That's the TV9 number.
So Kamal Nath pushes past as far as those numbers are concerned. Possible?
Well, I think
it's a clear mandate there.
Well, I think until about 2 months back, the Congress was very confident about Madhya Pradesh. They thought a win was theirs. Also, a bit of complacency had come in because the Congress thought that 18 years of incumbency, अब हमारी बारी आ गई, हमारे पास sympathy, हमारी government, कमलनाथ सोल मुझे CM से मेरी government गलत तरीके से दी गई. So they had that sympathy going for them. That's what Congress felt. But I think the BJP made up a lot of ground in the last 2 months. It was through various factors due to Mr. Modi's campaign, Mr. Amit Shah, as Rahul was saying, Amit Shah was there and ensured that these differences between the leaders were eliminated. Put up 7 MPs in the fight. So they are expecting that 7 MPs seat bhi nahi jeete, kam se kam 3-4 seat extra hame us seat, and these are the 7 seats BJP has not won for a long time. So I think the Scindia factor. Last time Gwalior Chambal went Congress way because they thought Scindia is becoming CM. This time BJP. So BJP is thinking that factor has been negated. And in the words of Shivraj, what he told us that मैंने सब Congress के promises को पंचर कर दिया.
Well, let me. When it's this close, and if Madhya Pradesh 2 polls are calling it so close, you have to give the advantage really to the incumbent. I mean, it's debatable who the incumbent actually was, and I can tell you.
A third poll which is giving the advantage to the BJP. This is the RTV poll. They're giving 118 to 130 to the, and they're giving 97 to 107 to the Congress. You have 3 polls that are out. 2, I think, are giving the edge to the Congress. 1 is giving the edge to the BJP. So it's anybody's.
It's anyone.
Now,
if the BJP wins Madhya Pradesh, it's a big turnaround story for them in 3.
Did what it never does usually. They began early. They working very early in Madhya Pradesh, and then you start losing the steam. And I think the last few days or weeks of elections are always very critical. Make or break your mind, and that's where the BJP stepped in.
But let me tell you, this is a very good point, because look, what were they really riding on? The 6 guarantees, right? That's what they were really riding on. They've been riding on that even in Rajasthan, and Karnataka, of course, paved the way for that. Now, if they don't work here,
so I've got another number for another state. This is the Axis number, a number that's closely tracked for Chhattisgarh. Axis is giving 40 to 50 for Congress. It's giving 36 to 6 to BJP. So Axis seems to suggest that, the edge again to the Congress in this.
a lot of risk is going to be booked if these numbers hold along across these states.
Somewhere one is a little worried about which way the vote is voting. These high turnout numbers, and especially the women vote coming out, somewhere it seems to have skewed the entire matrix. So some of the pollsters, their sample size, I would want to ask every pollster, what's the breakup of your sample?
But why only women? Many first-time voters, young youth. That's also a very important factor.
Yeah.
In Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, that's where the quota and all those things also coming in Anand. So that's a
No, I understand, but I'm just saying gender-wise, if you break,
been a problem.
Yeah.
So if you look at the poll of poll number, it's changing, and I think you should viewers this. The poll of poll number will
there
also.
is a reason why viewers, the poll of poll numbers are on your screen, because it's an aggregate or a median of pollsters that are coming in so far. So he's sending you the individual poll numbers here. On your screens, what's happening is the overall aggregate poll of polls. So what you see on your screen, the poll of poll number we are showing now is the PMark number for Madhya Pradesh, and the PMark for Madhya Pradesh gives the mandate clearly to the BJP. That is what they are doing, and that's why if you see the Madhya Pradesh aggregate for the BJP has gone up to 119. You see it here, and the Rajasthan aggregate remains the same at 111. So 2 right now, as per the exit pollsters aggregate, poll of polls are with the BJP. One state goes to the Congress party, that is Telangana, and one state retained by the Congress party, and that is Chhattisgarh as of now. That's the status. So P Mark is giving Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, at this point to the BJP. Let's also look at Axis My India, battle for Chhattisgarh. Axis My India, battle for Chhattisgarh. Again, the numbers are going in favor of the Congress party. Congress is going to retain, as far as Axis My India is going to retain Chhattisgarh. Rahul Shivshankar.
Pradesh numbers an aggregate of at least 4 polls.
Yes. Yeah. An aggregate of at least four pollsters out of 230 seats is that the mandate is with the BJP in Madhya Pradesh, and healthy mandate. 106 par hai, you win at 116, 230 seats, halfway mark, 116 to win, 119 is where they are. So they are clear or 4 clear of the halfway number.
Look at Rajasthan
also. Rajasthan they are actually running away because it's a clear mandate. They are at least 12 seats above what is required to win. 199 is required.
BJP would be thrilled with these. If this actually happens or resulted to win it, and to win Rajasthan is huge for the BJP. These two states had lost the last.
No, and look at the ground they are gaining in Chhattisgarh.
Also, I think Chhattisgarh, if able to run the Congress close and look at the gap from last time.
Yes.
If able to bridge that gap,
victory.
It will be a moral victory.
And double digit in Telangana.
And Telangana, they would love the house to be hung.
Super confident about Chhattisgarh. They've been super confident about Chhattisgarh. I think they're banking also on the fact that whatever they may say, T.S. Singh Deo versus Baghel wala friction. And T.S. Singh Deo said it on record.
Yeah, look, but I'll tell you what,
it is a predominantly tribal state also. And let's not forget that there have been a huge number of problems with regard to employment generation, etc., and people not getting the benefits from what heard on the ground. So I don't know if that bears out, but
can we look at Chhattisgarh on the wall and see how different phases voted? You know, time around where the votes were polled, because a lot of the corruption is not the big issue on ground.
So
it is the rate per quintal rice that is the issue.
20 seats, the Naxal belt, which is the southern part of the state, that's what votes in the first phase, and the rest of the state, Raipur, all the urban parts, and of course the northern part of Chhattisgarh votes in the second phase. But last time around they swept the Naxal belt, which is Bastar, and that southern belt of Chhattisgarh was out of the 20 seats. The Congress won 17 and the BJP had only 2. Again, they generally when a state is voting in multiple phases, one phase the wind is going in a particular direction, it tends to go more direction in the second phase.
We'll have to
wait
here,
and see.
Chhattisgarh, the plain region, has the most number of swing seats.
Yeah.
So over 4 elections, 30% of those of the seats were 1% 5% margin.
Correct.
So it's that area. If you just focus on it, maybe the central part of Chhattisgarh, the plains region. Look at the margins there.
This particular belt, this is just the outskirts of Raipur. If you're going further north, this has always been hotly contested. The BJP still managed to hold on, even though it was a rout last time around. BJP still managed to hold on to about a dozen seats there. If you go back to 2013, and I'm going to just show you the difference in the map, the coloring of the map in 2018 and 2013. Look at this. The Congress, it was all a mirror image. The Congress getting a few dozen seats in the northern part. BJP sort of completely running riot there. 41 out of the seats they won. The Congress wholly had 7 out of 70. Looks like, at least from 2 polls now we have for Chhattisgarh, 641 is the poll of polls.
Now thing is, on the bottom of our screen, ladies and gentlemen, we are looking at 2 states which are where the party which is leading the first may not actually form the government. That's the scenario that we are looking at, because Chhattisgarh mein wahan kaleh to hoga 41 and 46, and that's exactly what we are looking at. And in Telangana, they need 4 more seats. The Congress needs 4 more seats, and who's going to give that to them if this stands? Now this is an aggregate. What we're seeing on our screens, I'm going to repeat again, at least 4 pollsters out of numbers, and this is the poll of poll numbers that you're seeing on your screen. So this is the overall mega aggregate of the pollsters who are kisne kisko kya diya wo baat nahi, but overall if you see, BJP clearly taking Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh. It's stuck with Chhattisgarh and Telangana, where all Congress has its nose ahead. It's not past the halfway mark, it's winning that state yet. That's what it looks like.
How does that? If those numbers are sort of holding, etc., others 0. So you have AIMM, others are 0. So how does this I mean, if someone has to form the government,
then
It'll
BRS,
have to be
BJP, and
BJP
AIMI must come
and
together.
AIMI.
and you know, there is the Hyderabad municipal corporation election.
Yeah.
There is a template. All of these people were trying to get together, and
No, but if that were to
Basically-
happen, then what Rahul Gandhi said in the campaign,
Yeah.
one is A team of the other, one is
Yes,
the B team
B
of the
team.
other, that's going to come true.
Yeah.
So I
Yeah.
don't think at least, you know, publicly they'll get
But I
into
don't
some kind
see
of a
the
post-election.
The
Exactly,
BJP
and the
side.
BJP.
BJP backing the Congress is a different part. OAC backing the Congress is also not going to happen.
So I think what will happen if these numbers hold is that the BJP and the BRS will come together, and that's how you're going to have.
All
a
right, we
number.
got one
Otherwise-
more set of strat Madhya Pradesh. The numbers. Let's try and look at what is saying and how. Why is it that the Madhya Pradesh number? Oh, there's a bit of a shift. BJP is now three seats down in the poll, ladies and gentlemen, to 116. And let's try and understand what Polstrat is saying. Polstrat numbers again. In this case, don't clearly give the BJP the victory number. It is BJP at the higher number, exactly at the halfway mark, is putting the Congress party well past the post, 5 seats above the winning number of 116 at 121. And that's the reason why in Polstrat, with the Polstrat numbers coming into play, that the BJP's average overall has come down and it's now at 116, just at the number that you need to win the state. It's going to be so close because those who are working with the BJP and with it, they are very confident that the BJP is taking it. If they're taking it, they're taking nearly 130 seats. That's how confident they are. If they are losing it, it will not be at 106, it will be at 106 like last time around 104. In the case of Rajasthan, it remains the same. BJP taking Rajasthan. These two states at the bottom, ladies and gentlemen, that's going to be a problem. That vote share shift in Chhattisgarh, if there is more than a 2% difference, then that seat share will not be there. It will be different. If the BJP has, caught up with the Congress and the Congress has lost some ground, that number, that scenario should change. But, yeah.
Chhattisgarh, again, similar trend. I'm just going to write down the numbers here before our graphic comes in. They're giving it to the Congress, 46 to 56 to the Congress in Chhattisgarh and 30 to 40 to the BJP. So I think we've had 3 polls in Chhattisgarh.
Yes.
2 have given it to the Congress.
Yeah.
One is sort of a hung house. But it seems like the direction in which it's moving is that the Congress
now
might
with this
retain
Chhattisgarh Congress, Chhattisgarh. Now the number for Congress is 46, so they need 46 winning number, 90 seats, 45 the mark, 46 is the winning number. You got 2 scenarios right now. That is one here, BJP right on the winning number in Madhya Pradesh, and you've got the Congress party right on the winning number in Chhattisgarh. So this is like too close, right on the winning number. What are you thinking, Aman and Pallavi?
I think MP will be close, Anand, even on the result numbers. I suspect that these numbers would be similar on the result day. Interestingly, in Madhya Pradesh, the BJP polled higher number of votes, but lesser number of seats.
Yeah.
So it is that kind of a state where, predicting it is very difficult. But I think what has worked for the BJP in Madhya Pradesh towards the has been this Shivraj's mega campaign. He did 165 rallies in 15 days, 10 rallies a day. They had Mr. Modi there. I think the promise worked. And I saw Amit Shah saying that from his rallies, Modi saying that अगर ये हमारी सरकार चली गई तो लाडली बहना योजना बंद हो जाएगी.
एक बात
Workers, the RSS, those workers on the ground, they started going out. Amit Shah did say this to a couple of journalists also, where he said, "To become उन सबको मैंने साथ लाया."
वो सिनेरियो चेंज हो गया मध्य प्रदेश का. एग्रीगेट अब बीजेपी नंबर 2, कांग्रेस ahead seat, and both of them are not there as far as forming the government. This will keep changing, ladies and gentlemen. If you see across the screen, and this is going to change. Now see how these numbers have changed here. This is critical. Rajasthan change, Congress here, Telangana बहुत कलेश होने. It looks like it. There may be a revision here because there is still an hour and 15 minutes before all voting closes. 6 p.m. 30 p.m. is when the voting will come down, but all those who are standing outside the booth will be allowed to poll their votes. So till about 7 p.m. the polling booth in Telangana will be open, and that will make a difference. Chhattisgarh, Congress just on the winning number. Now if there are pollsters who give BJP mandate going forward, other pollsters, that number could change, or if Congress continues to enjoy or hold sway, that could change. But this scenario in Madhya Pradesh, and no one first past the post, 5 others, politics again, monies will come out, horse trading will happen.
Well, if these
who are
right
these
now,
candidates? Are they BJP leaning, Congress leaning? Will make a
if
difference.
these numbers hold right
Yeah.
now, Anand, then the Congress will have reasons to cheer. Look, Telangana, they're pulling off a stunning upset.
Yeah.
In Chhattisgarh, they're retaining. It doesn't matter. The quality of victory doesn't matter. The fact that you won matters. And of course, in Madhya Pradesh, well, if that number holds, they're in the driver's seat. But obviously,
I
other
have
factors
one
could
more.
come into play.
This is today's Chanakya. I think this is the first reporting today's Chanakya number for Rajasthan. They're giving it clearly to the BJP, 112 to the BJP and 85 to the Congress, 15 to others. So I think they are very clear there's going to be a government change as we welcome Professor Sanjay Kumar and Mehta. So the poll of polls number is changing for Madhya Pradesh. I think one thing we can fairly say is in Rajasthan, the BJP will come back to power after 5 years. And in Chhattisgarh, at least 2 out of 3 polls seem to be giving the indication that Congress and Bhupesh Baghel will retain. Nalin first and then Professor Kumar. Yeah.
If there's one state that the BJP has been fairly confident of in private and public conversations, it's been Rajasthan. And this has particularly been the case ever since some of the loyalists of Rajay were given tickets and so on. So I think Rajasthan would be expected. Chhattisgarh, the BJP has pulled back some lost ground. It was looking like people traveling, they always said it was looking like a sweep for the Congress. A bit closer than that, but I think, Rahul, I agree with you. A victory is a victory. That's right. So the Congress would find cheer in that. Madhya Pradesh is too close to call because, and I do want to say that if it is 2-all and Madhya Pradesh, it's too close to call, even a close election is a kind of a moral victory for the in Madhya Pradesh after 18 years of incumbency. Telangana, if the Congress dethrones the BRS, then that is the expansion of the southern model of the Congress. It's Karnataka, it goes on to Telangana. It also gives it a full rich state ahead of the Lok Sabha elections. So I think that is an important one.
It also tells it perhaps that this, to use the word bravery, but welfareism.
Absolutely.
Some welfareism works, it's connecting, and it also tells you that there is a problem actually because they are recipients for welfareism.
But Professor Kumar, why is Madhya Pradesh a big state? There are only 2 players. It's a bipolar contest. Why is it so difficult to predict? We've saw it in 2018. We're seeing it again in 2023.
Numbers have changed in Madhya Pradesh. BJP is back ahead. Why is it such a difficult state to predict, Professor Kumar?
The numbers will keep changing because what we are trying to do at the moment is at different polls and trying to take the averages. So if a poll comes now, while we are speaking, and if that poll says 129 for Congress, numbers will again change.
Correct.
But that doesn't mean that what is going to happen on December is going to change. It's not about being there 2 parties or 3 parties. Predicting, because Zaka why predicting elections in Madhya Pradesh is so wide, it's a bipolar contest. I think if you look at the vote estimate, it's a neck-to-neck fight. And generally, in a traditional way, what do you do in an exit poll or in an opinion poll? You ask the people who you are likely to vote for, whom you get the vote estimate, and then you convert these votes into seats. If it is a neck-to-neck fight in terms of vote share, and that a party can win large number of seats by small margin, and it could be the other way around. That is why it becomes so difficult to predict the seat. And look at Zaka, what happened in the last election in Madhya Pradesh. BJP had more votes. Ended up with
1.03.
That is why I think
the
density
of
votes
in particular seats in Madhya Pradesh are really swing seats.
Nobody say.
I'm saying in the last election.
For example,
how many were
fights that we had? This is less than 3,000 votes. There are 30 seats, which is not a bad number. It's more than 10% of the overall, 30 out of 230. Out of this, the Congress won 15, the BJP won 14. So here, why it's that close?
Here, Zaka and Rahul,
Less than 1% vote share.
The reason why Madhya Pradesh is difficult to predict is that because it's got, say, 6 big regions, and many of them vote very differently. So, for example, last time, the Congress swept in 3 of them, but the BJP swept 2 of them. One, it was neck and neck. So, it's almost like 6 different state elections. So, Rajasthan,
we are also seeing these cases where it is
extending the conversation of what Nalinji is saying. If you look at what happened in the last Madhya Pradesh election, if you look at the aggregate, were almost the same. Out of the 6 region, one party is leading in 3, the other party is leading in 3. And Zaka, the data you presented, if you look at the 30 assembly constituencies which were marginal seats, in a sense vote share, the
less
difference
than 3,000
of
votes. The margin
15 goes to one side and the 15 goes to other side.
Correct.
It indicates a tight election, and my own sense is that 3rd of December we are going to have almost the repeat of 2019.
Right now the scenario is 2-2. That's what it looks like. Mizoram has gone to the MNF, so that's the regional party there. Congress is not there in the fray. They will eventually go to the NEDA. But let's poll of polls at these numbers. As we look at these numbers, Madhya Pradesh is firmly there as of now. अभी तक तो pollsters यही कह रहे हैं कि मामा जी सरकार बना रहे हैं. He's passed the poll, got that one extra seat. So that is important. That is important for him. The other thing that we are also seeing is that with respect to Rajasthan, the BJP is sweeping Rajasthan. So this is Madhya Pradesh poll numbers. In Rajasthan, we look at it 111. So clearly post and also taking it there, and the pattern continues. There is no this one Rajasthan घुमा के बदल देता है, सरकार बदल. This time also they have done it when they do it overwhelming numbers. The twist in as far as the Congress, big win for it if it holds on to this number below, ladies and gentlemen, and that is 46. Let's look at Chhattisgarh. In Chhattisgarh, 45 is the halfway mark, and 96 you win, and that's where the Congress is right now. The BJP, Singh at the helm, former Chief Minister, is at 41. It is still short. Even others back to the BJP, it is 46 and 44, neck and neck. वहाँ कुछ तो होगा. That is what everybody understands, that this is not going to be a settled state because the mandate is not as clear, as overwhelming as it was last time around when Bhupesh Baghel came to power. The story is Telangana. Because right now, ladies and gentlemen, if this poll of polls stands on result day on the 3rd of December, nobody is forming government. Because the parties who've got the mandate cannot back each other. That's the story. 56. So the Congress is 4 short. BRS is 38, it is 12 short, AIMIM is 5 and BJP is 6. So if BRS, AIMIM and the BJP are highly unlikely they will form a government which nobody will accept. AIMIM will never go with the Congress. As of now, that stated position. BJP and Congress coming together, I don't know. Well, if BRS and Congress decide to come together, that's a different story altogether.
Jump to sort of giving legitimacy to this poll of polls, I think we'll have to really look at the vote shares also. Because if, as Nalin is saying, let's say in a state like Madhya Pradesh, there are so many variations, you'd also have to see at the micro level of where the seats or how the pattern has emerged. Because you look at a state, for example, like Rajasthan, where a huge number of seats have actually changed over time, over 3 consecutive elections, with such small margins. The vote share would be very, very important. At least the regional vote share we must need to look at.
You don't have empirical data. The last 2 times there has been one party and that party has only increased its mandate. So how do you read Telangana story right now?
In Telangana, the vote share is critical because we don't
even know the swing. We don't even know swinging where and which region in Telangana. That's the story, na? Telangana kahan ghuma kaise
are we saying look at the vote. Last time around, they had almost 50% vote share. And in a multi-contest, when you have Congress, MIM, BJP, a party getting to 50% vote share, you get this. This is a 2/3 majority, 88 out of 118. Whether they'll be able to replicate this, because if you go to 2014...
But Zaka, the Congress has never won 51 seats in Telangana.
Yeah, it's not.
This is going to be a remarkable...
If you go to the 2014 election, BRS was at 63. It only had 34% vote. Congress had 25 and it had 21 seats. So vote share got up by a good 12% last election. So will the BRS fall by that margin, or will they be able to contain the fall? And again, I keep coming back to it. In a multi-cornered contest, it's much harder to predict how the seat share will, like what Professor Kumar was saying. You vote shares, but seat share would be very difficult.
But just going by the last election, if you can just that up, you look at the numbers, and I don't know have regional data, but if you really look at the regional variation, you'll see huge gaps between the two. So this would have to be a massive
kind of a mandate. You know, honestly, the TRS, it's the rural belt, which is north of Hyderabad, it's completely swept. Nizamabad, Adilabad, Asifabad.
But the BRS is supposed to be strong.
If you look at the Congress, it's in this eastern part. And Revant Reddy, now the state president, he comes from Malkajgiri. He's contesting seat here and he's contesting 1 seat here against the Chief Minister. They have to win. If the Congress has to win this state, it has to win at least 2 out of 3 regions, whether it is north and east or north and east, but it's 2 out of 3 regions.
You're right, Rahul, that the has never won this kind of a vote share in Telangana. Even in the 2018 numbers, even in 2019 in the Lok Sabha,
he's got the 20, exactly.
the Congress had about 21 assemblies.
He's got the 2019 Lok Sabha.
And we are pleased. So if the Congress delivers
It's
the kind of
similar.
result of the exit poll showing, that means that the Congress emerged as the one party in whose mind who could dethrone the BRS, which meant a lot of people were moving to BJP. In the last 2-3 years, there was a lot of resurgence of BJP,
So in
which
the
collapsed.
in-
Now they've all moved.
BJP's vote share has never
in
been
the
more
Lok
than 20%
Sabha,
in
and I think this
Telangana.
is a big factor. In Lok Sabha, they had 4 MPs, the BJP from Telangana. They had almost 20% vote share, which means 1 out of 5 voters was voting for the BJP. I think pollster in this election is giving BJP 20% vote share.
20%.
Yeah,
It's
that
a
will
two-horse
go.
race there. Let's
Yeah.
be honest. In Telangana, it's a two-horse race. One horse was lagging.
Yeah.
Is that horse overtaking? I mean, that's going to be a phenomenal. That means that the right scheme, the number of other welfare schemes have just imploded. And maybe this, I don't know, maybe this is because people are saying that this is KCR's last election.
See, I'll tell you one thing. Just have a look at this. 2018, who slips? Who slips between 2018 and Vidhan Sabha and 2019 Lok Sabha? BRS that slips about 6 to 7% vote shares between 2018 Vidhan Sabha to 2019 Lok Sabha. Who gains? The BJP moves up from 7% to 19.64%. The Congress moves up by only 1%. Now in this story, if the Congress leads into the BRS's vote share, BRS slips below 40%, and BJP holds on to even say about a significant 60 to 70% Lok Sabha 2019 vote share, the BJP, that's why we are seeing come to about 10 seats, and the Congress rise to 56 seats. I just want to quickly qualify to our leader, for our viewers, the flanks and the bottom edge. These are the poll numbers. What you see in the center, the box, ladies and gentlemen, are each individual exit pollsters and their numbers and our own analysis. So for ki number kya hai, if you have that, just read the left, right flanks and corners or the edges of the screen. So the edge here, my right is, or to the left of the screen is this one, is the BJP Madhya Pradesh number where they are the post and they have got the winning number 116. To my left, here on the screen, which will be to your right, ladies and gentlemen, Rajasthan 107. So BJP taking that too, clear mandate. As far as bottom, Telangana, it's stuck right now because Congress is falling 4 seats short. Massive gain for them, but 4 seats short. BRS slipping down 12 seats of that 60 number, which is the winning number. Halfway number 60 is the winning number. Chhattisgarh, if you look at Chhattisgarh, there, bottom edge. Chhattisgarh, Congress moving up. And moving up now, clearly past the post. 40 is the halfway number. They've got 48. They are clearly pole position as far as the exit poll of polls. Poll of poll number gives Chhattisgarh to Bhupesh Baghel Congress Party.
I'll tell
That's
you
where
one
it
thing,
stands
Anand,
right now.
if these numbers stand, I won't be surprised if Mr. Modi comes out or someone from BJP comes out and says, "Ab asli panauti kaun?"
All right, let's go across to Jitu Patwari. He's a former INC, he's a former minister also in the previous Kamal Nath government there in 2018. Jitu ji, अभी जो poll of polls की नतीजे जो हैं, उसमें बीजेपी को स्लाइट एज है 116 और कांग्रेस को 111. आपकी पहली प्रतिक्रिया चाहूंगा मैं.
ये कहाँ के बताया आपने, मध्य प्रदेश या
नहीं, ये मध्य प्रदेश का ही है. 116 बीजेपी और 111
तो
कांग्रेस के लिए.
ऐसा है कि जो आपने मेहनत की मैं मतलब उसके रिस्पेक्ट करता हूं, पर ये ध्यान रहे कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने यहाँ वोट विधायक खरीदे बेचे थे. उन्होंने वोट खरीदने के लिए लाडली बहना योजना लाए. इन्होंने अराजकता की कि मध्य प्रदेश सबसे ज्यादा कर्जदार है देश में. एक एक परिवार यातनाओं के माया जाल में. आपका पोल थोड़ा आपको करेक्ट करना, 136 सीट से 155 सीट कांग्रेस के आई. ये फिर से नोटेड, ये मेरा वीडियो याद रखना.
आपने खुद बोला
1 मिनट, क्लियर, कंप्लीट. मेरा आपसे अनुरोध है, ये मैं जो बोल रहा हूं, ये वीडियो उस दिन 3 तारीख को आप फिर से निकालना और इस चैनल पे चलाना. मैंने कहा 136 से 155 सीट तक जा सकती है
जी.
प्लीज क्लियर.
वो हम
आपकी मेहनत
प्ले
होगी.
करें. का जो
आप
बाइट
उसकी
है
मैं
वो हम
रिस्पेक्ट करता हूं, पर मैं
3
आपसे
तारीख को
अनुरोध
हम
करता हूं 36 से 155
जी जी
क्लियर।
लेकिन ये आपने खुद अभी बोला
जी।
कि लाडली बहना उन्होंने जो योजना है इंस्टॉल किया, उन्होंने इंट्रोड्यूस किया, वो तो पॉपुलर तो था, खासकर महिलाओं के बीच में तो लाडली बहना काफी पॉपुलर।
ऐसा वन मिनट महिलाओं को नहीं पता था कि 1,000 रुपए देंगे और 3,000 रुपए का बिजली वापस देंगे। ये महिलाओं को नहीं पता था जो किचन ऑयल 60 रुपए का था वो 100 कर दिया। ये महिलाओं को नहीं पता था कि जो गैस का सिलेंडर कोविड आंसू खून के रो रहे थे लोग जब 1100 का था और अभी सब्ज बाग दिखा रहे हैं। ये अगर इतना ही अच्छा सब और ऐसे ही रिजल्ट आ रहे जैसे आप बता रहे हैं तो फिर नरेंद्र मोदी क्यों आगे किया गया और क्यों शिवराज का चेहरा पीछे किया गया? क्या कारण है कि मुख्यमंत्री का भारतीय जनता पार्टी में मुख्यमंत्री चेहरा नहीं बताया गया?
लेकिन
कांग्रेस की सुनामी थी भाई।
ये
बचने के लिए भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने सारे जतन किए।
शिवराज
यही कारण था कि इन्होंने 3-3, 4-4 केंद्रीय मंत्री उतारे।
शिवराज सिंह चौहान की जो चेहरा है उसको कांग्रेस नहीं किया। उन्होंने ये नहीं कहा कि वो मुख्यमंत्री बने दोबारा अगर बीजेपी की जीत होती है। इससे आपको नहीं लगता कि एंटी इनकम्बेंसी को थोड़ा बहुत मतलब उसको किया है उन्होंने बीजेपी ने?
देखो, मैं CNN बहुत रिस्पेक्टेबल चैनल है
जी, मैं
ज्यादा इस भावना से कि बहस और आपके सवाल उत्तर देने के बजाय अनुरोध करता हूं कि ये मेरा वीडियो आप डाल के रखना।
ठीक है।
135-36 से 150 तक जाएगी कांग्रेस पार्टी स्पष्ट
ठीक
टू
है।
थर्ड में से आ रही है।
जीतू जी,
ये सब बातें घोतक थी। आप इसको उस नजरिए से देखते हैं, हम इस नजरिए से देखते हैं।
आपको दोबारा हम बुलाएंगे 3 तारीख पर। 135 से 155 के बीच में अगर ये नंबर आ रहे हैं तो प्लीज दोबारा आइएगा और CNN चैनल पे इंटरव्यू करेंगे हम। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे साथ जुड़ने के लिए।
So they are the Congress is very confident there. I really want to take our viewers through all the numbers so far. Pradeep Bhandari of Janata is there with us in the studio. So let me quickly walk across, ladies and gentlemen. And let's look at the numbers. So we've got C voter Chhattisgarh coming through so far, and C voter right now at this point. If you look at the edge of our screen, you see Chhattisgarh is in the purse of the Congress party. It's coming back to it. Voter also coming out and saying yes, that could be the case, that the Congress party could very comfortably back into government. They've given a band there, and that band for both the BJP and the Congress party, but the Congress party clearly having the numbers if you look at the upper number. Let's stay with Chhattisgarh only, and let's look at CNX. What is CNX saying? CNX is saying 46 to 56 for the Congress party, 30 to 40 seats for the BJP. So yet another poll giving the mandate in Chhattisgarh to the Congress party. Let's try and move quickly and look at the next set of numbers that we have. Let's Jan Ki Baat numbers, and Jan Ki Baat numbers for the state of Chhattisgarh itself. And in Jan Ki Baat numbers, Pradeep Bhandari is sitting with us, so we'll stay with this. 43 to 53, that's the band, and 34 to 45. So clearly Jan Ki Baat also saying in Chhattisgarh, Bhupesh Baghel and the Congress party prevail, and this entire talk about anti-incumbency seems to be junk. Let's stay there. Pause here before we go to Rajasthan. We'll pause. Let's ask, why have you given these numbers and why is your so big? So let's have the conversation.
Anand, because in Chhattisgarh, traditionally the vote share difference between the two parties is roughly less than 1%. So there are significant seats where the vote is less than 5,300. Now, if you look at the election of Chhattisgarh, there are two belts where the BJP is doing good. That's not the verdict of 2018, where it was completely wiped out, which is the belt of Bilaspur and Sarjuga. So in the phase 2, the BJP has covered up. Phase 1 is where the Congress party is literally sweeping the phase 1, and the BJP is in single-digit seats. So if you look at it, overall the Congress party is at an edge, but I do not look at it from the numbers, because if you divide it on the basis of caste, you see ST is the majority. ST seats the Congress party, but the SC seats are not being swept completely by the Congress party. There the BJP makes an edge. If you look at the OBC vote difference, there also BJP has a higher vote share than the Congress party. So it is basically not having a face in Chhattisgarh. There was definitely an anti-incumbency, but it was not a wave of anti-incumbency which could translate into change of government. This is where you see the band of the BJP is more than 35, was less than 20. So if I want to sum up overall Chhattisgarh election, it is BJP having increasing big anti-incumbency, but not enough, because Bhupesh Baghel, particularly in the rural, is able to get those votes. In the women vote again is divided. So is doing good in its traditional pockets, but it is not able to take a lot of areas which it had erstwhile done when it used to form the government. The change is bigger, because if you look at Chhattisgarh election, leave apart 2013, which was a wave election, generally the margin of victory and loss is always less than 1.5%. This is where the range
So
is.
you said phase 1 Congress accepted. What happened last time around? Quickly.
Again, this is the next. This is the Bastar belt. There are 20 seats there. Congress won 17 last time around, and the BJP won just 2. So you're saying this will be the similar this time around as well?
BJP is Zaka increasing marginally, but it is not a dent where 50% seats it's able to win or 40% seats it's able to win. So the Congress here still, if I look at it, it's more than 13 seats, 14 seats. Takes a decisive.
Sarva Adivasi Samaj that had got into this election, it has had no effect on the Congress, are you saying, or it has?
It has, but ultimately if you look at it, the Bhupesh Baghel versus who was also a question. So generally the election, it was the sentiment on the ground or the data which was reflecting, yes, Bhupesh Baghel is coming, but not with the mandate in which he had come in 2000. So if you look and divide Chhattisgarh into regions, Bilaspur is a belt which we are doing significantly well. Last time it was completely wiped out from Bilaspur belt also. That's where it was reduced in less than 20 seats. And if you go to Sarjuga, is northern Chhattisgarh, there also BJP gets certain pockets.
So last was 51 seats. Sanjay ji, concur, disagree that this on ground, that there is anti-incumbency, but the BJP stands to gain, but not to beat the Congress party in Chhattisgarh?
I think generally there is an agreement. I would agree. Yes, BJP is gaining compared to 2018 assembly election. Congress will be down compared to 2018 assembly election. But I am not in a position to do the kind of disaggregate analysis many people are able to do, going by district based on a exit poll, opinion poll data. I prefer to wait for 3rd of December to come those detailed analysis. But yes, general agreement. BJP is on the up, Congress is down, but gap still remains such that Congress should be able to win election in Chhattisgarh.
Factors at work. Let's get a sense of this. What are the factors at work in this election, Nalin?
In Chhattisgarh?
Yes.
So in Chhattisgarh, to me, look, I think as far as Baghel is concerned, he has delivered a welfare model for the Congress. Personal popularity is not anti-incumbency against him personally. It's against the regime overall, which is also true for Shivraj Singh Chauhan in Madhya Pradesh.
Sorry, quick flash update, ladies and gentlemen, watching the screens, the edges, the bottom, because more pollsters are coming in, more numbers are coming in. I said there could be a change, there will be a revision in and that revision is reflecting on the screen. The mega poll of polls, now the poll of poll numbers on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. The Congress is slipping, the BRS is gaining, it's gotten into the 50, 52, just 8 short of that magic number of 60 to win as far as the numbers are concerned. AIMIM becoming 1 more seat, BJP 3 seats, lot is changing even in the exit polls in overall aggregate of the pollsters. Telangana numbers will change.
The more the BJP goes up, problems for the Congress. When it comes down, you see the BRS.
No, it's actually, correct.
So that's what we need to keep looking at.
Correct. So now they are neck and neck. Congress and the BRS are neck and neck. BJP goes down, then the BRS continues to increase and Congress also is
that's
a steady
not very
but
convinced
if
about
BJP
the
goes up,
Telangana
Congress
number.
goes down.
Pradeep, you post poll there in Telangana.
Yes.
Was it an easy state to predict, because there are multiple players?
So look at our numbers in Telangana, the Jan Ki Baat poll. Overall, there is a sentiment of change in Telangana, but the BRS is able to hold a cadre vote in North Telangana. So if you look at it, if you again Telangana districts of Warangal and neighboring districts, that is where the Congress party is literally sweeping it. Congress is getting the majority youth vote in Telangana, and the BRS is able to hold the vote of beyond 55 to 60 years of age. So I will give you an example. Even constituencies of say Sirsila, which is the KTR constituency, which was won with more than 1 of margin, you see a decrease in margin even in that seat when we polled there. So overall,
but 1 lakh margin is a huge
come down
margin.
to 40, no, it is for sure.
1 lakh is a huge margin to bridge.
Yes, but it is
2 seats now. Gajwel, which is
yes,
in
even in
Sirsila,
Gajwel, Zaka,
Kamaredi.
the margin of loss and victory is less than 5,000. And let me get just another 10 seconds. 1 kilometer away from Sirsila, that is the constituency which is Vimlugara. That constituency in a tripolar contest, again the Congress party leads. So there is overall a sentiment of change. The BRS is able to hold areas cadre is very strong.
Right.
So I will not be
But
surprised.
Pradeep, if you're giving BJP between 7 and 13,
Yeah.
I don't think the Congress is going to get the number that you're sort of
So, Rahul,
predicting.
again, I have a-
How does this...
Yeah. So again, a basic difference. If you look
I mean,
at
if
it,
there is anti-incumbency, it would go to the Congress. Why
No,
would it
his
go to the
argument
BJP?
is that the Congress
I'll
vote
come
will
to
come at the cost of the BJP. BJP's vote will come at the cost of Congress.
No, no, no. His argument is that if you look at
No,
his
I'm
numbers,
saying your argument
the
too.
BRS
Your
is
argument.
between-
I'm saying your argument.
If there is anti-incumbency, a voter will vote for a party that will actually affect change. Not
But I think
third
one of the
party
points
like
that
the
Pradeep
BJP
is a
doesn't
valid
really
one.
have a
Just
point.
one second. This is
Yeah.
Hyderabad. This is about 20 seats, 19, 20.
Yeah.
But you look at north of Hyderabad and south of Hyderabad.
Yes.
These are constituencies where in the Lok Sabha, the BJP got 4 from north of Hyderabad, Nizamabad, Adilabad, Asifabad, that place where polarization can work. Whereas in assembly, because the BJP is not that big here, those votes go to the BRS. Again, in south, problem for the Congress is they are only valid or they're only strong eastern part of the state, Warangal, Nalgonda, that belt. They need to start making inroads in the rural parts. Let's say the north, as Pradeep was the
But
north
then-
is
but-
KCR's
but
stronghold.
that's what I'm
but
saying,
what about
Zaka.
the south?
Absolutely right. Because if the voters are looking for change, why would they want to waste their vote? I'm not being in any way prejudicial to the BJP. I'm sure it's run a strong campaign, but chances are that the voters would go to the
Move en
Congress.
masse to the Congress because the Congress has been in power there in the past, and that's the alternative to the BRS. Yeah.
it's a very valid question.
Sorry,
and
I'm
let-
not. I'm just being a
Absolutely.
little
Let me answer
pedantic.
it. There is an anti-BRS sentiment in the state. So there are BJP is fighting on very selected seats. Ultimately, the anti-BRS vote chooses the best alternative.
Yeah.
So look at certain seats like say Nirmal. The Congress does not exist. So look at the election as absolutely applying your logic. That is what is happening on the ground. There is a pro-BRS vote and there is an anti-BRS vote. Now there are selected seats which are between the range of say 15, 16 where BJP is in serious contention.
So
There the Congress is not in serious contention. So if you 119 from 15, that is Congress is literally contested. So the BJP is fighting on those only 15 seats where it is converting 40% of it. So it's not cutting into the Congress vote. There the alternative for the anti-BRS is BJP, which is this very, very selective.
So you're
seats.
saying
What is the
particular
vote share?
seats where there is no Congress, the alternative to BRS is BJP.
Yeah.
Wherever the Congress is available, the Congress will the anti-BRS vote.
Absolutely.
But
This
right
goes
now,
back to the
currently on your
if you
screen,
go
ladies
by
and
that-
gentlemen, at the
go
edge
by
of your
that
screen,
analysis,
just quickly saying that 52 plus 7, if the BJP backs the BRS, they are at the halfway number there, 59 in Telangana. Right now, Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan going to the BJP. Chhattisgarh clearly back Bhupesh Baghel, inching towards the 50 number. George Khalikur Rahman and Sardar RP Singh with us. Namaste, Jai Hind, Khalikur Rahman, how would you look at the exit polls so far? On our screens, we are putting the poll of poll numbers where it looks like 2 for BJP, 1 for Congress, and 1 star is hung, Telangana, but the BRS may just go through because it can choose between the BJP and the AIMIM there. Yes. Khalikur Rahman.
See, actually, a very good evening to all my co-panelists and good evening and to all the viewers. In fact, we have just closed our polling here in Telangana, and booth-wise I can tell you that whatever prediction and the exit poll you are showing, I think on the December 3rd, find it totally different. We are expecting something, somewhere around 90 now, because I am having the definite figures and the trends from almost all the booths and from all the constituencies. So depending upon my insights and the intel, what I can tell you that you will have a major shock on December 3rd. As for even the greater concern, Greater Hyderabad, we are going to win more seats in the last election, that is to 2018. We will get minimum about 15 to 16 seats from the Greater Hyderabad. The Northern Telangana is concerned. Northern Telangana, we are going to, have a clean sweep, because this election actually is fought not just on any other agenda, but on the agenda of the development we have provided in this last 9.5 years to the Telangana when we took over. In 2014.
Sir, with due respect, if you are saying right now polling has finished and you breach 90, then all the pollsters have got it wrong as far as Telangana is concerned. George Kurian, Congress with its head in Telangana, but not yet in position to form government. Chhattisgarh is coming back to the Congress, but MP फंस रहा है. Rajasthan तो निकल गया. As per the poll of poll numbers.
Well, a very good evening to everyone, viewers as well. I have some reservations here. I strongly believe that Madhya Pradesh is one state where the Congress can look forward. I believe it would surpass the halfway mark on its own. Coming back to Rajasthan, there was a kind of fractionalism with Sachin Pilot and Ashok Gehlot, so it has not played really well, and the selection of candidates from the Congress, the ICC also delayed, so that didn't look good for the well. Coming back to Chhattisgarh, Mr. Baghel has done relatively good work, pro-people work, and so there is a possibility that he could come back to power in Chhattisgarh, but it would be very a close fight between the Congress and the Janata Party. Coming back to Telangana, I strongly believe that no doubt that Congress has the ground support, and it has as far as the support is concerned, but it is very close fight, but it will be very difficult to kind of with confidence that the Congress is far in Telangana, because it is like it's like in Delhi Congress defeating Aam Aadmi. It's the same goes like in Telangana Congress.
So you're saying that it looks highly unlikely, but right now you are the single largest party as far as the poll of poll numbers are concerned in Telangana. Sardar RP Singh is getting stronger in Rajasthan. We'll come to the pollster in Rajasthan soon after getting a comment from Sardar RP Singh, but Madhya Pradesh is right on that borderline. 116 is the winning number and 116. Right now 2 seats. छत्तीसगढ़ आप फिर भी पीछे रह गए. बघेल जी आगे निकल गए. 11 सीटों से आगे चल रहे हैं अभी.
Anand, I'm also keeping my party in Telangana, and as per my party reports goes, we are doing well in Telangana. I mean, you're just 7 is not as per, it's not matching my feedback. कुछ भी करेंगे सरकार हमारे बिना नहीं बन सकेगी तेलंगाना में. Be sure about this.
नहीं पर अगर कांग्रेस सिंगल लार्जेस्ट पार्टी सरकार कांग्रेस के साथ
मैंने ये कहा ही नहीं. मैंने कब कहा कि किसके साथ सरकार बनेगी. सरकार हमारे बिना नहीं बनेगी, ये तय है. हमारे बिना बनेगी ये तय है. और अभी मैं आपको 10 मिनट में आपको और एग्जैक्ट सीट वाइज आपको दे दूंगा फीडबैक.
तो एमपी हार रहे हैं, जीत रहे हैं. एमपी हार रहे हैं, छत्तीसगढ़ हार रहे हैं, जीत रहे हैं. बीजेपी के इंटरनल नंबर्स क्या हैं?
एमपी सुनिश्चित मैं कभी अभी दे रहा हूँ. एमपी सुनिश्चित जीत रहे हैं और सरकार बना रहे हैं. राजस्थान में सरकार है. छत्तीसगढ़ में अभी फीडबैक आपको और 10 मिनट दूंगा. आपका जो सर्वे है उससे मैचिंग, क्योंकि हम लोग टक्कर में है. मैं तो ये मानता हूँ छत्तीसगढ़ में टक्कर में है, परंतु राजस्थान एक तरफा इलेक्शन है. राजस्थान में तो आपके जो बिल्कुल गलत प्रूव होंगे. कांग्रेस के मेरे हिसाब से 50% सीटें नहीं आ रही, और खास कर आई वाज इन भरतपुर. We lost all 19 last time. We are winning huge Bharatpur this time, the eastern Rajasthan. So that categorically shows कि हमारा राजस्थान में एकदम मामला
एमपी में 116 का आपके हिसाब से एमपी में कितने आएंगे? मैं जल्दी पूछ रहा हूँ आपसे. एग्जिट पोल कह रहे हैं अभी तक पोल ऑफ पोल्स में कि 116 आपका नंबर है बीजेपी का. सरकार लेकिन जस्ट ऐसे पार होके.
अभी नंबर मत पूछो. सरकार सुनिश्चित. Be sure about this. We are forming the government of Madhya Pradesh.
Okay, you're forming government. Rahul Shivshankar has a question.
Yeah, this is Rahul here. RP Singh ji, you said that look, come what may, we will form the government, or the government in Telangana will not be formed without us. So are you saying that you're open to tying up with the BRS?
It's too early to say anything. No, I'm not saying right now. Let's wait for the outcome.
Because you said that without us,
we have more.
Yeah, please.
RP Singh ji, this is Nalin Mehta here. A follow Rahul's question. I know you want to be cagey about this, but if you are support a BRS government in case they're short of the half, that would probably mean that you would be on the same side as the party as well, because they also have been sort of giving tacit support.
Correct. Right now BRS can go along with OVC and they'll be at 58, one short of the half number, or 59. That's the winning number out of 119 seats. Come with the BJP, then they are at 59 and they are just there. But the point is that Telangana mein khel bahut kuch hone wala hai. We've just got news coming through from gentlemen. Please stay on with us. And this is the news, ladies and gentlemen. Ludicrous on part of the Election Commission to allow exit polls at 5 That's what KCR has come out and said. KCR is upset. He's saying, why have you allowed exit polls while people are still voting? Why are you allowing this? Listen. Yeah, gentlemen, before we chat about this, let's listen to what KTR had to say.
So don't be swayed by exit polls. The real poll results will come out on December 3rd. And those who are trying to confuse our Telangana voters are in for a huge surprise. Aroju 2018
Zaka, so this is what it is. So is this coming from a person who's worried last एक घंटे के हमारे वोट critical है सीटों के लिए, or is it a rational point that you should not have done?
I think, I mean, pollsters are also here. I think it's a point that you can't have exit poll numbers when you have 1 hour of polling left. I mean, a lot of these people could also be turning up in urban centers, like 20 seats.
Well, I think just for 30 seconds, you know, the Election Commission, I think, is living in a time warp. Because quite frankly, you have a situation, and I find this quite bizarre. You have a situation where obviously there's a moratorium, there's a fake election going on, but in another state, people are constantly on that they are allowed to go ahead.
Yeah.
As if there are some iron curtains between states. I mean, today with social media, etc. And we've just had an example in Karnataka where an allegation has been made against Karnataka Congress for trying to influence the election in Telangana. So I don't get this. And I think that this business of sort of arbitrarily one day getting up and saying, okay, now you can go ahead with exit polls at 5 in the evening after sticking to a 6:30 is a bit strange. And
gentlemen, let's look at the numbers. Let's look at the numbers again, and now we look at what Rajasthan is saying. Let's move to Rajasthan. Rajasthan, you can see here, the edge of green is the poll of poll number of Rajasthan. Out of 190 and 15 going to the BJP, 71 to the Congress. Sardar RP Singh says, Congress को 50 भी नहीं मिल रही, हम पहुंच रहे 150 के पास. We are reaching to 150. What are the pollsters saying? Let's quickly look at it. Let's look at ETG. I'm getting out of the screen so that I can come here and show. Let's come closer and let's look at what ETG Rajasthan is saying. ETG Rajasthan has put out the numbers, and ETG Rajasthan giving the mandate to BJP. Yes, we've put Rani Sahiba's picture there. Whether she'll be the Chief Minister, we don't know yet. So the number at this point is that the BJP gets more than 120 seats. So the numbers are for the ETG. So that's where
Rajasthan it really implodes.
Yeah, let's stay with the Rajasthan numbers right now if we can. So, then we'll talk Rajasthan.
But the Congress is not doing too badly.
Yeah, this is Telangana. Telangana again a hung horse. Let's stay with Rajasthan. Yeah.
Rajasthan hold. That's not very different from the historical pattern. Every time when you swing from one BJP to the Congress, these are kind of similar numbers every time.
Congress goes down to about 40.
And that's basically true because largely both parties have a core vote base in Rajasthan.
Okay, so ETG has said that at least 125 seats for the BJP there. That's the number. Let's look at what the next pollster is saying. The next pollster comes out and says, let's put out the next number. What number do we have next? Yeah, P-Mark Rajasthan. So P-Mark Rajasthan also comes in. Ooh, this is giving the mandate to the Congress party. P-Mark has given the mandate.
It's an outlier.
It's an outlier here. 125 is the higher number for the Congress party. P-Mark is saying 100 is the first past the post and the winning number, but they are saying 25 to Congress. So this is the outlier that is perhaps upping the Congress numbers overall aggregate.
I think Anand, one should also figure out who is this P-Mark. Who is this outlier? Where is the poll conducted? When was the poll conducted? Because if you get an outlier, we should have an interest in that.
Sir, देखिए उसमें क्या है कि किसी का एक पोल मेरे पास आया, सर ये नंबर है, हमने सैंपल साइज देखा 83% men, 50% women in a state where women are the highest voters. I said, boss, I'm not trusting this number. So that is devil lies in the details. But these are numbers की बात. प्रदीप भंडारी यहाँ बैठा है.
Without vote shares, this becomes difficult to sort of look at. I wonder what the vote shares for all these polls are.
Now, you are saying that the BJP can win up to 122.
Absolutely.
That's the band.
Yes.
But 100 to 122, 22 seats. I keep wanting to ask you, ये 22 seat का margin क्या है? This is like hedging my bet. चलो यहाँ भी आए तो भी मैं जीत गया, वहाँ भी आए तो
So if you see the overall trend, Anand, the overall trend is that BJP is forming government, but with a reduced majority than what it had done in 2013. Trend is not changing. Now, why is the majority reduced? This is a very unique election in Rajasthan. Rajasthan, historically, if you look at it, at least from 2003, it was Vasundhara Gehlot. This time the party has gone with a combined leadership, not with Vasundhara's face. And even if you look at it on Gehlot's significant, there is no per se solid anti-incumbency against Gehlot, but against his candidates at a lot of areas. He is not get the majority of youth vote. Rahul spoke about the vote share. If you look at vote share, the difference, like as per our vote share, the BJP is around 43 to 45. The Congress is between 40 to 42. And Rajasthan, if you look at it, then 10 is what is going to others. So a lot of BJP rebels are also finding others. For example, Yunus Khan, who has always been a BJP guy fighting as an independent, who can win. Similarly, a lot of Congress people are also doing that.
So, okay, let's get Sardar RP Singh quickly on this. And Zaka has got the 2013 numbers.
2013 number. It was a runaway victory.
So Rani Sahiba factor is
65. Congress was down to less than 60, and there was a significant vote share difference also. 4 plus 4, 8% vote share difference between two parties. And I think Pradeep may have a point there. You know, people want to see face. Chehra kaun hai? And I think the BJP, both in Madhya Pradesh and in Rajasthan, because they did not declare a chehra, I think downside.
Sardar RP Singh,
but one
Sarkar
second,
hum
in
sorry,
many elections, the BJP hasn't actually put out a face of, and
so I'm not.
I mean, you go back to Uttar Pradesh, for example.
Uttar Pradesh. So in the last UP election,
last UP
Yogi
elections.
Adityanath became
So, again,
Haryana, several of these big states.
Again, I think
many elections.
See, all of those are the states in the era of 2014 to 19. All these state governments were suffering significant anti-incumbency. Now, I am again saying the BJP is not projected the face in Rajasthan. That is why it is not changing the face. But it is not a sweeping victory like it used to be.
Modi has made this a prestige battle where
that
he's
is why
gone
it's
and
winning.
said,
It's Modi which is letting the BJP win.
Correct. But increasingly the voter somewhere is also and saying कि मोदी तुझसे बैर नहीं पर जो स्टेट में उसकी खैर नहीं.
Just to add to Zaka's point, you look at Tripura 2018, the Bharatiya Party swept it, and look at Tripura 2023, the BJP won it, but with the reduced mandate.
Yeah, they didn't sweep it.
Yes, so if you look at places where it is
formula of चेहरा सरकार हम बनाएंगे लेकिन चेहरा नहीं बताएंगे past the expiry date. That's what the sentiment seems to be. चेहरा बताना पड़ेगा.
But
Sardar,
we are not saying that. We're not saying that.
Anand is there with you.
Yes, he's here.
Bhandari there with you. Ask him. Okay, Pradeep, what's happening in East Rajasthan? My feedback says we are winning 15 out of 19. Last time we were 0. So I've just gone through my feedback which has come to me now. If we 15 out of 19, then it's a sweep election.
So
in Eastern Rajasthan, Bharatpur.
Yeah. So Sardar RP Singh is an old friend.
When I say Bharatpur, mean Bharatpur.
Sardar RP Singh, old friend. I do not deny to the trend. Now he went to Bikaner. He went to out of 19, as far as the BJP is winning 11 to 12, and the Congress 6. In Kota is where the BJP is sweeping. Out of 17, the BJP 13, and the Congress is winning 4. He spoke about the. If you look at the region again, the BJP is winning 16. Jaipur is where the BJP is not sweeping per se, but again leading. So the difference between RP Singh's analysis and my analysis is he's saying that it's a runaway victory for the BJP.
Big alert, sorry alert on the poll of polls. Forming government in Telangana as per the exit poll of polls. 60 seats for the Congress in Telangana, BRS 48. Khalikur Rahmanji, exit pollsters, as the numbers are verifying 6:30 p.m. by 7 p.m. final number should come for Telangana. It looks like the Congress seems to have the mandate in Telangana. So,
if you continue this debate for 1.5 hours, then I think the kind of figures you are getting, Congress will touch 100 according to you.
No, it is not, sir, it is not our figures. News 18 is not conducting, News 18 is conducting an exit poll. No. It's a poll of poll, aggregate all the exit pollsters, sir.
No, let me tell you very honestly, because see, we are all very seasoned politicians who are all here, we are all very seasoned political analysts, and you are a seasoned anchor. So we have, even in the past also, we have the exit polls, and we can't go by the exit poll because there are various factors which are not considered.
I'm just going to, sorry, sir. Once again, I've got the axis number for Rajasthan. This is interesting, and the reason I'm writing it down is because this again seems to be a bit of an odd number from what we're seeing elsewhere.
outlier.
So for the BJP, they're saying 80 to 100. Okay, axis for BJP 80 to 100. For Congress, 86 to 106. Now, this is something worth talking about, Sanjay ji. I mean, this is supposedly the pollster whose reputation is in the market. He is saying, he seems to be the outlier now. He's saying Congress 86 to 106 in Rajasthan and BJP 80 to 100.
But if you look at the two numbers, right, because BJP could end up with say 92, then also, and Congress can also end up with 94.
No, but no one is saying so far that Congress is ahead in Rajasthan. No other poll is saying.
Except for PMark.
Yeah.
So now there is not only one outlier. We can say that two outliers. But I think look at the picture. The big picture is it is a close election. It's not going to be a victory either for the BJP or for the Congress, and that is the point we have been saying, that it is not turning out to be an election.
Let's be very honest with the manner in which the BJP goes into government formation. This is a loss for the Congress party. If you're going to have a margin of 80 to 100 and 86 to 106 and you do math on it and you get out a median number, so that's 94 and 92, that is fundamentally a big problem for the Congress party in Rajasthan.
No, but that is also bucking the trend of Rajasthan. Rajasthan never traditionally votes. When it votes en masse, doesn't it?
But I'm just saying that this suggests that the BJP's got its in front. So there is definite anti-incumbency and the Congress is coming back.
So I remember 2018 Rajasthan election when we predicted, and at that time everyone was saying sweeping, and we said Congress will get less than 100 and got 99.
90.
See, with the why do I say it will not be neck and neck but a victory for the BJP more than 100? Because Rajasthan definitely votes on caste. Now, Gujarat had voted en masse to the Congress last time.
Yes.
This time they are not getting. Other OBCs, the Mali, Sainis and all were traditionally with Congress. They are traditionally with the Congress.
So you're saying the more things change, they remain the same.
So
Two elections have told you that there is no sweeping mandate, even though the government is changing.
The government is changing. The BJP is not falling as less than. If you look at, I'll give you another example. If that was the scenario, go to Jodhpur. In Jodhpur, in the district of Jodhpur, Ashok Gehlot, it's not Congress with more than 6-7 seats. The BJP is getting it out. And Kota is where the BJP literally sweeps it. That is where there is no sentiment of Congress. This is where the BJP is edging ahead in this.
I've got some historical data looking at 3 elections or 4 elections. The BJP is very strong in 28 seats. That it's won 3 consecutive times. Those 20 seats. The Congress, the BJP is strong with 77. That means it's won 2 out of 3 since 2008. And look at this number. The Congress is strong in only 5. So it has only won 5 seats 3 times consecutively, and it is 53 seats, which is it's never won 53 seats.
That's the story for BJP and Congress even in Madhya
Madhya
Pradesh.
That's
If you look at the last 3 assembly elections in Madhya Pradesh, there are almost 67 seats BJP has won for 2 elections.
So that's what I'm saying, sir.
And for the same numbers for the Congress, 17 or 18 seats.
No, he's got something interesting. 2018.
Which tells you that there is no incumbency
you're
advantage
saying that,
at all for the Congress party.
Is the vote share difference just 1% in Rajasthan also?
This is from 2018, so we don't know the vote share. Vote share has
saying historically, is that vote share swing that happens in Rajasthan is also only 1%?
Generally, it's in the 1 to 2% range. Yes, of course, it's a wave election like we saw in 2013 where BJP got 164.
So 1 to 2% vote share. Now, Sardar RP Singh, aap kya karte? George Kurian, Congress in the mix again in Rajasthan. As far as 2 pollsters.
Well, as far as Rajasthan is concerned, I believe.
George Kurian and then RP Singh. Yeah, George Kurian.
Well, Anand, as far as Rajasthan is concerned, I strongly believe that Congress party could have done it the right way. There were many mistakes that the AICC has committed here because candidature selection, be it the factionalism between certain parties, all these factors have played in favor of the Congress party. So, and strongly believe, so these are the for the Congress party, not because otherwise the policies or was pro people, and there is no reason for Congress party not to come back. But because of the Congress party, putting up candidates up till the last moment, and the factionalism, Ashok Gehlot and Sachin Pilot has also played not played well for the Congress.
Right, right. Sardar RP Singh, as far as Telangana is concerned, you are moving from 1 to 5, not a significant up. Congress is 60, bottom of the screen, poll of poll numbers for Telangana. Congress in form government in Telangana. As far as these exit poll candidates are concerned, poll of poll numbers are concerned, ladies and gentlemen, does this reflect on the day of the result? We'll have to wait and watch. Chhattisgarh Congress government as of now at 49 seats, nearly 50. So, poll of poll numbers, Congress back in power. So, they hold sway. In Rajasthan, BJP, and in Madhya Pradesh, the BJP has numbers. BJP has its nose ahead in both the states. Rajasthan comfortable, in Madhya Pradesh just so. Sardar RP Singh, mark numbers and the access numbers, would you agree, disagree with those numbers? Give the mandate to the Congress party in Rajasthan.
Again, Anand, I don't have the data for the complete which has come from my party. I was in Bharatpur belt and we lost 19, and as per my figure goes, which is we are winning 15 out of those 19 this time, although there was a rebel in one of the, but in spite rebel in two of the seats, but even we are winning 15. So my input says that we are doing a swing. But as far Madhya Pradesh goes, I need a little check on this. There were 72 seats where there was more than 80% vote percentage of women. 80% women voted. That's an indicator that Madhya Pradesh is swinging. Just have it checked. I was going through the data which is coming to me. 52 seats, 80% women voted. They came and voted, which shows that yes, the schemes which there has been announced, Shivraj Singh Chauhan, are doing their dent and making their dent.
80% of 50% of the votes. So that we have to wait and see if the women have voted, and we don't even know if all women have come out and voted in large numbers only for Shivraj Singh Chauhan. That's what the BJP is hoping and praying for. But the Congress is also feeling that they've also made significant promises, Kamal Nath, and they have also come. So we have to wait and watch. We are looking by what the pollsters have done. The important point would be to understand what's the sample breakup as far as gender is concerned. Gender comes into play more than caste or anything, ladies and gentlemen. The gender is skewed towards one particular gender, the results could be affected. We'll call for the multi-poll of polls state-wise. We'll one state at a time. The moment they are ready, we will go to them one at a time. The moment they are ready, multi-state of state poll of polls. Now, these are the numbers and this is how they stand. MP, 116 out of 230. That's the poll of poll number in favor of BJP. BJP forming government as of now in MP as per the poll of poll on the day of the exit polls. Rajasthan, again, BJP comfortably ahead. 2 for Rajasthan out of the 4 states that we are talking about. Mizoram, again, there will be a change in government, but it's the regional parties that will come into play. Telangana, once again, it is a shift there. Bag of the Congress party. Chhattisgarh, Congress retains 2 out of these 4 key states. Is this possible on result live? Nalin Mehta.
I think this is possible. Look, I think Telangana is still up for grabs because there are 2 ways of looking at Telangana, right? One is that everybody is hedging. ये आर या पार होगा या तो 50 सीट होंगी या 70 सीट होंगी, right? That's one thing at Telangana. That every pollster is kind of hedging their bet and so on. Telangana, I think, is too close to call at the moment. I think it is too close to call. Remember where last time BJP had a higher vote share than Congress, but lesser seats. Now, when you have that kind of close share, it's almost impossible to predict the seat share. It's a mathematical calculation which is well within the margin of error. So I think Madhya Pradesh is very open. Telangana is also open at the moment, but it could well, like Rahul has been saying.
If you are saying that these are open elections, I mean, this is a massive, sorry to say this, disappoint people, a vote for Modi. He's on the ticket in 3 states.
Rahul,
in Chhattisgarh, in Rajasthan, and in Madhya Pradesh. Look, let's just look at it. Last election, these 3 states went willy-nilly to the Congress party. If they're not retaining them, then what is this Hawa that we are talking about? This anti-incumbency that we're talking about, even at the national level.
I agree, Rahul. See, you're right. In the last 2018, the Congress won all these contests.
Yes.
One Rajasthan, one Madhya Pradesh, and Telangana.
Okay, 2 states. Chhattisgarh or Rajasthan? Poll of polls, multi-poll of polls, which do you want to look at first?
Madhya Pradesh.
Vote is out. Huh? No, I'm saying Chhattisgarh or Rajasthan. Rajasthan. Let's go with Rajasthan.
Okay.
So let's look at Rajasthan. Let's call Rajasthan, ladies and gentlemen. Let's try and look at Rajasthan, the multi-poll of polls. This is how the numbers are. Now, let me go to the other side so everybody has a look and I can everybody. So Jan ki baat 100 to 122. Let's look at the upper numbers, okay, for all parties. 122, 125, 128 and 90. So this is My India which says 90. ETG is saying, so we've not kept our PMARC here. Then, so we got the PMARC numbers when we put it out. So PMARC has also given the mandate to the BJP.
So basically
only Axis is the outlier. Axis is the outlier which says 86 to the Congress party but still not past the post.
Correct.
81, 85, others 15, 15, 20. These others come into play if this scenario happens. This come into play if this scenario happens. Else, it is all the way to the
BJP. Directionally, I think BJP. In Rajasthan,
yeah, the
I think
trend line seems to be that
I'm fairly confident the outlier will not happen. I think the trend seems to be BJP will win. Whether it wins by 110 or 130, that's a.
Even if the outlier were to happen, Zaka, I mean, let's be honest. The BJP will fancy making government there.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, of course.
It'll fancy its chances.
And even in the others are 13. But Rajasthan has historically had 13, 15.
No, this is a massive pro-Modi
mandate.
mandate.
BJP,
will you say it's a pro-Modi mandate or an anti-Congress mandate in Rajasthan? Is it a massive pro-Modi mandate or an anti-Congress mandate? Picking up from Rahul Shankar, that this is PM Modi is on the ticket. वहाँ पे कोई CM का चेहरा, Modi was the person, star campaigner, PM was the captain. Now here in this case, is it an anti-Congress mandate in Rajasthan or a pro-Modi mandate? How would you look at it? Sanjay ji.
At the moment, we are only discussing the trends from the poll. I am not in a position to conclude whether it is pro-Modi mandate or an anti-Gehlot or anti-Congress mandate, because at the moment it's not clear whether, yes, from this we get a sense that most likely BJP is ahead of Congress, most likely BJP should be able to get a majority. If that's the case, then certainly
I think we've got two big voices from Rajasthan. The leader of opposition Raghavendra Rathore and Mahesh Joshi minister is also there. Namaste, Jai Hind gentlemen. आप दोनों को नमस्ते. यहाँ मैं आनंद नरसिम्हन हूँ, मेरे साथ जाका जेकब और राहुल शिवशंकर हैं. और जी मैं आपसे जानना चाहता हूँ, ऐसा लग रहा है कि जनता की जो जनता का मैंडेट बीजेपी के पक्ष में आ रहा है, लेकिन बहुत ज्यादा नहीं है. 100 के पार है, 109 पे अभी दिखा रहा है ओवरऑल.
आप देखिए ये देखिए आपका एक अनुमान है. हम लोगों ने राजस्थान को नापा है पिछले 6 महीनों के अंदर अलग अलग कार्यक्रम, चाहे वो परिवर्तन यात्रा हो, जन आक्रोश यात्रा हो, और मैं कह सकता हूं कि ये जो आपका अनुमान, इससे बेहतर कहीं भारतीय जनता पार्टी का प्रदर्शन रहेगा और भारतीय जनता पार्टी प्रचंड बहुमत से सरकार बना रही है. आपका अनुमान से परे हटकर आगे जाकर मैं कह सकता हूं.
एक बात ये कही जा रही है क्योंकि मुख्यमंत्री चेहरा साफ घोषित नहीं किया, इसीलिए 2013 जैसा मैंडेट नहीं होगा आपके पास. 100-150 पार, क्योंकि रानी साहिबा को आपने किया, किसी को आगे नहीं किया. आप क्या कहेंगे?
देखिए, हमारे पास दुनिया के सब प्रिय नेता का चेहरा है, इसलिए इसकी आवश्यकता नहीं. पूरी कैंपेनिंग में हमें इस चीज की महसूस भी नहीं हुआ कि हमारा कोई चेहरा या चेहरा नहीं है. ये महसूस हुआ कि कांग्रेस का शासन नहीं था, ये लूट और झूठ की सरकार चलती रही और इन्होंने जितनी योजनाएं बनाई वो आभासी योजनाएं थी. सपने जरूर बेचे इन्होंने, बनाने की कोशिश जरूर की, पर जनता ने उनको नकारा है, सिरे से नकारा है. और दहशतगर्दी की जिंदगी में जीने वाले राजस्थान के लोगों ने फैसला.
जोशी जी आप क्या कहेंगे, क्योंकि एक्सिस को छोड़कर कोई को मत नहीं दे रहा है और एक्सिस भी कह रहा है कि आप 100 पार नहीं करेंगे, 96 रुकेंगे.
देखिए, एग्जिट पोल पहले भी गलत साबित होते आए हैं और आम गलत साबित होते हैं. एग्जिट पोल में किसी का कुछ लगा नहीं होता है. एग्जिट पोल गलत हो गए तो जो पोल नतीजे देने वाले होते हैं एजेंसी, उनका कुछ नहीं बिगड़ता. फिर अगला चुनाव कोई आता है, एग्जिट पोल फिर नए सिरे से देते. तो कुल मिला के मैं ये कहना चाहता हूँ, जिस तरीके से पहले एग्जिट पोल नकारे गए हैं उसी तरीके से ये एग्जिट पोल नकारे जाएंगे. राठौड़ जी की इस बात से सहमत हूँ. इन एग्जिट पोल पे विश्वास किया जा सकता, वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी की बात कर, मैं कांग्रेस की बात कर रहा हूँ. कांग्रेस बनाएगी इस बात का मैं भी दावा कर रहा हूँ. और आप ये एग्जिट पोल 3 तारीख को गलत साबित होंगे. पहले कर्नाटक में गलत हुए, पहले मध्य प्रदेश में गलत साबित हुए, राजस्थान में गलत साबित हुए, तो इसी तरीके से इस बार फिर ये एग्जिट पोल
तो अगर कांग्रेस सरकार में आ रही है तो वो प्रो गहलोत वोट है कि एंटी मोदी वोट है?
वो कांग्रेस के कामों का वोट है, सरकार के कामों का, गहलोत सरकार के कामों का वोट है, हमारी मेहनत वोट है। कोई अकेली कोई एक पार्टी जिस परिवर्तन यात्रा की जिस जन आक्रोश यात्रा की बात राठौड़ साहब की, उसमें न तो कोई जन था, न कोई आक्रोश था, न कोई परिवर्तन की लहर थी। इसलिए मैं कह सकता हूं दावे के साथ कि का 3 तारीख को कांग्रेस के बारे में जो आप बढ़त की बात कर रहे हैं, कांग्रेस बढ़त लेगी, स्पष्ट बहुमत हासिल करेगी और एक बार फिर से जनता की सेवा करने के लिए सरकार बनाएगी।
राठौर जी, आप क्या कहेंगे?
देखिए, शेख चिल्ली के देखने का अधिकार तो है इनको। पिछली बार जिस प्रकार इन्होंने किसी एक के दम पर अपने कैंपेन को आगे बढ़ाकर उसको पूरे 5 साल तक बेचते गए चले गए, इस बार सबसे पहला बदला तो उसी वोटर्स ने, गुजर मतदाता पोलराइज होकर भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पक्ष में खड़ा हो गया। और मैं ये कह सकता हूं कि नौजवान इस बार के भारतीय जनता पार्टी के साथ खड़ा था, उसके पेपर एक वाले इस गिरोह के रूप में कांग्रेस को उसने आइडेंटिफाई किया। और ये जो बातें महेश जी कह रहे हैं, ये तो हाथ कंगन को आरसी क्या, पढ़े लिखों को फारसी क्या मालूम पड़ जाएगा और ये बात आ जाएगी।
जोशी जी,
मैं राजेंद्र राठौड़ जी की बात से सहमत हूं कि हाथ कंगन को आरसी, पढ़े लिखे को फारसी क्या, 3 तारीख को सारी बातें सामने आ जाए। जिन बातों का राजेंद्र राठौड़ जी जिक्र कर रहे हैं उसके अंदर कतई कोई सच्चाई नहीं है। आप बताइए, पेपर ऐसा कौन सा राज्य है, ऐसी कौन से केंद्र का डिपार्टमेंट है जब पेपर लीक नहीं हुए, लेकिन कार्रवाई आज तक सिर्फ और सिर्फ राजस्थान, इसके अलावा कभी कोई कार्रवाई राज्य में नहीं हुई, केंद्र सरकार ने कार्रवाई नहीं करी। इसलिए मैं कहना चाहता हूँ, मैं भी ये कहना चाहता हूँ कि मुंगरी लाल के जो हसीन सपने हैं
यहाँ प्रश्न ये पूछा जा रहा है कि तेलंगाना कांग्रेस कह रही है पेपर लीक हुए इसीलिए सरकार को सबक सिखाओ।
एक नहीं,
आप कह रहे हैं राजस्थान में पेपर लीक हुए, हमने कार्रवाई की इसीलिए सरकार को
कार्रवाई करी, हमने कार्रवाई करी, तेलंगाना सरकार बताए कार्रवाई करी, कौन सा कानून बनाया, किन लोगों को सजा।
अच्छा, मैं आपसे आग्रह,
कानून
ये विनम्र अनुरोध कि 3 तारीख को आप हमारे साथ वापस जुड़े, लेकिन इससे जाने से पहले दोनों से आग्रह करूंगा, आपका नंबर क्या है? आपको क्या लगता है कांग्रेस कितने जीतेगी?
कांग्रेस स्पष्ट बहुमत हासिल करेगी।
तो 100 और 110 के बीच का आंकड़ा माने?
हाँ, बिल्कुल मानिएगा और लगभग यही आंकड़ा रहेगा।
राठौर साहब, बीजेपी के
130 प्लस
130 प्लस
130 महेश जी। यस सर,
मिलेंगे राठौर साहब को बात करेंगे, जरूर बात करेंगे,
चाहे जो भी हो,
जरूर मिलेंगे,
चाहे जो भी जीते, जब मिलेंगे तब जलेबी कचौरी खाएंगे। तब तक के लिए नमस्ते, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
तैयार
धन्यवाद, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। अच्छा, we've got to take a break, ladies and gentlemen. There's lots to talk about. The poll of polls of Madhya Pradesh coming up because BJP has surged to 124. Yes, 124 on the poll of polls. When we come with us. Congress agree that this could happen around, that there is anti-incumbency, but the BJP stands to gain, but not enough to beat the Congress party.
I think generally there is an agreement. I would agree that yes, BJP is gaining compared to 2018 assembly election. Congress will be down compared to 2018 assembly election, but at least I am not in a position to do the kind of disaggregate analysis many people are able to do, going by district based on a exit poll or an opinion poll data. I want to wait for 3rd of December to come up with those detailed analysis. Yes, but yes, general agreement. BJP is on the up, Congress is down, but the gap still remains that Congress should be able to win election in Chhattisgarh.
But what are the factors at work? Let's get a sense of this. What are the factors at work in this election, Nalin? Yes.
So in Chhattisgarh, to me, look, I think as far as Baghel is concerned, he has delivered a welfare model, Congress, and his personal popularity is not anti-incumbency against him personally. It's against the regime, which is also true for Shivraj Singh Chauhan in Madhya Pradesh.
Sorry, quick flash update. Ladies and gentlemen, are you watching the screens? This is the bottom because more pollsters are coming in, more numbers are coming in. I said there could be a change, there will be a revision in Telangana, and that revision is reflecting on the screen. The mega poll of polls, right now the poll of poll number on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. The Congress is slipping, the BS is gaining, it's gotten into the 50s, it's 52, just 8 of that magic number of 60 to win as far as the exit poll numbers are concerned. IMIM becoming one more seat, BJP slipping 3 seats, lot is changing even in the exit poll scenarios, overall aggregate pollsters. Telangana numbers will change.
Make on Telangana, the more the BJP goes up, problems for the Congress. More it comes down, you the BRS.
No, it's actually, yeah, no, but
so,
correct.
So that's what we need to keep looking at.
Correct. So now they are neck and neck, and the BRS are neck and neck. BJP goes down, then the BRS continues to increase, and Congress also is a steady
not very
BJP goes up, Congress goes down.
Pradeep, you did a post poll there in Telangana.
Yes.
Was it an easy or difficult state to there are multiple players?
So if you look at our numbers in Telangana, the Jan Ki Baat poll, overall there is a sentiment of change in Telangana, but the BRS is able to hold a lot of cadre vote in North Telangana. So if you look at it, if you divide again Telangana, the districts of Warangal and neighboring districts, that is where the Congress party is sweeping it. Congress is getting the majority youth vote in Telangana, and the BRS is able to hold the vote of voters beyond 55 years of age. So I'll give you an example. Even constituencies of say Sirsil, KTR constituency, which was won with more than 1 lakh of margin, you see a increase in margin even in that seat when we polled, which is there. So overall,
1 lakh margin is a huge margin.
No, it is not losing for sure.
A huge margin to bridge it.
Yes, but it is
contesting from 2 seats now. Gajwel is
yes, even in Gajwel,
the
margin of loss in victory is less than 1,000. And let me get just another 10 seconds. Yeah. If you go 1 kilometer away from Sirsil, that is the constituency which is Vimlugara. In that constituency, in a trap contest, again the Congress party leads. So there is overall a sentiment of the BRS is able to hold areas where its cadre is very strong. I will not be surprised.
Pradeep, if you are giving the BJP between 7 and 13,
yeah,
I don't think the Congress is going to get the that you are sort of.
So Rahul, again,
how does this work?
Yeah. So again, at difference, if you look
if there is anti-incumbency, it would go to the Congress.
His argument is that the Congress vote will come at the cost of the BJP. BJP's come at the cost of Congress.
No. His argument is not that. If you look at the numbers,
your argument. I'm saying your argument.
Yeah, because if there is anti-incumbency, a voter will vote for a party that will actually affect. Not
I think
third
one of the points that Pradeep made, I think, is a valid one. This is 20 seats, 19-20 seats.
Yeah.
But you look at North Hyderabad and South of Hyderabad.
Yes.
You know, these are constituencies where in the Lok Sabha, the BJP got 4 MPs from North of Hyderabad, Nizamabad, Adilabad, Asifabad, that place where polarization can. Whereas in Assembly, because the BJP is not that big a player, those votes go to the BRS. Again, in South, the problem for the Congress is only valid or they're only strong in the eastern part of the state, Nalgonda, that belt. They need to start making inroads in rural parts. Let's say the north, as Pradeep was saying, the north is a stronghold.
That's what I'm saying,
what about
Zaka,
the south?
But you're absolutely right, because if the voters are looking for change, why would they want to waste their vote? Being in any way prejudicial to the BJP, I'm sure it's run a strong campaign. But chances are that the voters would go to the Congress.
To the Congress because the Congress has been in power there in the past, and that's the alternative to the BRS. Yeah.
It's a very valid question.
Sorry, I'm not.
No,
I'm just being a little.
There is an anti-BRS sentiment in the state. So there are BJP fighting on very selected seats. So ultimately, the anti-BRS vote chooses the best alternative.
Yeah.
So if you look at certain seats in Nirmal, the Congress does not exist. So you look at the election as absolutely applying your logic. That is what is happening on the ground. That there is a pro-BRS vote and anti-BRS vote. There are selected seats, Anand, which are in the range of say 15, 16, where the BJP is in serious contention. So the Congress is not in serious contention. So if you subtract 119 from 15, that is where the Congress is literally contesting. So the BJP is fighting those only 15 seats where it is converting 40% of it. So it's not the Congress vote. There the alternative for the anti-BRS is BJP, which is the
So you're saying particular seats where there is no Congress, the alternative to BRS BJP, wherever the Congress is available, the Congress will pull the anti-BRS vote. Right now, currently on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, at the edge of the screen, just quickly saying that 52 plus 7, if BJP backs the BRS, they are at the halfway number there, 59 in Telangana. Right now, Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan going BJP Chhattisgarh clearly back with Bhupesh Baghel, inching towards the 50 number. George Kurian, Khalikur Rahman and RP Singh with us. Namaste, Jai Hind, gentlemen. Khalikur Rahman, to look at the exit polls so far on our screens, we are putting the poll numbers where it looks like 2 for BJP, 1 for Congress and 1 so far is hung. Telangana, but the BRS may just go through irrespective of, because it can choose between BJP and the AIMIM there. Yes. Khalikur Rahman.
See, actually, very.
It's the battle for the states, 5 states pushing, casting their bet, and of course the semi-final before the final. Lok Sabha 2024, 2-2 is the story right now. If you can see the mega polls, the edges of the screens line up the story of the 4 important states, ladies and gentlemen, and the BJP is taking Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh hands down. Clear, superb runaways, solid comeback in for Bhupesh Baghel-led Congress there, and of course, what performance by the Congress party as per the exit pollsters in Telangana. We'll talk about all the stories right now. Let's focus our attention on Rajasthan. Quickly bringing you up to speed on the multi-poll and the poll number of 109. How did we get to that number? This is with us in the studio. Zaka Jacob, Rahul Shiv Shankar and Nalin Mehta. Stay. Let's look at it. Jan Ki Baat giving the mandate to the BJP 122, 128 and 100. This is Access My India. And these numbers have been revised now. So the numbers have been revised now. 85, 81, 72 and the upper end is 106. If you look at it overall, the Access My India, the only one which says the Congress will be past 100. Is this going to stay? Is this going to happen? We'll have to wait and watch. We just have Balaknath ji, the from Alwar. Balaknath ji, namaste. एग्जिट पोल्स कह रहे हैं कि बीजेपी को 100 से ज्यादा सीटें मिल रही हैं राजस्थान में। आपका
मिलेंगी और 125 ज्यादा को मिलेगी और ये भाव से भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मतदान और राजस्थान की जनता आतुर है भारतीय जनता पार्टी को के लिए अपने आगे के विकास की यात्रा को ले जाने, राजस्थान की जनता को रक्षा, सुरक्षा और प्रशासनिक बेहतर व्यवस्थाएं देने के लिए।
बालकनाथ जी, क्या आप कहेंगे कि जो एक 13 में जिस तरह की विक्ट्री हुई थी, 165 सीटें मिली मुझे ठीक से याद है, और 109 इस बार, आप कह रहे हैं कि मैसिव एंटी इनकम्बेंसी है, गहलोत सरकार के खिलाफ बहुत जमीन पर प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, उनको लोगों में एक रुझान है बीजेपी की ओर, और फिर 109 सीटों का आंकड़ा, ये आप मानते हैं कि ये ठीक है?
ये आपका आकलन है, हमारा आकलन 125 प्लस का है।
पर 125 भी आपको लगता है, क्योंकि आपने एक मुख्यमंत्री नहीं बताया, रानी साहिबा को आगे नहीं किया, इसीलिए आपको थोड़ा नुकसान देखना पड़ रहा है?
हमारे प्रधानमंत्री ही सब कुछ है और आज न केवल देश, पूरी दुनिया उन पर विश्वास है, उनकी कार्यशैली पर और उनका जिस प्रकार से भाव जनता के प्रति सेवा का और देश को आगे ले जाने का है, ये पूरी दुनिया को और भारत को स्पष्ट है। उनकी नीति, उनकी रीति और उनके उद्देश्य पर पूरी जनता आज उनके साथ में, उनके ऊपर विश्वास करती है, क्योंकि नेतृत्व हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी का है और उन्हीं के मार्गदर्शन में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की प्रत्येक प्रदेश की सरकारें हो, जनता पार्टी सांसद है, करता उनके दिशा निर्देश करता है और कोई संदेह की कोई दिक्कत वाली बात
कि एक प्रो मोदी मैंडेट होगा। बालकनाथ जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। आपके साथ नेटवर्क जैसी ठीक होता है फिर से जुड़ने की कोशिश करेंगे। थैंक यू वेरी मच। जाका, वी सीम टू हैव
Right. For me, the most interesting is the battle for Telangana. I don't think we're in a position to call Telangana yet. None of the exit pollsters are giving a direct trend, but some say that the Congress seems to have an edge. This is the vote as it stands. Jan Ki Baat saying Congress 39%, BRS 38%. P Mark saying Congress 43%, BRS 39%. PSG, it's the other way around, 40% BRS, 39% Congress. Matriz is saying 43% Congress, 2% BRS. So out of the 4 polls, 3 are saying directionally the Congress seems to have a slight edge. Uttam Kumar Reddy PCC chief, also currently the candidate from Huzur Nagar. Mr. Reddy, I don't know if this is good news or bad news, because you guys, the Congress, are saying in the last few days there's a wave, bye-bye case and so on. But none of the polls are suggesting that. Even the poll of polls number is 50 to Congress and 48 to BRS. That's not a wave election.
My own perception, I must just tell you that I have won 6 elections in a row. This is my 7th election. That these polls don't reflect the amount of weight on the ground. My own feeling is that the number will be 70 to 75 for the Congress, comfortable for the government. And these, like you said, these give a directional trend. But in my opinion, actual numbers of the Congress will be between 70 to 75.
So gives you that kind of confidence. Congress has not got more than 35 seats since the state got formed. Last time you were down to less than 20. So from 20 to go to 75, that has a massive swing, and none of the polls are showing that kind of a swing. 5-6% swing if you have to go from 20 seats to 75 seats.
I must tell you one thing, that on the ground, that there is a lot of anti-incumbency. Plus, traditionally the Congress has had a infrastructure in cadre strength in Telangana, right? Even when we lost elections, we were always at about 30% polling in both 2014 and 2018, and I was the president of the party in 2018. Then, of course, I think there were mistakes on our side, and we didn't make it. This last year or 2 years, I have noticed a perceptible, serious anti-incumbency, anti-feeling, the corruption, the massive corruption, the electoral trend was seeping into the public. Congress also, the Gandhi family has a special place in the heart of Telangana people with their Telangana, and also from the time of Mrs. Indira Gandhi, always an emotional appeal is there, and Gandhi's Bharat Jodo Yatra, anti-incumbency, our 6 guarantees, a combination of factors, in my opinion, is propelling us to a definite, clear majority.
All right, Reddy, we'll leave it at that. We'll see. Please do join us again on the 3rd of December when the results actually come. These are exit polls. These are not the actual results. But Nistula is here as well. If this happens, if the Congress manages to win Telangana after Karnataka, 6 months, what sort of a big deal is that?
It is a huge deal, Zaka. I think it is a huger deal than when the Congress got all 3 states in last time round, the carousel that we had. Because Telangana, the moment the Karnataka results were out, we had carried a story, and it was extremely evident that a lot of people who are going to move to the BJP decided to stay with the Congress, because they realized that now the party would have the financial wherewithal. It's a very expensive state to election. So they found out that, okay, now the party can finance an election, and then they got their team together, put up a very good campaign. If they win, it means that both the big rich states, Telangana and Karnataka, will be in the Congress's kitty. They will have some ease of resources while going into 2024. So that will, of course, be a that keeps party cadre, leaders, everybody interested. And two, and a less sort of a cynical suggestion, that it also will show that a lot of the Muslim community has cut away from BRS, AIMIM, and decided to go with the Congress, whether they have put up as many candidates or not, like they did in Karnataka, that this is a trend. But they have another flip side to it, because then the Congress alliance partners will have
why don't we ask Adil Hussain of the AIM with us? Last time around 7 seats, this time around 6 seats as far as of poll aggregate is concerned. Adil Hussain ji, namaste. How would you respond to what Nistula Hebar was saying?
सर ठीक है सर, वी डोंट जस्ट वेट फॉर कांग्रेस में इतनी हिम्मत नहीं रही, कांग्रेस के में इतनी हिम्मत नहीं रही कि चंद्रयान गुट्टा, याकूतपुरा, बहादुरपुरा आए और वहां सरकार बना रहा। अच्छी बात है, आज कोई भी सरकार सकता है, लेकिन 3 तारीख को इंशाल्लाह एमआईएम जिसको साथ दिया, जिसको समर्थन किया, वही सरकार बनाएगा। कांग्रेस अपनी चिंता करे कि छत्तीसगढ़ में, मध्य प्रदेश में क्या होगा, राजस्थान में क्या होगा। सचिन टीएस दे, वो क्या करेंगे? कांग्रेस इसकी चिंता करे। कौन विधायक कहाँ बिकेंगे, कांग्रेस इसकी चिंता करे। कोई कांग्रेस का पुराना इतिहास है बिकने का, ये कांग्रेस क्या करेगी आप वो सोचे। यहाँ तो बिकने का हो जाता है।
आदिल जी, मैं बस ये जानना चाहूंगा, क्या आप इस बात से सरप्राइज्ड हैं कि वोट शेयर में भी हो रहा है और बीआरएस अब 50 तक भी नहीं है और कांग्रेस अभी ओवरऑल एग्रीगेट में अगर तो 60 सीटों पर, यानी सरकार वो बना सकते हैं बिना किसी की मदद के?
सर ये ठीक है, अभी तो ये एग्जिट पोल है, तो 5 बजे चुनाव खत्म हुआ, अभी सब बूथ पेटी लोग आ रहे हैं, ग्राउंड में क्या है अभी, बीआरएस का ग्राउंड में क्या है, रूरल में क्या है। वेरिएंट ट्रेन सब तो परसों चले गए थे, जो दिल्ली से आए थे, जो दूसरे जगह। टीआरएस यहाँ की मकामी पार्टी है, यहाँ 10 साल की एंटी इनकम रहती है, तो थोड़ा 19-20 होता है। इतना कांग्रेस तो जश्न
discussing Telangana. GVL Narasimha Rao of the BJP is also joining us. He's also from Andhra Pradesh, and Uttam Kumar Reddy is still with us. Pratap Kacharyavas, Rajasthan Cabinet Minister, is also joining us. First things first, let's start with the state that's closest home for you. Telangana, the poll of polls number is Congress 60, BRS 40, BJP 5. What is your first reaction to that?
The exit polls have been giving Telangana to Congress in the earlier elections also. If you recall, in 2018 assembly polls also, the Congress more or less that they had won Telangana. A number of opinion exit polls put the Congress party not just in the lead but gave them a mandate. Because traditionally, combined Pradesh is a region where Congress has always had substantial vote share, but not been able to do well either in the Lok Sabha elections in 2014 and 2019, nor in assembly elections in 2018. So always the Congress party is over projected in the polls, and the actual performance is significantly lower than what they actually what projected in polls. So I don't see Congress winning or even being ahead in Telangana, but we'll wait and see what the results are on the 3rd of December.
Mr. Rao, this is Rahul Shah. Hi, how are you? Just very quickly, let's look at Telangana once and looking at the details. Do you believe that the Congress party somewhere, perhaps, I don't know, because they seem to have, at least as far as these trends are concerned, they look as if they're going to come back. I mean, they're going to win this election. Do you think two of their big promises, number one, the competitive relief politics that they've played, and most importantly, they attacked the BRS for being in cahoots at the national level and at the state level. Do you think, if you were just to go by these numbers, do you think this is an indication the public has sort of supported that?
I don't think so, Rahul. I was there for a few days in Telangana, earlier in Karnataka, and people have seen how those so-called guarantees have never been implemented in Karnataka. So there is a credibility problem for the Congress party. The biggest that Congress faces is one, lack of credibility, two, the tag of corruption, three, it has always been the Congress party which ruled United Andhra Pradesh for most period. So about 12-13 years or 15 years of TDP rule, it has always been the Congress which ruled Telangana, and every that really all underdevelopment of Telangana, the blame has to be and will be laid at the doorstep of the Congress party.
Two quick follow-up questions. Number one, do you believe that the state formation issue still remains alive? Number one. Number two, just look at the larger picture. You can see a screen, and you can see it in the Hindi heartland. At least going by the general trend of these polls, the BJP seems to be doing very well in Rajasthan. In Chhattisgarh, it's a one-sided race at all. So you've been able to pull the Congress party. What is the larger message that you're going to read to these, into these predicted, projected numbers if they hold true?
Yeah, with that caveat that if these hold true, I think this would mean that there is rather I would definitely compare with the outcome of this election with the election in 2018. In 2018, with a very negative result in 3 states, we still managed to tally in 2019 Lok Sabha polls. And if numbers that you are projecting to be true, it would only mean that the BJP in 24 will come back with still a bigger number.
Kamru Chaudhary is also there with us of the Congress. GV Narasimha Rao, if these numbers hold for the Hindi heartland, you've got a big problem.
I don't know, because I'm not a cephalogist or a predictor or an astrologer, but whatever the ground reports show, it's going to be a repeat of the Punjab elections, where in the Punjab there was a very big one for a change in the Punjab elections, and around 1 voters voted for the Aam Aadmi Party. They did not reject Congress, but they voted wholesomely for a change. In general, also the same issue is here. They are voting for a change. Now here comes a very interesting factor out here. BJP at its best by bringing in Himanta Biswa Sharma, Yogi, Narendra Modi ji, Amit Shah, all went to Telangana and tried to polarize the elections to its hill. But they failed miserably. You see in your numbers only some 3-4 seats.
Hurting the question asked. Anyhow, let me bring in Anand, because you know, Anand, if I'm mistaken, the Punjab exit polls showed the AAP was sweeping. I don't think there was any doubt.
There was no doubt. See, in this case, I'll tell you, one of the key parts is the last time Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh all went the Congress's way. Despite that, the mandate in 2019 was totally different. Everybody rode up last time. This time around, if the BJP is coming back in Rajasthan, is coming back in Madhya Pradesh, and is making inroads in Chhattisgarh, that also translates. See, look at the seats that the poll of polls is for the BJP in Chhattisgarh. 38. They never were there anywhere, somewhere close. Yeah, knock on. Congress is retaining 50. Important. Let's shift focus and look at Madhya Pradesh. This huge mandate. If this number stays, ladies and gentlemen, on screens, the edge of your screens, what you're seeing is 120 seats for the BJP. What are the multi-poll polls? Why is this happening? Let's try and understand that. Let's try and get a look at these numbers. We come in closer to the multi-poll polls. We got to get closer. We would see who is calling what number. And if you look at the number, it very clearly shows that there are certain pollsters who are saying they will run away with the mandate. Let's look at it closely. 123 is the outside. Matriz is saying 130 and Polstrat is saying 116. Today's Chanakya has put the number at 151 in Madhya Pradesh for the BJP. That's a runaway sweep. There are two who are saying the Congress has the edge with 125 and 21. That's Jan Ki Baat and Polstrat. But look at today's Chanakya. That's clearly taken that outlier. This is the outlier as far as Pradesh is concerned. But if you look at the trend, Matriz is also saying that BJP is taking it. They're taking it comfortably with 130 seats. And then Nistula Nalin, please weigh in on it along with Rahul. Yes.
I think Madhya Pradesh is going to be a tough one to predict, because today's, like you said, it's a massive sort of lead that they have given to the BJP. Whereas Jan Ki Baat is giving a slight edge to the Congress, just 2 seats, 125.
Chanakya number
151 to 102, 120 to 125. But again, you know, I think the critical thing is Pradesh.
I think there's something wrong with the match. Look, 151, 230 seats, so it can't be 100.
It can't be 250 seats.
There's something
wrong.
No,
Congress cannot get, because 130 seats, so that 102, 125 is wrong. We'll correct that. We'll correct the today's Chanakya number. Please check the today's Chanakya number.
Yeah.
We're going.
But otherwise, like you said, one poll is giving the edge to the BJP and two are giving a slight edge to the Congress. Again, I think Madhya Pradesh is still up in the air. I don't think we're in a position to directionally say that it's going to one party. You want to weigh in, Nisla?
Yeah, well, I went twice. One in July, August, when this Ladli Behna was being launched. Desire, I don't think the party was at all enthused to give another term to Chief Minister at the helm for 18 years. You know, there was an anti-incumbency against Raj Singh Chauhan inside the party. And then when I went during the election, we found that this fielding of these 7 MPs, etc., whether they lose, party workers had started hitting the. There were a lot of rebels. Then Amit Shah sat there for 3 days. So at least BJP had sorted out some of its internal trouble. So this could be a reflection of that. If they had sat back like they did Karnataka, where party workers just did not get out of their homes.
Yeah.
Neither did they go, nor did they get the vote out at that time.
Yeah.
So if been like that, probably we would have seen a more one-sided contest. Right now, this is the reason I think that pollsters can't make up their minds which way they're going. And unlike Karnataka, Madhya Pradesh is a Sangathan ka state, which is the BJP organization.
Yeah.
They start with more than a 25% share.
Yeah.
So that is why it makes it very sort of an election to
Let me add to what Vipula is saying. Madhya Pradesh is the signal laboratory of the Sangh, long before Gujarat also. In that sense, while Madhya Pradesh is very complex, it's got 6 regions which are very different. You're right, the BJP has a huge advantage if it gets its cadres enthused. What's happened is 3 or 4 months ago, everybody had written off the BJP in Madhya Pradesh. So irrespective of who wins, the fact that it's a tight contest after 18-19 years of incumbency shows the inherent strength of BJP in Madhya Pradesh after such a long incumbency.
No, not just that, but if you look at the screen, there are gains for the BJP everywhere. There are gains even in Telangana for the BJP. There are gains in Rajasthan.
Interesting to see because the party itself didn't think that they were getting any gains there.
And going back to what Rahul was saying, if this is the trend in the state election where there's supposed to be a voter who turns around and says, state mein mujhe kya chahiye, Vidhan Sabha kya chahiye, what does this indicate for Lok Sabha 2024?
States.
You please go ahead.
No,
I always cut into what you say.
All these states, the BJP lost them in 2018.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And we know the results of 2019.
Yeah, and they
in the same
returned
states.
100%, almost 100%.
And in
Virtually all the states.
2003, BJP won.
Sorry,
all 3 states, and then they lost the general
I like
election.
to simplify everything. So now is the time to refer the 7 M's.
Yeah, the 7 M's. Okay.
So the Modi impact. First talk about the first M, the Modi impact. This is clearly an election where the Modi impact is now being felt. If number holds, if all of these states report what they report, then there is no doubt that the Modi card still has a lot of traction even at the state level. So this whole talk of Karnataka and Modi not being able to click and basically connect, I think that's something that we have to add a caveat to. The Mandal, mixed results on the Mandal card, I think, Zaka, and these are the real caste winning states, right?
If you look
that
at
hasn't worked,
the OBC dominated seats, and I showed this earlier as well.
Yeah.
I think one critical factor for the Congress, they might do well in the Gwalior, Chambal, Bhind, Morena belt, but they really need to sort of beat the BJP in the central part of the state. So this is sort of Madhya of Madhya Pradesh, and then the BJP does a really well in the eastern part, which is Vindhyachal.
The question is,
if in these places Congress is not able to up this, if
Yes.
the Congress has to go upwards 40 and the BJP closer towards 20 in these OBC dominated seats, for us to say, okay, this whole caste census business had.
So what is the BJP deployed on the ground to try and carry this out? Well, majority mobilization. Remember, very strategically, as the campaign was heating up in all these states, what was announced? The puja in Ayodhya, 22nd January. This happens to be my birthday, but that's the day when they said that the puja will be announced. So immediately there was this thing to cut it. Now you have the Mahila vote, which I think we're not reading in. The Mahila vote, I think, is very significant because you were telling me, Zaka, before we went on air, Madhya Pradesh, it has really peaked by 2.5%. Rajasthan, more women have voted than the men.
Trying to say,
What
was the main thesis that the BJP unfurled in Rajasthan, that the women are not safe?
Women are not safe.
Yeah.
So law and order. See, but then what you're trying to say is that this entire caste game doesn't. Because if you're looking at caste, then you can't look at caste only from a male prism. Women will also. Don't women identify with caste?
They do.
You're trying to say if they do identify with caste, then say women voters are voting separately.
Exactly.
No, either they are voting as part of the caste or they are rising above the caste and looking at a factor on ground.
Look, more and more women want to enter the
okay,
workforce.
we got a number on CNX number. We've got
more women are wanting to
Rajasthan
enter the workforce. If they have to,
GVL is there as a quasi-cephalogist.
secure.
Yeah,
Exactly.
quasi-cephalogist now no longer into cephalogy, but we will ask GVL on this aspect also, that is this entire caste census thing, is it now and should it be looked at only from a male prism? That's another question. Let's look at the CNX number. What is CNX giving as the number? go closely, and they are saying CNX 100 is the power number, and CNX saying that Congress should get 104 seats in Rajasthan. This is the CNX Rajasthan number, and BJP will fall 80 to 90 seats for the BJP is what CNX. So these are the latest Rajasthan numbers, and that's why we see the Congress poll number on the edge of your screens bumped up to 80, and the BJP down to 107 from 109. Let's look at the next one. We got one more number coming in on Rajasthan, and this the Matriz number says Congress is at 75, BJP comfortably way past the 100 number, and it actually sweep this election in Rajasthan, get up to 130 seats. So move past the 100 number, the BJP sweeps the election. That's where some of the analysts and the BJP supporters are saying 130 par. We heard the LOP of Rajasthan, Mr. Rathore, also said it will be 130. So let's go across to GVL Narasimha Rao. Him to weigh in on two aspects. GVL, two aspects. One is this entire asking, is it a bogey? If you look at the exit pollsters and the way they have, it's against the incumbent. That's what it looks like. Or the incumbent. Where is there a caste factor there? Secondly, will you look from a male-female prism? Does caste not apply to women at all? And the third part, right now, the outliers are saying this way or the other, but so far you seem to be going and getting a clear mandate in Madhya Pradesh and in Rajasthan. What about 2024? Three questions.
Yeah, Anand, you see, certainly the caste voting in any given state is more pronounced among men compared to women. Women tend to more on performance, more on governance, and less so among men. I think this is a big gap. If 30%, if 60% men vote caste, the number would be significantly less in the case of men. It's not to say that women don't consider caste as a phenomenon. The intensity is much lower, number one. Number two, caste is a factor not in these states alone. Caste is a factor in every state, be it Tamil Nadu, be it Karnataka, be it Kerala. Kerala is a state which is highly but caste is a factor there also. But caste results in long-term political preferences, political parties. You see, one particular caste is more inclined towards LDF, another is more inclined towards UDF, and that does not change drastically from election to election.
Right.
The vote swing is limited. Whereas in some states, they will vote based on caste of a candidate. I will put Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh somewhere in the middle.
Okay.
They are not heavily voting on the basis of caste, and certainly performance, governance are important factors in these states.
Right.
And as regards impact on the elections.
Yeah, well, I'll come to that. Just hold your thoughts, sir. I've got Arun Sao, BJP MP from Chhattisgarh, is also right now at this with us. Namaste. छत्तीसगढ़ में बाघेल जी वापस आ रहे हैं, लग रहा है कांग्रेस आ रही है वापस. बीजेपी को थोड़ा गेन मिला है, लेकिन बीजेपी पीछे है.
बिल्कुल नहीं. छत्तीसगढ़ के गांव गली गली में नारा गुंजा है और नहीं सही बदल के रहिबो. छत्तीसगढ़ में भाजपा थे, ये नारा पूरे छत्तीसगढ़ में गुंजा है. और देखिए जब 3 दिसंबर को मतगणना होगी तो आप पाएंगे कि छत्तीसगढ़ में कमल खिल रहा है. भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनने वाली है.
तो आपके हिसाब
पूरे
से
आत्मविश्वास के साथ
से 45 का हाफवे मार्क है, तो भाजपा उसको पार कर पाई. कितनी सीटें आप भाजपा को दे रहे हैं? आपका आकलन क्या है?
निश्चित रूप से पूर्ण बहुमत भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मिलेगा, क्योंकि नरेंद्र मोदी की गारंटी जनता के सामने प्रस्तुत किया है. हमारे केंद्रीय नेताओं के लगातार प्रवास हुए हैं. वही दूसरे राज्य की कांग्रेस सरकार ने हर वर्ग को ठगने का काम किया, देने का काम किया. एक भी वादा 2018 में जनता से जो वायदे
ये सब तो आप चुनाव में तो कह रहे हैं. अरुण जी, मैं आपको टोक रहा हूं, क्योंकि किसी भी पोलस्टर ने छत्तीसगढ़ में बीजेपी को बहुमत दिया है. सारे आंकड़े हमारे सामने हैं. भी दिया है, तो आप कैसे कह रहे हैं?
कल तक आप लोग ये कहा करते थे कि मुकाबले में नहीं, छत्तीसगढ़ में भारतीय जनता पार्टी बहुत दूर है कांग्रेस से. लेकिन आज जब एग्जिट पोल आया है, आपने नजदीक की फाइट आई है, तो ये बताता है कि कहीं न कहीं भारतीय जनता पार्टी में है. लेकिन ये सैंपल साइज बहुत संख्या का होता है। मैं आपसे दावे के साथ कह सकता हूं, अपने कार्यकर्ताओं के मेहनत के दम पर जनता का जो रिस्पांस हमें मिला है, पिछले 1.5 सालों में हमने जनता के हर को सड़क से लेकर सदन तक लड़ाई लड़ी है और जनता का आशीर्वाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मिला, क्योंकि राज्य की कांग्रेस सरकार ने ऐसा निश्चित रूप से 3 दिसंबर को देखिएगा, छत्तीसगढ़ कमल खिलेगा और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनेगी।
3 दिसंबर को मैं आपको आमंत्रित करता हूं कि आप जुड़े हमारे साथ फिर से और में फिर जश्न मनाएंगे अगर आप जीतते हैं, और अगर नहीं तो फिर आपको कुछ प्रश्नों के जवाब
बिल्कुल 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 जश्न मनाएंगे और छत्तीसगढ़ की जनता भी एक बार फिर दिवाली मनाएगी। राज्य की अन्यायी, अत्याचारी, भ्रष्टाचारी की सरकार से छुटकारा मिलेगा 3 दिसंबर को और छत्तीसगढ़ की जनता एक बार फिर दिवाली बनाएगी।
जी बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद अरुण साहू जी, थैंक यू मच। नाउ ब्रिंगिंग द कन्वर्सेशन बैक टू this whole mandate conversation. Is it a pro-Modi mandate or is it an anti-incumbent mandate in the states? Where do we stand on that? GVL Narasimha was about to opine on that, but we'll go to GVL first. We take it here.
Stand, which is basically shows a 2-2 kind of draw BJP and Congress, is definitely a pro-Modi mandate.
See, Congress has become strong in Telangana. Now it's 63. Congress exit poll of polls, their poll of poll number for the Congress is 63. Way clear. Way clear. Sorry.
I'm saying that for two reasons. In Madhya Pradesh, they've had 2 decades of income of a BJP government with a 1.5 year interim of Kamal Nath in between. 3-4 months ago, nobody gave BJP a chance in Madhya Pradesh. If the BJP, if there's still such a tight contest in Madhya Pradesh with BJP ahead in a margin call, I think that's a lot of credit to the BJP party machinery and to the Prime Minister. Prime Minister has been at the center stage of the BJP campaign in both Rajasthan and Pradesh, despite it having old satraps who have been who not been with the Chief Ministerial face. So if BJP does do well in both these states, you'll have to say that brand Modi retains its potency for the BJP. A lot for which
there is one thing we are in all of this. If you say that the Congress is going to win in Ghana, then basically the BRS start fighting for its survival at some level. What does that do in the Lok Sabha scenario to that state? It opens that state up.
Yeah.
Those seats then are open.
Yeah, they're right for the BJP and for the Congress and the other parties.
It changes things nationally.
There will be a shift. We've got numbers. We've got numbers from Telangana and these are Chanakya numbers. Let's look at the Chanakya numbers as पास आइए तो आपको नंबर दिखा दें. So there it's a multi-party contest and a multifaceted contest. Telangana numbers, everyone will be keen to make inroads. Somewhere one gets the sense that the AIM is not gaining ground, it's actually losing ground. So let's look at the numbers. 7 for the BJP, 1 others. AIM actually may not win much, and today's Chanakya clearly saying at this point that the mandate is going to the Congress party handsomely. 71 seats. That's a runaway win. That's a rout of the BRS, and that's the end of the third front.
That's the end of the third front. At least
BRS was trying to mount. They changed their name from BRS to BRS to the national ambition.
And that opens that election in the Lok Sabha. I think this is very consequential at the national level.
Do you want to weigh in on this?
More than one reason.
Yes.
The first reason is that it creates a strong revival of the Congress in the south after Karnataka. This is a state the Congress was basically ruled out for the last 10-12 years. With the BRS coming down, there's a vacuum. So who will fill it? Is it going to be BJP?
Okay, I've just got the Axis number for Madhya Pradesh. And this is again a big one, a real big one, because Axis is predicting 140 to 162 to the BJP, 68 to 90 for the Congress, and there are 0 to 2 to the others. So this is a huge number that Axis is given, and we've all agreed that he's a reputed pollster, but I don't think anyone predicted this range for the BJP, 140 to 162.
Neck out. So this
He
is
does.
just par for the
I mean, like you said, 3 months ago, nobody would this number.
And Chanakya got close. Chanakya has given him 151.
Yeah. I mean, Modi is definitely on it in the north. No doubt about it. And you have to ask the question whether there is this larger anti-incumbency feeling of disaffection against him. And what does that mean for Sabha elections?
Let's quickly call the MP Axis number also.
Yes.
Let's up and we'll quickly look at these numbers. So again, Axis after Chanakya gives this number that Zaka just wrote out on the magic wall. The number is that the BJP could stand to win more than 160 seats in its absolute rout. It's an absolute rout of the Congress party in Madhya Pradesh, and that's the biggest. Now, so if you look at the color, that entire band then becomes in Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, and then it just looks.
Where does this Congress before 2024 as far as the alliance is concerned? Can the Congress call the shots? In fact, now the BJP, I'd be worried by this number because I don't think they should do that well. The
Shouldn't be doing that well.
The best guarantee against not having India alliance and the Congress sort of making adjustments with others, the Congress does well.
Right, GVL Narasimha Rao in Telangana, does this now become a multi-cornered fight or a BJP Congress as far as Lok Sabha is concerned? If the BRS is routed, Adil Hussain, AIMIM, no seats. That's what the numbers show. And in Madhya Pradesh, this is a rout of the party. Is this possible? Are you yourself believing these numbers? The GVL Narasimha Rao in Madhya Pradesh, 150 to 160 seats.
Anand, I'll see on Telangana to begin with. There is nothing going positive for the Congress party in this election. Unlike in Karnataka, we had a former Chief Minister Siddaramaiah who had popularity ratings. In Telangana, it is only anti-BRS vote which has to give any kind of edge to the Congress party. BJP is equally claiming to this anti-BRS vote. So therefore, I do not expect this Telangana number to hold true. But we'll have to wait and see what happens on the 3rd when the results come in. And in terms of Madhya Pradesh, there is actually a positive incumbency. Both state, particularly women, lead. The BJP, my assessment is we will get not than 10 percentage points more votes per women sections of voters compared to men, which will give BJP nearly a 4-5 point lead. A 4 or 5 point lead for the BJP in Madhya Pradesh can result in 160 seats because that's how the numbers are stacked.
If it was a positive incumbency, GVLG, if it was a positive incumbency in Madhya Pradesh, then why were so many MPs fielded? Why did Mr. Amit Shah have to station himself there in the state?
The incumbent was not named as the chief ministerial face.
Why didn't you project Shivraj Chowdhury as the chief ministerial face? In fact, he was asking, मेरे को क्या वापस आना चाहिए, खड़ा होना चाहिए, नहीं खड़ा होना चाहिए, आप बताइए.
All emotional attention.
When you have so much a women vote is helping us, both the state and the central government are powering this post, and the women's reservation, that legislation also has partly contributed to that particular boost. And more importantly, Madhya Pradesh, we have fielded more MPs because we want to maximize our tally. We need, you see, in Lok Sabha elections, it is largely the Modi factor that will help people in elections. And whereas you have strong regional leaders, their support in winning assembly elections, not in their constituency alone, but influencing regions around the seat they are contesting, is what is required for us to get this kind of a result.
If this number holds, the Axis number holds 162 for the BJP in Madhya Pradesh, there is no way to change an incumbent chief minister. No way. He is the rightful claimant.
Yeah.
Come back with such a much bigger majority.
I think you're forgetting what happened in Zaka.
No, but that was an internal thing. That was an internal because
there was not an election which was totally fought on Mr. Chauhan's shoulders. Yes, part of the platform that they was given by Shivraj Chauhan. But the point is that the Congress announced it first, saying we are going to give an income support program for women, which is when he, quickly kind of rolled it out.
The woman vote is what won the BJP. He is the face
Any
of that.
BJP will give the same.
Ladli Behna was the face of that.
Well, as you know,
you had somebody like a Himanta Biswa
saying that no one is a natural claimant.
In Madhya Pradesh, you don't have anybody other than Shivraj.
Look, this is a good problem for the BJP to have. I think.
We got one more number. We got one more ETG number as Nalin decide N में से कौन पहले बोलेगा. पहले आप में मैं translate.
वोटर बोल रहा है.
Let me. अभी तो वोटर बोल रहा है या पोलस्टर बोल रहा है, बोल रहा है. So let's look at the numbers again. Madhya Pradesh 100 17. ETG is saying 117 to the BJP. That's a number. And there is perhaps a swing in favor of the Congress party there. 109 to 120. So Madhya Pradesh, ETG is given it to the Congress party. So how is this happening with 116 is the halfway number? That then squares the pitch back in favor of the Congress party a little, that it puts them at...
Everybody is hedging, except for Axis.
Everybody is hedging their bet.
Everybody is hedging.
Everybody is hedging their bets.
Axis has grabbed the headline today, let me be honest, and they have a pretty good track
ऐसा लगा
record.
कि see, today's Chanakya came and said 151 said headline हमारा हुआ. Axis, no, headline हमारा हुआ. Because then whether they come true or not.
And you know, he polls now
So
women
look at the
very
Axis numbers. This is the Axis number. 40 to 162. I think the BJP will want to take a snapshot of this and say, चलिए भाई, even if this doesn't happen, no, दिल बहलाने के लिए. Is there somebody who predicted
again,
this?
I'm curious to know, will this mean that command says we won this election? It doesn't matter who the Chief Minister is. We decided who the candidates are. We flew in 7 MPs, 3 members.
Zaka, before all this started, I was about to say that if this number holds, Shivraj will be back as Chief Minister because you have the 2024 general election. And even when he came back, when Jyotiraditya Scindia moved to the BJP, got his 22, 23 MLAs, there were 8 bypolls to be had, which was the reason why Shivraj was again Chief Minister. So that was a logic that was given to us, saying there is no leader who's popular throughout Madhya Pradesh. And or unfortunately, fortunately for Mr. Chauhan, unfortunately for the party that doesn't like him, they've not been able to create a leadership which is
No, and not just that. See, maybe after 2024, they may say, all right, see, and somewhere you have to give credit to the BJP central leadership. They actually got these heavyweights from the parliament and from the back down saying, Jita ke lao, win those assemblies.
And if you win, great. If you don't,
then you are retired. Politically retired. You are retired. Nahi jita. It was like do or die for them. One more number, C voter number has come through. So C voter Rajasthan numbers have come 71 to 91 to the Congress party. C voter is giving it to the BJP. 114 is the up number. So once again, one more pollster comes and gives Rajasthan to the BJP. And these are big wins, wins both sides. Yeah.
You have to say if these numbers to say something about BJP strategy and it's just a sheer self-confidence. Just 3 months ago, the same strategy did not work in Karnataka. You know, the old Satrap, the party didn't get galvanized. It didn't have a proper chief ministerial face, and the party collapsed. If you were a more cautious party, you would have reversed your stance in Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan and said, okay, let's go with the old Satrap.
BJP really very critical, sir. In Karnataka, there is a Lingayat vote. There is a tall man in B.S. Yediyurappa who's a Lingayat face. If you rub that person and his second most strongest Lingayat in Karnataka, who decamps to the Congress party at the 11th, that hurt the BJP in that belt. That happened in Karnataka.
Organically belonging to the BJP, the Lingayat actually Ramakrishna Hegede's vote, which moved to the BJP after he passed. That was his political legacy. So,
correct.
And they had a lot of hurt feelings with Mr. Yediyurappa being removed. But the second thing which
Ishwarappa
was
and B.S. Yediyurappa, why do you think
thing,
they are not releasing the caste census in Karnataka?
Yes.
Because the Lingayat and the Vokkaligas, two big castes there, which are the ones along with the Kurba and the SCSTs.
The second thing you've missed saying is that in Karnataka, the Congress organization is extremely strong. The Madhya Pradesh campaign was a little lackluster compared to what we saw in Karnataka and even in Rajasthan and Telangana.
Okay, so now let's, please complete.
I think one thing is very clear, that BJP's strategy of not naming the incumbent or not naming a chief minister phase has certainly worked in the Hindi heartland. It's not worked in Karnataka. Clearly, it's not working in Telangana either. So I think there is a clear north, I wouldn't say a divide, but the strategies of both parties clearly working for the Congress in the south, in Karnataka, and if the numbers in Telangana hold, that is important for the Congress party to revive.
Because in Telangana, the BJP doesn't have much of an organization, of course. And it had to change.
No. I'll tell you what. Quickly doing.
Alchemy and the chemistry is all wrong.
Multi-state poll of Telangana, and Adil Singh Bopara of the Congress party also joining us. So staying with Telangana for now. The Telangana multi-poll of polls here in front of. Let's zoom in on it and let's read it nicely as it comes up beautifully on the Alexa curtain here in front of. It's a matrix curtain. All numbers, not binary 0 and 1, but all the numbers that they've given together, ladies and gentlemen, and there it is. And if we look numbers, nobody is clearly giving a mandate to the BRS time. The mandate, the swing, or perhaps the intent is that it will be the Congress party, except Jan Ki Baat, which says BRS may still come to up to 55, and PSG is coming out and saying that it will be PSG is saying 64 seats, the upper end for the BRS. Now that's the only one which is calling the election in favor of the BRS. The rest are actually indicating it's a Congress victory time. So the first time in the state, there will be a different party in the brand new state of Telangana. 10 years of BRS or 2 terms of the BRS. The third, this time around, it's the Congress party. Now, if you look at it, within the numbers, significant up BJP in terms of vote share. They seem to have retained at least double digits. They 2019, 19% vote share in the Lok Sabha elections, here 11 to 12% because they've got to 5 seats. And AIM slipping, contesting in 9 seats, winning only 5 as per poll of poll numbers. So these are all important, but a big slip for the BR. What does that mean? Zaka.
All right, Adil Singh Bopara is now joining us. Big picture, the 2 big North Indian states, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, bulk of the polls to suggest that the Congress will come up short. What does that mean for your party going into 2024?
Well, let me go state by state. I think as far as Madhya Pradesh is concerned, the exit polls does not indicate the correct situation on the ground. There is, of course, of anti-incumbency of the Bharatiya Janata Party along with rampant corruption. So therefore, we are very hopeful for a victory in Madhya Pradesh. Now coming to Telangana, I think this is also indicated from the exit polls which you are showing that there will be a collapse of the BRS. And what you notice in the campaign and other fusion between the BRS and the BJP against the Congress party. The people of Telangana want a change. The corruption of the KCR's family was a case in point. So we are again very hopeful of a victory in Telangana. Now, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh, the party disagrees with the indications of the exit polls for the simple reason that you saw a tug of war amongst the leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party in Rajasthan. You saw their factionalism coming. Even if you ask the local leaders of the Bharatiya Janata Party workers, you saw one faction pulling the rug from underneath to the other faction, and coupled with the unprecedented popularity of Mr. Gehlot. So therefore, we are hoping and very optimistic of changing the
in Rajasthan, 4 polls have come out. 3 of them that the BJP is winning, and not a margin, by a reasonably big margin. Now, my point is, there is a bigger problem that the Congress party is saying, that you're relevant in South India, you're coming to power in states in South India, in Karnataka case, and now again Telangana. Most polls seem to suggest that your party has edge. But in the Hindi heartland, where it absolutely is essential for the party to revive, you are still coming up croppers in Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan, and that's where it's a straight up BJP versus Congress fight. And unless you revive there is no hope in hell that you'll be able to beat the BJP in 2024.
Zaka, we take the exit poll numbers with a pinch of salt. But notwithstanding what I say today or what the BJP says on your program, I think the proof of the pudding will be all of us on Sunday. However, please see the metrics. Please see the issues of price rise and unemployment which the people of all these states are grappling with. And your own interviews and your reporters' own accounts will demonstrate that this was a poll issue. Therefore, notwithstanding the called persona of what Mr. Modi's acquisition seem to be propounding day in and day out, I think the real issues are the people of this country.
The only difference, the big difference between 2018 and 2023 is that in 2018 you won these 3 North Indian states. You won Rajasthan, you won Madhya Pradesh, and you won Chhattisgarh. In 2023, you were able to retain only Chhattisgarh. Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh, the bigger states, losing there. GVL Narasimha Rao wants to get a quick closing comment, and then we'll take a break.
Yeah, Zaka, despite losing all the states in 2018, North Indian states, Central India states, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan and Chhattisgarh, we swept Lok Sabha polls in these states. In Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan, it was complete sweep. So if Telangana, what you're projecting, comes out to be, I still hold my fingers crossed. But if Congress does come to power, I think we'll have another state where we can beat Congress black and Lok Sabha polls and possibly win all 17 like we did in Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh. Because fighting a regional party will sometimes be tougher than fighting Congress for us in Lok Sabha polls. Telangana, we can certainly improve from 4 to 15. That's a 10 seats gain is something that we can easily today in case your exit poll predictions in Telangana were to come.
I'll give you the final word. This is the big picture. If these hold, Madhya Pradesh, Rajasthan seems to be going the BJP way. Chhattisgarh, the Congress seems to be able to retain. Telangana, more people suggest that the Congress has an edge, but we'll wait for Sunday to figure out if that is good enough to take you to majority. But the big picture is this: 2024, Adil, that there are no signs of revival in the Hindi heartland, and that's a problem.
No, I don't agree with Zaka, because local elections and national elections are fought on different parameters. And just to take my friend's point, yes, the Congress won these 3 state elections in 2018. However, the BJP got the better of us in the 2019 polls. But having said this, I'm not running away from the fact that these elections will be a weather of the resonance of the groundswell as far as people are concerned. So that is important. But we are very, very hopeful of a victory in 3 states.
Okay, we'll see. Hopefully, both of you will join us on on Sunday when the actual results come and not the exit poll results. Take a break, but I think it's very clear. The broad trend is very clear. I'm sure all of us here, colleagues, will agree that the broad trend seems Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan going the BJP way. Chhattisgarh, Congress will retain. Telangana, I think, is still up for toss because it just concluded. The polling just concluded, so I don't think the pollsters have had enough to actually distill the. So that is still up in the air. 1 out of 3 states as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, Zaka, you've hit that pretty much the nail on the head. Yeah, we'll have to wait. Maybe those Telangana numbers will correct. 7th usually when pollsters try and do an upgrade and revision. Let's see.
All right, we'll take a quick break. But when we come back, the big picture, what does all of this mean? What does this portend for 2024?
Co-powered by.
If there is caste, what was the main thesis that the BJP held in Rajasthan, that the women are not safe?
Women are not safe.
Yeah.
Law and order. See, but then what you're trying to say is that this doesn't stand, because if you're looking at caste, then you can't look at caste male prism.
I'll still go with
women.
what Zaka was saying
Women will
on
also
that point.
women don't identify with caste. Then
They do.
you're trying to say if they do identify with caste, then let's not say women voters are voting separately.
Exactly.
No, either they are as part of
That's
their
a good
caste, or they are rising above the caste and looking at the stuff on the ground.
Look, more and more women want to enter the
okay, we got a
workforce.
CNX number.
More
We've
and
got
more women are wanting to enter the workforce. If they have to,
GVL is there as a
quasi-cephalogist.
Quasi-cephalogist. Now no longer into cephalogy, but even GVL on this aspect also, that is this entire caste census thing, is it now a bogey, and should it be looked at only from a male prism? Another question. But let's look at the CNX number. What is CNX has the numbers? Let's go closely. And they are saying CNX 100 is the number, and CNX is saying that Congress should get 104 seats in Rajasthan. This is the CNX Rajasthan number, and BJP will fall short. 80 to 90 seats for the BJP. What CNX is saying. So these are the latest Rajasthan numbers, and that's why we see Congress poll number on the edge of your screens bumped up to 80. And the BJP slipping down to 107 from 109. Let's next one. We got one more number coming in on Rajasthan. This is the Matri's number. The Matri's number says Congress is at 95 and the BJP comfortably way past the 100 number, and it will actually sweep this election in Rajasthan, get up to 130 seats. So if they move past the 100 number, the BJP sweeps the election. That's the call, and that's where some of the analysts and the supporters are saying hum 130 par. We heard the LOP of Rajasthan also say we will be 130. So let's go across to Narasimha Rao and ask him to weigh in on two aspects. GVL, two aspects. What is this entire caste king? Is it a bogey? If you look at the exit polls, the way they have voted, it's against the incumbent. That's what it's like all for the incumbent, where caste factor there. Second, will you look at it from a male-female prism? Does caste not apply to men at all? And the third part, right now, outliers are saying this way or the other, but so far you see going and getting a clear mandate in Madhya Pradesh and in Rajasthan. What does that imply for Lok Sabha 2024? 3 questions.
Yeah, Anand, you see, the caste voting in any given state is more pronounced among men compared to women. Men tend to vote more on performance, more on governance, and less so among men. This will be a big gap. If 30%, if 60% men vote caste, the number would be significantly less in the case of women. It's not to say that women don't consider caste as a phenomenon, but the intensity is much, much lower, number one. Number two, caste is a factor not in states. Caste is a factor in every state, be it Tamil Nadu, be it Karnataka, be it Kerala. Kerala is a state which is highly literate, but caste is a factor there also. But caste results in long-term political preferences for political parties. So if you see one particular is more inclined towards LDF, another is more inclined towards UDF, and that does not change drastically from election to election. Vote swings are very limited. Whereas in some states, vote based on the caste of a candidate. I will put Rajasthan, Pradesh somewhere in the middle.
Okay.
They are not heavily voting on the basis of caste, and certainly performance, governance are important factors in these states.
Right. Right.
And as impact on the Lok Sabha elections.
Yeah, well, I'll come to that. Just hold your thoughts, sir. Arun Sao of BJP MP from Chhattisgarh is also right now at this with us. Arun ji, namaste. Chhattisgarh में बाघेल जी वापस आ रहे हैं लगा वापस बीजेपी को थोड़ा गेन मिला है, लेकिन बीजेपी पीछे
बिल्कुल नहीं। छत्तीसगढ़ के गांव गांव गली गली में नारा गूंजा है, नहीं सहिबो बदल के रहिबो। छत्तीसगढ़ भाजपा आवा थे, ये नारा पूरे छत्तीसगढ़ में गूंजा है। और देखिएगा जब 3 दिसंबर को मतगणना होगी तो पाएंगे कि छत्तीसगढ़ में कमल खिल रहा है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार बनने वाली है।
तो आपके हिसाब से 45 का हाफवे मार्क है, तो भाजपा पार कर पाएगी? कितनी सीटें आप भाजपा को दे रहे हैं?
निश्चित रूप से पूर्ण बहुमत भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मिलेगा, क्योंकि हमने नरेंद्र मोदी की गारंटी जनता के सामने प्रस्तुत किया है। हमारे केंद्रीय नेताओं के लगातार प्रवास हुए हैं। वहीं दूसरी ओर राज्य की कांग्रेस सरकार ने हर वर्ग को ठग काम किया, धोखा दे काम किया। एक भी वादा 2018 में जनता से जो वायदे कांग्रेस पार्टी
ये सब चुनाव में जाकर जनता को कह रहे हैं। अरुण जी, मैं आपको टोक रहा हूं क्योंकि किसी भी एग्जिट पोलस्टर ने छत्तीसगढ़ में बीजेपी को बहुमत नहीं दिया है। सारे आंकड़े हमारे सामने हैं, किसी ने भी नहीं दिया है। तो आप कैसे कह रहे हैं?
कल तक आप लोग ये कहा करते थे कि मुकाबले में नहीं है छत्तीसगढ़ में भारतीय जनता पार्टी, बहुत है कांग्रेस से। लेकिन आज जब एग्जिट पोल आया है, आप अधिक की फाइट दिखाई है, तो ये बताता है कि कहीं ना कहीं भारतीय जनता पार्टी फाइट में है। लेकिन ये सैंपल साइज बहुत कम संख्या का होता है। मैं आपसे दावे के साथ कह रहा हूं कि अपने कार्यकर्ताओं के मेहनत के दम पर जनता का जो रिस्पांस हमें मिला है पिछले 1.5 सालों में, हम जनता के हर मुद्दे को सड़क से लेकर सदन तक लड़ाई लड़ी और जनता का आशीर्वाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी को मिला है।
47 सीटें
क्योंकि राज्य की कांग्रेस सरकार ने ऐसा निश्चित रूप से 3 दिसंबर को देखिएगा, छत्तीसगढ़ में कमल खिलेगा और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार
3 दिसंबर को मैं आपको आमंत्रित करता हूं कि आप जुड़े हमारे साथ से और फिर साथ में फिर जश्न मनाएंगे। अगर आप और अगर नहीं जीते तो फिर आपको कुछ प्रश्नों के जवाब
बिल्कुल जश्न मनाएंगे और छत्तीसगढ़ की जनता भी एक बार वाली मनाएगी। राज्य की अन्यायी अत्याचारी भ्रष्टाचारी कांग्रेस की सरकार से छुटकारा मिलेगा 3 दिसंबर को और छत्तीसगढ़ की जनता एक बार फिर दिवाली बनाएगी।
जी, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद साहू जी, थैंक यू वेरी मच। नाउ ब्रिंगिंग द कॉन्वर्सेशन बैक टू दिस मैन। It's the battle for the states, ladies and gentlemen. States, the semi-final before the final, and this is the News 18 mega poll of polls. Namaste, Jai Hind. My name is Anand, and with me in the studios are managing editor CNN News 18 Saka on chick wall with his magic pen. But it's the voter that's doing the magic this time around, and we've got our consulting editor Shiv Shankar in a different avatar here at the News 18 family, but enjoying it. His book is also going to come out. Whether he's also going to pen a story based on this story on the screens, ladies and gentlemen, we got to wait and watch. Nalan Mehta and Nisula Hebbard also with us here in the studio. We got a whole of guests coming through, but the story is on your screen. The images of the screen tell the story of the four big states. MNF seems to be in position to form government in Mizoram, but the here, 2 for the BJP, 2 for the Congress party. But the larger story is the road to 2024 for PM Modi-led BJP. Is it now lies and because of these two sweeps in MP and Rajasthan as per the polls? Result day, is it the similar scenario or a different? We have to wait and watch. But all things remain the same as they are on the edges of the screen. What does that mean? Let's look at what each of these polls come out to say. Let's try and understand this. We'll go state by state. This is first up. Let's try and understand Madhya Pradesh as we zoom in close. Most of the pollsters have given BJP the mandate. Some of them saying it's a neck and neck fight. 2 of them absolute outliers, giving a runaway win for the BJP. Today's Chanakya and these are the 2 who have given a runaway win. Let me just out so you can go closer to the numbers and see them. There you go. If you look at it, the overall average says that the BJP has more than 120 seats at least, and if they get to 120, they will touch 130. Matrice perhaps has got the there as far as the BJP is concerned. For the Congress party, were about 2 months ago, they are ahead in the race for Polstrat, but some of the others, Inkler and ET, some of the others are saying no, it's the BJP's way. Overall, if you will look at it, the poll of polls gives Madhya Pradesh to the BJP. Let's look at Rajasthan. In Rajasthan, yet again, a clear mandate for BJP, although there are 2 outliers who have given the mandate to the Congress and that Ashok Gehlot-led government would come back into power. But the second is there is anti-incumbency against the Congress party in Rajasthan, and the BJP is taking it. They're steamrolling the opposition. Let's zoom in on the numbers and we see, again, despite 1 or 2 outliers there, largely the number for the BJP should be somewhere above 105. That's where it would be. Bath says 122, PMark says 125, PG says 128, Axis My India says right on the 100 because they are leaning towards the Congress party just marginally. Trees says 130 for the BJP. Then you have NF and C voter, which are now on the outliers. They came out and said no, it's the Congress which seems to have the mandate as far as is concerned. But overall, the poll of poll number very clearly says it is BJP. 2 big states, 2 big contributors, Lok Sabha kitty, both of them going the BJP's way, contrary to what happened in 2018. And now let's look at Chhattisgarh. Chhattisgarh, is it an anti-incumbency vote against Bhupesh Baghel in just 5 years? Is coming back? Is the BJP done enough? Well, as of now, it looks like the Congress party is retaining or holding Chhattisgarh comfortably so. 45 is the halfway mark. They are at 50, so comfortably they are going to be there. The doing better than last time. The Congress slipping compared to the last time around. The pollsters say that largely it's the Congress which has mandate. In fact, there is nobody who has given a clear mandate to the BJP except for Axis, which says 46. Borderline C voter says 48. But those can be considered exceptions to the general thumb rule that Chhattisgarh is being retained by the party as far as the poll of polls are concerned. Let's look at Telangana. This is the most interesting, and we'll start with this, ladies and gentlemen, when we talk to our here and also to our guests. In Telangana, it's a rout of the BRS. Congress is gaining in vote share as the pollsters are concerned, but the biggest gainer is the erstwhile in power when the state split and then they got routed or booted out. They back as the option to the BRS. That's the Congress party. Revant Reddy very, very happy today with the kind of results that are being 63 out of 119 seats. Halfway mark 63 clear of that winning number. 59 is the halfway, 3 clear of that winning number at 60. 63 is the number And that's where most of the pollsters have said it is going towards BRS, who have come out and said no. There is one pollster there who has said the BRS market, but largely no. Everybody else has said no, it's the Congress. And KTR was upset that the exit pollsters had started putting out the number 30 with more than about an hour and a half to go till the final vote is, as far as the people standing in queue, etc. is concerned. But look at Mizoram. What's happening in Mizoram? Is there a shift? MNF and the NZP, regional parties, Congress nowhere in the fray as far as the pollsters. Most of them running around and saying it's the MNF that is coming to power there. The mandate is shifted, but it is the MNF which seems to be comfortably placed from government. That's what some of the pollsters have said. Can we just move in quickly? Quickly move in to these numbers and have a look at it close. There you go. That's the ZPM there. The MNF, and largely the MNF seems to have in that thing, which 21 seats are required. So is it there, or is there a clear mandate? Looks like there is a clear mandate in favor of the MNF. That's the poll of poll numbers. Go across to our guests. This time straight away, Raj Singh and T.S. Singh Devji are with us. Namaste, Jai Hind, gentlemen. Thank you very much. You're looking at the poll of polls, you're putting the aggregates, you have your own numbers internally, you may reject, object and perhaps accept of these numbers. But T.S. Singh Devji, Chhattisgarh to the Congress party comfortably. आपको लग रहा है नंबर और बढ़े?
Good evening. Thank you for having me on your panel. Good evening to the and all the viewers. और नंबर जरूर बढ़ना चाहिए. Be closer to 60, but the sense of satisfaction, disappointment that we are not 60 plus. But we'll take the mandate as it comes.
छत्तीसगढ़ में सिद्धार्थनाथ सिंह जी भी काफी एक्टिव हैं. वो उनके यहाँ का कुछ दायित्व भी है. तो सिद्धार्थनाथ सिंह जी, to these numbers, some gain for the BJP from last time around, but सरकार नहीं.
Ananda, generally, you all have known me well in Delhi. I have never gone on the basis of saying that, okay, what the numbers you're giving is the right number, wrong number. But there is always a trend, or there is something which the exit poll shows, and the exit poll to me, maybe not yours, but others do show that we have an edge by 2 numbers or 3 numbers, seats more than the Congress. But what I understand as a political observer, which closely I have worked for more than 3 decades now, what I do understand is that if you are an underdog, it could be any party I'm saying, if you are an underdog and there is a trend, and it's a continuous trend, that you go on swing, it is upwards for the party. During the last stage of polling also there is a swing, and it's a swing, then there is some kind of an undercurrent. Judge an undercurrent, it's always very difficult for even a great follower. So, and it's quickly happening in the upswing. And there are certain datas a survey can never catch up, particularly when I look at places like Bastar, which is an Naxal dominated, because the surveys also try to leave by about 2 or 3 o'clock and say, let's get out of this place. So that's been a trend, and all surveys do that. So I perhaps
you feel you're doing much better.
Is wrong, and it could be much closer. And my own assessment is that since the swing has been in favor of BJP, and it has been there for 3 weeks before the final poll came in, BJP stands comfortably, should be forming the government. But again, it's always T.S. Singh Devji is there. He contested, and Sarguja, his BJP was not supposed to do well. We have done extremely well. In fact, he made a little comment also some time back that BJP could be doing well. And so I personally feel that BJP would be doing better in Chhattisgarh than as shown by your.
Devji, you want to respond to that, sir? As I bring in Zaka Jacob and Shiv Shankar, so Rahul will take it next, and then Zaka. But T.S. Singh Devji, respond to Siddharth Singh Ji, please.
I think Siddharth Ji is being quite fair, mentioning trends, and BJP is certainly gaining from the 15 seats it had last time. Where this go, I think we are taking solace in the figures that are being put forward by various ways, that the Congress is up in almost all. There are variations and there are margins. I expect still for these numbers to be 55 to 60, close to 60. Let us see.
Well, Mr. Deo, first of all, if these numbers, congratulations to you. This is Rahul Shivshankar. I mean, you're obviously coming back to a state where you have been able to establish
Thank
yourselves.
you, Rahulji.
But just a quick question. The BJP actually did not project any leader on the other side. They sort of put, to put it loosely, Mr. Modi on the ticket. Now, that is obviously, by your own admission, helping the Bharatiya Janata Party a little bit. Do you believe that the effects could continue into 2024 in Chhattisgarh, the state?
No disrespect at all to Mr. Modi, but state elections don't go by national leaders. Rarely. They have an impact, they have a presence, they have a draw. They would like to come and listen to them. But eventually when the goes to vote, he knows that Mr. Modi will not be governing Chhattisgarh. If it had been so, it would have probably made more of a difference. So these are star campaigners who from various parties. They deliver their speeches, they give their goals. To impact the state elections between winning and losing, that I would discount. Any party, frankly. It energizes the cadre, that is for sure, but then it energizes all party cadre when the senior leaders come.
I just want to,
local. Last time the Congress didn't have a face, and the BJP didn't have a face.
The whole matrix of all the exit polls, and I think it's very clear, at least in Chhattisgarh, unlike in Madhya Pradesh or Telangana, for example, in Chhattisgarh, all the polls, we've got 7 pollsters here in front of me, all of them, Jan Ki Baat, Today's Chanakya, ETG, are all saying directionally that the Congress has the edge. So whether it is going to form government at 46 or whether it's going to form the government at the upper end of 56, different matter. But almost all of them are directionally saying that the Congress has the edge and the Congress is likely to retain power in Chhattisgarh. To that extent, Siddharth Nath Singh ji, none of these polls are saying the BJP is going to oust the Congress in Chhattisgarh unless all are wrong on Sunday.
Well, I just said about that, when you are on an upswing and the upswing continues, T.S. Singh Deoji, that swing then doesn't end here, it leads to the win. That's mostly been observed. That's the way I have put it. And well, certainly what you said, well, I will not agree to what you said about star pracharaks or the star campaigners. Entire campaign was on Modi ki guarantee, and give me a minute and I'll explain this to you, to your viewers also. You see, what we realize, T.S. Singh Deoji may not agree with me, but he is on record of resigning on the Pradhan Mantri Awas scheme and saying this is some money which could have been provided by the Chhattisgarh. Now, these are few things which we did exploit. Like, elections are over, so we did exploit his letter, and which brought the attention to the voters. Yes, this could have been given. Now, then similarly, there was on the MSP on the entire thing that needed to be brought to the public. It is the central government which is giving the maximum MSP. The MSP comes from the central government of well 1900 or 2000, and the rest comes from as a bonus. A number of things which we are able to bring on the table, and the voters then started accepting. But our challenge was, how do they accept it? Which through whom we should say. And then we realized Modi ki guarantee and is the right coining of the our campaign. And Modi ki guarantee went like, I personally feel like went like a bullet, and that convinced voters, because we felt very strongly that Bhupesh Baghel ji was not, gradually he was losing his credibility. And let me be honest, if it was the face of T.S. Singh Deo, it would have been something I'm not trying to bring differences in the Congress. It's all over now.
You know,
certainly bringing. He doesn't come from Allahabad. He has studied in Prayagraj. So there is a emotional, sentimental with him. But I'm not trying to bring that difference, which was, it was people were watching. Voters knew about it.
Okay.
We went ahead with it.
Let me ask Mr. that. Let's end on that note, because if all the polls
let me complete it. Let's just give me 30 seconds. We were able to establish that he did not that credibility which he was trying to do through various campaigns from almost 2 years back, and trying to project things which was not available on the ground, or it's not visible on the ground.
Okay.
So these were the advantages we took, and then Modi ji stands strong nationally, where his credibility is very, very high.
So,
and then Modi ki guarantee comes in. I think that was the clinch.
So Mr. Singhdev, I'll give you the final word. Your sparring partner on the side saying that had your face been projected, Congress perhaps got an even bigger majority. But having said that, all the polls seem to indicate that the Congress will come back. So the bigger question is, will the incumbent Chief Minister remain, or will it be a new Chief Minister? Because we all know what happened in 2018.
I must thank
what will happen in 2023?
I'll thank Gandhi for his sentiment, but please don't get me into trouble. I tend to get into trouble. So, that apart.
No, certainly not. Certainly not.
Jay, we are very clear this time.
I am a very
what
frank
the last 5 years.
Speak very frankly.
Yeah.
Jay. So, last 5 years we had this 2.5-year thing going. And that was very uncomfortable. It brought about situations which should not have come around, and consciously we have sat together and talked out and said that we must allow this sort of a situation to ever come up, and whatever the High Command, the party seniors, whatever they decide, we will all abide by that, and no difference of opinion on that. We all of us sat together. There is this core committee, and we sat with Shailja ma'am. So there will be no issue on that.
No, so are you saying given the 2.5 is not acceptable to you? You want the whole 5?
2.5 was, when it came in the media and there were questions about, and how do you answer them? What do you? The High Command has never said there was any such agreement or any such decision. Bhupesh Bhai never said there was any such decision. I never said there was such decision. So this uncertainty among the people, that leads to a bad atmosphere, and we are very conscious about that. That must never happen.
Okay.
That must never happen.
So
whatever decisions are there, they should be clear cut.
All right, Mr. Singhdev, Mr. Siddharth Singh, thank you very much for joining us. We'll see how this plays out. But I think this 2.5 thing might be in Karnataka also. They're supposedly on this whole formula of.
A perfect gentleman. You have to give him that. There are very leaders who are cut of that skin in the political class today across political parties.
Very refined.
And very refined and fantastic, and that's why lots of respect, lots of love for him. Now let's try and see. Let's more numbers. Yeah, let's see. Madhya Pradesh. If you see the screen, ladies and gentlemen, the your screen, the BJP has gone up to 130. That's the number. Why? Let's see some of the other pollsters and numbers they put. CNX has come out with its number. Let's come in close. Let's see what numbers they are saying. CNX is also coming out and saying it's an overwhelming mandate in favor of the BJP. They have revised their numbers and they are going further up, 1 to 159. So once again, CNX has also come out and said,
but it's just shorting the market. I'm really thinking about
shorting
the market.
I just feel, no, I'll tell you what, one gets a sense, this vote share which is happening, if there is a 3 to 5% difference in the vote share, largely 1%. Now if it is 3% or 4%, then it's a decisive victory. Seat runs out.
Declared this number early.
No, somewhere I got the sense that CNX had
the edge to the Congress, and then they've revised the number.
But because the election is taking place today.
Exactly.
So I can't understand.
I think one of the factors that Anand discussed, and I think at least the Axis number seems to indicate why such a large majority they are projecting for the BJP.
6% gap.
Because there's a 6% gap in vote share between the BJP and the Congress. Remember last time around, the BJP had a greater vote share, but by 0.13%.
Yeah.
In that, they got fewer seats than the Congress. If they have a 6% vote share difference between BJP and Congress, that's almost like a landslide.
And it's a contest. अगर किसी के पास 6% ज़्यादा वोट से सारी
So that on polling day, all the BJP teams guys are constantly sending me photographs of women lining up.
Yeah.
You know, assume that all these ladies were voting.
No,
for
there is
the
an
BJP.
important statistic. Can we go back to the women number that we started? We started the poll of polls broadcast with, and this is interesting. This is the story here in this Madhya Pradesh election. Yeah, Zaka.
Yeah, 18.3 lakh more women voted this time. That's 2% of the entire voter turnout.
This is like Bihar in 2020.
It's like Bihar. It's exactly like Bihar. In 2020, after the first, we're all convinced it's a wave election, RJD is winning. But in phases 2 and 3,
even in Rajasthan, more women than men have voted actually. That's also a
this is a phenomenal number because you're essentially looking at 2.72 women this time around as opposed to 2.41 crore. If an 2% have voted, and again, a large number, the presumption is they've voted for the BJP because of Ladli Behna and women-centric schemes. That is a decisive
there's a whole
swing.
chapter in Nalin's book actually about the woman vote. So Nalin, I think, actually have gone in with a very considered strategy. Historically, the woman vote has been going up, so they've become very important vote bank.
Absolutely, Rahul. I mean, historically, you're right. 2019 was the first election in Indian history where more women voted than men. And historically, always voted much more for Congress at the national level as a BJP. That trend began to change about 10 years ago, and the gap started, the trend line started sort of changing on the map. Once women started voting more than men, and as the number
because of the empowering schemes, some would say.
It's not just that, it's a logical change that you give welfare policies, but also I think BJP and the central government especially has bridged the gap between national parties and regional parties in terms of last mile delivery. You know, the feeling that okay, these guys have announced it, we will do it. So the, faith is not there in a lot of other parties.
And this you see when you start seeing disaggregated data on caste. For example, just in the last election that we had, a lot was made of that vote shifting, right?
That's right.
And then you see how older Jat voted, how younger Jat voted, how women voted, and the women were overwhelmingly in favor in the last UP election.
Well, I think
we've got America Narayanan and Tuhin Sinha also with us. Tuhin Sinha National
just
BJP. We'll go to that crowd.
I think we should perhaps look at the larger picture now that is emerging. These results, I mean, exit poll projections are going to settle. So maybe we can start sort of taking the conversation larger canvas.
Yes, we will. We will do that. We'll just do a quick recap of the multi-poll of polls like we did. America and Narayanan with us, and Tuhin Sinha should join us any moment now. Tuhin Sinha hails from that region, which is also cast its ballot, and he had done a story around the polls of that region. So we will get him to weigh in on that. He's with us. We just lost him there momentarily. But America and Narayanan, let me ask you, Telangana, big comeback for the Congress party. Telangana, the first time in the new state that they are voting a different party as the exit pollsters right now, the poll of polls. Chhattisgarh mentioned, but big wins for the BJP in MP Rajasthan as far as the exit pollsters. What does that imply for the Congress from a larger point of view? Lok Sabha 2024 strategy.
Vanakkam. First thing is, it clearly shows that BJP is contesting with Ovasi. Modi is contesting with Ovasi for the last or third place in Telangana. And remember, Mr. Shah campaigning door to door in a municipal election in Telangana. They were supposed to be number 2. Now they are contesting with Ovasi for the last place, number 1. So the BJP is being wiped out, and as in the past people used to say BJP is an Indian party, and that's getting to be true. And through this election, clearly that getting wiped out in Telangana, and the Congress coming to power in Telangana as per the exit polls. And I think major change. And so I think there is no more BJP flags flying India's down south. And when people say BJP does not understand South, I think it shows up, number one.
Historically, the
Number
BJP
two,
in erstwhile Andhra Pradesh, Narayanji, they had gone up to about 12 to 18% vote share, and that they're erstwhile Andhra Pradesh, that is Andhra and Telangana today put together. The other, the BJP was nowhere in Telangana. The BJP in 2018 had 7% vote share, and now they have 5 seats and nearly to 15% vote share. In Lok Sabha 2019 also they had 90% vote share in Telangana. The biggest losers are the BRS, biggest gainers are BRS. Twin Sena is with us. Twin Sena,
the point is,
of India's BJP is irrelevant is what America Narayana is saying. Let BJP respond to what you said. You made a strong point saying south of the Vindhyas BJP is irrelevant. Yes, Twin Sena.
That's not true, Anand, at all. We have been in power in Karnataka on 2 occasions, and even in Telangana, results this time are going to be surprising. We are going to have our highest number of seats altogether. You know, I'm listening to you on Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh. If you may allow me some time, I would like to speak on Madhya Pradesh and Chhattisgarh also, if that's possible. You know, entire Hindi heartland BJP is going to sweep all 3 states. When obviously it could be close in Chhattisgarh, but the important point over here is that if in Madhya Pradesh we are getting around 140 seats,
One second. In Chhattisgarh, 12 seats behind as far as the poll of polls are concerned. You are at 38. If mark is 45, winning you're going to have 46. Congress is at 50.
What I'm saying is that, in smaller states, be it Chhattisgarh, be it Himachal, be it Jharkhand, the swing happens very quickly. And like Siddharth Singh Ji was mentioning, the up was very, very visible in the last few weeks. The kind of performance that we are expecting in Madhya Pradesh, if we are getting 140 odd seats in Madhya Pradesh, the effect will also percolate in Chhattisgarh. So Chhattisgarh might be, but I am very confident that we will win Chhattisgarh, because in states it does not take time for the results to completely turn around. Madhya Pradesh, we know for a fact, and Madhya Pradesh, look at the difference that has made. In Madhya Pradesh, the point is 1.3 crore out of the total 2.7 crore women were directly benefited by the schemes of Mamaji starting 2000.
Mr. Sinha, look, obviously you're expecting to do much better than what the exit polls seem suggesting, but let me bring in Mr. America Narayanan. Mr. America Narayanan, the problem is that the Congress party made this entire election about itself. The Congress said that Mr. Modi is no longer delivering on the aspirations of the people, number one. Number two, his association with Mr. Adani, etc., is cheating the Indian public. Number three, fundamentally, that we are a party that has an alternative view and can lead the country. Coming out of this election with these projections, that narrative needs to be revised. You have to counter Mr. Modi and the Bharatiya Janata Party thinking of a caste census that hasn't clicked if the Hindi belt is taken at face value here. And secondly, most importantly, you went ahead. You went ahead with this entire card about, how your schemes, your guarantees will deliver people out of their destination, which Mr. Modi has caused. Now, all of that doesn't seem borne out. What does that do for you? Where does that leave you?
First thing, I'm glad at least you have agreed that south of India's, they are wiped out. Now let's talk about the other states. And on the poll of polls, it's a good indicator. I agree with that. But whenever you do that, you need to throw extremes out, because certain agencies, the polls bought. So you need, if you the exits, the extreme cases of two out, both up and down, you will see both the larger states of Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan is going neck to neck. I am going to bet today that in Madhya Pradesh, as you have been saying and pushing the 140, will not happen for BJP. It's going to be much in both Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan. All probability in both the states. I'm not saying who will form the government.
So, Mr. Narayan,
in
are you
both the
suggesting
states.
that...
Let me finish up. Let me finish up, please. Congress will win majority of the seats, and as usual, against the mandate of the people, BJP may buy, as they have bought, buy, borrow or steal the MLAs and form the government. I wouldn't be surprised if that happens. I can tell you without any hesitation, Congress will be the first state in all these states, including Chhattisgarh and Telangana.
Okay, so just quickly, and I'm not going to take much more of your time, very quickly, sir. Are you suggesting that if after 18 years in power, the Congress runs a tight race with the BJP, think that's a good result, number one? In Rajasthan, if you get pipped post by the BJP, that's okay, it's satisfying because you get some sort of a moral victory. I don't understand. What do you exactly mean? A tight race was not supposed to be predicted by the Congress. You were supposed to win.
Well, no, I think you are trying to project because I think you have your agenda, and I don't blame you. I know he who pays the piper calls for the tune. But coming back,
no, actually, that's sort of Mr. Narayan.
If it is Modi ji,
I never went personal with
Modi
you, sir,
ji.
please.
No, let me finish up. No, I'm not. Did I say you pay your
what are you insinuating, sir? Please.
If the shoe fits, that's
what
okay.
Are you
I said
insinuating?
he who pays the piper calls for the tune. That's all I said.
Come on,
it could be about the poll.
Let's keep this civil. Let's keep this civil. If you have an answer, give it.
No,
if you don't,
can I make a point, civil? And I did not accuse you, please. So let's move on. I did say he who pays I should be for the exit polls and everything else. But coming back, the polls today is between a regional leader and it is Modi versus Rajasthan Gehlot. So when it that, I think people will choose Gehlot. Now, if it is at the regional like this, in a national level, we don't know what's going to happen. The last election also, the people voted differently. I am willing to accept that. But I can tell you, Modi's image has been challenged and very India's. In all probability,
well, Twinsina respond. Respond.
You know, Anand, one of the factors which we have all missed out, let me say this with responsibility. We have been at the center for 9.5 years. We have been in power in Madhya Pradesh for more than 18 years now. And yet, there is no anger against the BJP. The anger is against the Congress party. Mind you, if you travel on the ground, there are areas where the anger against Congress party is so large because they have repeatedly misleading people on almost everything. The caste survey, their duplicity on these issues. Economy today, look at the GDP figures, all kinds of, lies about Adani that they have been spreading while doling business to Adani in Madhya Pradesh, in Chhattisgarh.
See, tell you what, Twinsina, let's look at the larger.
In their own state, have been doling business to Adani while vilifying it.
Let's look at the larger picture. Media narratives, political narratives aside. Look at the numbers that are reflecting on the screen right now at the poll of polls. It's showing that the people are very clear who they want to vote. They don't like the person. They look at the next best alternative and vote for that person. In certain cases, if you bring the might and muscle of your entire Sangathan, that yields results, because you were trailing in Madhya Pradesh not so long ago. And today, if these numbers are reflecting, that's because you had to parachute all your MPs who are sitting in the center, kick and whip them up, ask them to pull up stocks and say, win these assembly constituencies in your parliamentary constituency, or you face political retirement. That's literally what was told to 5 to 6 of these MPs. That's a reality. In Chhattisgarh, what has happened to you? In Chhattisgarh, might and muscle of the BJP has not been able to prevail over Bhupesh Baghel. Clearly, what he is doing right, he may have picked or perhaps mirrored most of the welfare schemes that the BJP is putting at the center. In Telangana, after Hyderabad and after 19% vote share in Lok Sabha, if you are struggling to get 10%, 12% vote share, it's a reflection, sir. It's a reflection that, sir, beyond a certain limit, the Modi, PM Modi on the ticket does not work. Local leaders have to be strong enough.
Anand, politics is an evolving situation. If after 18 years, mind you, today most state governments, anti-incumbency sets.
We are Shivraj Singh ji. I'll come back to you, sir. Please stay with us. Shivraj Singh ji speaking.
कि सरकार अनेकों योजनाएं जिनने जनता की जिंदगी बदली है और विकास, ये स्पष्ट बताते थे कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी भारी बहुमत जीतेगी। मैं तो हमेशा आत्मविश्वास से भरा रहा। मैंने सदैव कहा कि जो एग्जिट पोल कह रहा है लगभग जन भावनाएं हैं और हम भारी बहुमत से जीतेंगे।
क्या लगता है लाडली बहना का कमाल है कि
देखो कांटे की टक्कर लाडली बहनों ने सारे कांटे निकाल दिए, कोई कांटा बचे। मैंने ऐसा चुनाव नहीं देखा कि जहां हम जाते थे पुरुषों की भीड़ तो होती थी लेकिन उससे ज्यादा बहनें आती थी, बेटियां आती थी, बच्चे भी आते थे। बहनों का जो लाड़ और प्यार मिला वो अद्भुत और अभूतपूर्व है। अभी भी मैं कई जगह जाता हूं तो बहनें दौड़ के जाती है और ये भैया अपन जीत रहे हैं। वो ये नहीं कहती कि बीजेपी की सरकार बनेगी कि आपकी सरकार बनेगी, वो ये कहती कि अपन जीत रहे हैं। मतलब बीजेपी की जीत में बहनों को अपनी दिखाई दे रही है और इसलिए लाडली बहना ने में चमत्कार किया है।
वोटिंग के बाद हमारे बीजेपी के भी कई नेताओं से बात हुई, अनौपचारिक चर्चा में भी आप 140 तक पहुंचे, 40 तक नहीं पहुंच पा रहे, 120, 25, 30 तक ही पहुंच पा रहे थे। लेकिन ये तो मतलब जिस तरीके से बताया जा रहा है आप 40 तक टेस्ट आपका था, लेकिन अब ये तो उम्मीद से भी थोड़ा ज्यादा।
देखो मैं केवल संभल के बोला था, लेकिन कई जगह ये कहा इनसे बहनों का स्नेह और प्रेम मिल रहा है और जनता की जैसी भीड़ उमड़ रही है, नतीजे अप्रत्याशित आएंगे, अभूतपूर्व आएंगे।
सर कांग्रेस भी दावा कर रही है, हालांकि
अब मुझे कुछ कहना नहीं है, उनको दावा अधिकार है भाई, उनको दावा करने दीजिए।
फुल क्रेडिट टू लाडली बहना। लाडली बहनाओं ने आकर कहा हम जीत रहे हैं। सो ही हैज ओपनली कम आउट एंड सेड इट्स द वुमेन वोटर्स दैट हैव सेव्ड और हेल्प्ड द बीजेपी गेट अ हिस्टोरिकल मैंडेट। ही इज सेइंग आई वाज कंजर्वेटिव, अप्रत्याशित विक्ट्री। दैट मींस द बेस्ट एवर परफॉर्मेंस शिवराज सिंह चौहान एट द हेल्म और फॉर द बीजेपी इन मध्य प्रदेश इज व्हाट ही इज सेइंग। लेट्स क्विकली लुक एट
of this game. If these numbers hold, I mean, after 18 years to come back with this kind of a mandate, I believe, I'll check with our team back in, but if he gets 150 plus, it is the biggest mandate that the
he got 140 in the past, 140
years.
odd in the past. That's what the question was asked.
So the point is that, if after 18 years for him to come back with a renewed mandate, he is the man of the tournament.
Yeah.
Jump the gun with this bite. We will know.
Vishwas Sarang ji is with us. Vishwas, नमस्ते। राहुल शिवशंकर, जाकत जेकब, निस्तुला हेबार और नलिन मेहता साथ हैं। मैं आनंद नरसिम्हन आपसे प्रश्न पूछ रहा हूं। अभी मामा जी की बात सुनी मुख्यमंत्री जी की, उन्होंने कहा लाडली बहन बढ़ चढ़कर वोट दिया और कहा अपन जीत रहे हैं और अप्रत्याशित जीत की बात कर रहे हैं। शिवराज सिंह जी आप मान रहे हैं क्योंकि कांग्रेस कह रही है सरकार हमारी बन रही है, पार्टी सरकार बना रही है।
अब कांग्रेस को तो अपने काउंटिंग एजेंट भेजने ना, 3 तारीख उनके काउंटिंग एजेंट तो मिल जाए उन्हें, उनको इस तरह के दावे करेंगे। मैं पूरे दावे के साथ कह सकता हूं जो हमारे मुख्यमंत्री शिवराज सिंह जी ने कहा, हम कंफर्टेबल मेजॉरिटी के साथ सरकार बना रहे हैं। भारतीय पार्टी की सरकार मध्य प्रदेश में बन रही है, कहीं कोई डाउट नहीं है।
अब से 6 महीने पहले की बात है सर, कहा जा रहा था कि 104, 105 पर सर्वे है, वो कहीं 120 तक पहुंचने में तकलीफ होगी। वहां 140 का आंकड़ा कैसे हो पाया? क्या ऐसा कर दिया पिछले 5 महीनों में?
देखिए
ये भी अभी मानित है सर, ये एग्जिट पोल्स है, मैं कहूंगा। हाँ जी,
हाँ जी, एग्जिट पोल है, पर ये एग्जिट पोल में तब होंगे, ध्यान रखिए मध्य प्रदेश में भाजपा की सरकार बनेगी। मैं निवेदन चाहता हूं, मध्य प्रदेश की भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार कथनी और करनी में समानता है। हमने जो कहा है वो किया है और जनता ने स्वीकार किया है। सबसे महत्वपूर्ण बात यह है, अभी लाडली बहना योजना की बात हो रही थी। लाडली बहना योजना केवल किसी बहन 1250 रुपए देना नहीं है, महिला सशक्तिकरण की हमारी कटिबद्धता है, उसको स्थापित करने वाली ये योजना है। गांव के लिए काम किया हमने, किसान के लिए काम किया हमने, मजदूर के लिए काम किया हमने, के लिए काम किया हमने, शहर के लिए काम किया हमने, खलियान के लिए काम किया। मध्य प्रदेश में समग्रता के साथ समेकित रूप से हमने विकास किया और उसी का परिणाम है कि जनता ने यह स्वीकार किया है कि में भाजपा की
शिवराज सिंह जी तो साफ कह दिया कि लाडली बहनाओं ने बचा लिया, लाडली बहनाओं ने जिता दिया, ये कह रहे हैं वो।
नहीं, लाडली बहना योजना का निश्चित रूप से एक अलग विश्वास है।
राहुल शिवशंकर हमारे साथ है। राहुल, यू वांट टू आस्क?
नमस्ते जी, जरा हमें बताइए कि आपको मोदी जी और अमित शाह जी और जो तमाम मंत्री हैं उनकी जरूरत इतनी क्यों पड़ी सर?
तो इसमें गलती क्या है? देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सबसे बड़ी यूएसपी, हम काडर बेस्ड पार्टी हैं, और भारतीय बड़ी खूबी है कि हमारा सर्वोच्च नेता, यदि नरेंद्र मोदी जी चुनाव होता है तो वो भी पूरी जनता के साथ जनता के बीच जाते हैं और मेहनत करते हैं, और हमारा बूथ कार्यकर्ता भी काम करता है। यही तो काडर बेस्ड पार्टी का सबसे बड़ा गुण होता है। मुझे लगता है इसको तो अप्रिशिएट करना चाहिए।
अगर ये रुझान
हर चुनाव में माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी, लेट मी फिनिश, और हर चुनाव में माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी, माननीय शाह जी और हमारे केंद्रीय नेतृत्व का हमें मार्गदर्शन मिलता है। ये तो हम सब बहुत सौभाग्य का विषय है कि हमारे पास वो नेता है कि दुनिया को दिशा दिखा रहे हैं, नरेंद्र मोदी जी। तो वो मध्य प्रदेश में आएंगे, ये तो हमारे लिए बड़ा गुण है, हमारी बहुत बड़ी, मैं मानता हूं कि बहुत बड़ी हमारी उपलब्धि है।
ये ऑब्वियसली ये तो बहुत बड़ी आपकी, दिस वुड बी अ वेरी वेरी बिग विक्ट्री, टेल यू सर, एंड इफ इट्स गोइंग टू बी एट द लेवल्स दैट आर बीइंग प्रेडिक्टेड, देन इट परहैप्स वुड इवन बी अ रिकॉर्ड। लेट मी जस्ट क्विकली आस्क यू, ये जीत होगी, शिवराज जी की जीत होगी या मोदी जी की जीत होगी? और अगर शिवराज जी की है या है, क्या शिवराज जी वापस आएंगे एज चीफ मिनिस्टर? उनको देखिए न्योता मिलेगा पार्टी की तरफ से?
देखिए, ये तो मुझे लगता है ये आपके लेवल पर कैमरे के उस तरफ बैठकर ये क्वेश्चन हो सकता है, ये स्पेकुलेशन मीडिया का हो सकता है, पर मायने में ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी के प्रति जनता का विश्वास है, और मुझे इस बात की बहुत प्रसन्नता है कि हम फिर से सरकार में हैं। ये हमारे लिए
और शिवराज जी मुख्यमंत्री बनेंगे
काम की। देखिए, मैं ये कहने का नहीं हूं, मुझे लगता है पहले ही ये कहा गया है कि संसद बोर्ड इसका निर्णय लेगा, मैं इसके लिए अधिकृत नहीं हूं।
नहीं, अच्छा विश्वास सारंग जी, प्रश्न आपसे यह है कि जो सांसद लाए गए थे, जिनको कहा गया कि आप अपने संसद में जाइए, संसदों में जाइए, सांसद क्षेत्र में जाइए, वहां की असेंबली सीट कीजिए, उससे क्या फर्क पड़ा है? या कहीं उनको ये मैसेज था कि या तो तुम मामा जी की मदद करो या फिर भूल जाओ, रिटायरमेंट ले लो?
देखिए, ये भारतीय जनता पार्टी में था कि चमकाने की, आड़ीबाजी की राजनीति नहीं होती। भारतीय जनता पार्टी, मैं निवेदन करूंगा, हम कलेक्टर लीडरशिप में विश्वास हैं, और हमारे लिए पार्टी की रीति नीति के माध्यम से जो सेवा करे, विनेबल है, वो हमारे लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है। और ये भारतीय पार्टी की एक अच्छी रणनीति थी कि हम सभी लोगों को लड़ा। मैं निवेदन करूंगा कि ये हमारी यूएसपी है कि केंद्र में बैठे हुए केंद्रीय मंत्री को भी यदि पार्टी नेतृत्व यदि आदेश देते हैं असेंबली का चुनाव लड़िए, तो वो सहर्ष आते हैं। यही तो भारतीय जनता पार्टी, यही तो हमारा काडर है, और इसीलिए तो अब पार्टी विद डिफरेंस हमें करता है।
ये विश्वास सारंग जी, थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर ज्वाइनिंग अस। सो there you go, Shivraj Singh Chauhan coming out and saying that it's the Ladli Behna voters, and of course Vishwas Sarang saying that it's collective leadership and collective effort that's been put. They really put their might and into Madhya Pradesh.
But I would like to point out one thing, that while the parties they can now increasingly depend on a supposedly casteless woman's vote, they are both the national parties and especially the BJP, I would say, in these elections has been pretty backward in giving tickets to women, which is political participation, the deepest kind of political participation that you can ensure. So done a couple of stories on this. In Madhya Pradesh, BJP has given 27 tickets to women. Congress has given 30.
Why do you think that, Nistura? Do you think that it comes down to visibility?
Let's ask women is also with us. So let's ask.
No, let me give you all the numbers. In Chhattisgarh, BJP has given 15 tickets to women. Congress has given 18. In Rajasthan, BJP has only given 19 tickets to women and 27 to Congress. And they had a chief minister who was a woman in Rajasthan, and they have pushed her to the background.
So you need the women as a voting, but not as candidates.
No, they're not as candidates, and that has to change.
Well, Anand, before the elections, winnability sometimes tends to take primacy over all other factors, but merely to address it, you know, the sole reason behind the women conservation bill, which will come into effect in the next few years, is to address this disparity. But at the time of elections, winnability needs to take
But are you
precedence
saying
over all
that
the other factors.
women can't win you an election? Is that what you're saying? Because that's a
No, I'm
pretty
not saying
radical
that at all.
statement.
Parties,
like the
especially
same
which call
question is
themselves
being asked-
cadre-based parties, won't the cadre get any candidate fielded by the party?
That's a very good question.
The same question is asked when we don't give tickets to a certain community. But the fact is, at the time of election, the particular reach of a person, the abilities, the resources of the person hold primacy over all the other factors.
No, you're
But,
comparing
I
apples
think
and
we are all
oranges.
aware of the fact that this.
You're comparing apples and oranges there. And actually, when you're talking about women as being a casteless sort of a vote bank, I would really think that women in a cadre party, whichever candidate the party has put forward, the would get behind that candidate because they've got the party ticket, they've got the form from the party. So that's what we keep hearing about political parties, that everybody is behind the candidate, the whole organization is working to make sure you win elections. So when so this winnability thing doesn't cut ice there.
Twin?
Ma'am, your suggestion is well taken. I think, in the elections, we will strive to increase the number
Always
of
the next
seats.
election.
No, I tell you, one of the big
for
reasons
women.
is that so far the culture has not been to groom ground up leaders on ground with any political party. That will have to compulsorily change going forward because of the
there
legislation.
has to be a capacity building
And
within
that needs to
political
happen,
parties.
and that is something everybody is in agreement with. But let's open this up and quickly look at the larger picture. What does this mean for the BJP Lok Sabha 2024? And credit for the local leaders, for the Sangathan, or credit to PM Modi? Twin.
Is the question to be?
Yes, Twin.
Anand, credit to both, to the people of this country who have refused to be misled by the Congress party. After, like I mentioned, normally in a state election, anti-incumbency sets in after 5 years. If after 18 years, people know which is the party which stands for them, which is the party which delivers on the ground, it also
No, but
shows that
that's the Madhya
voters of
Pradesh,
this
Rajasthan,
country-
Chhattisgarh.
I'm going
yes.
to answer. I'm
Yes,
answer
America
the question.
Narayan.
Let me come in.
Here is the point. Here is the thing.
Okay.
America Narayan would
first
say
thing
for the
is-
Congress party
first
that
thing
they have
is-
retained Chhattisgarh, winning Telangana. So what does that indicate then, Twin Sinha? Yes.
also going to
let's
throw
just
a
talk about,
surprise.
you asked,
Chhattisgarh
what does
is
it do
also
for,
going to
let me
surprise,
answer your
wait
question
for 3rd
directly,
December.
please, let them not interrupt me.
Yes, Narayanan.
Please.
What does this
Okay.
mean?
First thing is, you asked very clearly, what does it mean for Modi? They clearly respected Mr. Chauhan in Madhya Pradesh and did not announce his name until the 3rd or 4th round of candidates. And in spite of that, the Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister, from what your poll seems to show, has delivered. So Modi factor is not a major factor. It's declining. As a matter of fact, in most of the parties, central leadership tries to cut the state leadership into size. Modi was not able to make that. They tried hard in Madhya Pradesh, and the result went against Modi. Who knows? Mr. Chauhan may be projected as the Prime Minister later on. Things happen. So it just shows Modi factor not a, even in Madhya Pradesh where they
America ji, with due
so
respect,
I
sir,
answered your question directly.
you make a powerful
Congress
argument,
has a
sir,
good
but
sense of
comes
humor.
too rich coming from a party whose state chief minister refused the national presidency because he wanted to be chief minister.
I'm just going to paraphrase what Wasim Akram said in a different context just recently. I want to have what they're having. I want what they're having. Yeah. So, yeah.
Twin, you want to respond to that? In the south, you've not been able to make
Well,
it out.
in adverse situations, even in adverse situations, the Congress tends to have a good sense of humor. So, enjoy the joke. But the point is, Modi ji today is the top leader in the country, and he has given election to the party. So, if he leads the campaign, if his
Why did you
energy
announce
levels
him in
is
a 3rd or
unmatched
4th
by
round,
any
Mr.
other
Chauhan?
leader, if his energy levels is unmatched by any leader of
Did
the
you not
country,
give him
he has
even the
every
first
right
round
to
the
lead the
respect he
campaign
deserved?
every constituency in every state. But that also that doesn't mean we don't have a second rung of leadership. In fact, BJP is which has a very well developed second rung of leadership across the country. That is also where the Congress continues to suffer, and the reason for
that is also rich, especially coming in the case of Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh and in Chhattisgarh, where you don't have an alternative to 12 chief ministers or the incumbents. As far as the BJP is concerned, you have a clear name. So if you have groomed a second rung leadership, see it as of now.
But just bring it back. Emerge करते हैं. आपको एक एग्जांपल दे रहा हूं.
रातों रात करने वाली बात ठीक है, लेकिन चुनाव से पहले तो नहीं आपने नया लीडर.
आपको एक एग्जांपल दे रहा हूं.
हाँ जी बोलिए.
मैं आपको एग्जांपल दे रहा हूं. मैं सिर्फ आपको एक एग्जांपल दे रहा हूं. दो साल पहले आप उत्तराखंड के बारे में यही कहते थे. आप 2 साल पहले
talk in English. I do not understand it.
Anand, you say the same thing about our leadership in Uttarakhand, that we did leadership in Uttarakhand 2 years ago. Today we have a wonderful leader in Singh Dhami. The same is going to happen with Rajasthan. We don't take time to produce.
So you are saying Vasundhara Raje is not going to be chief minister? 1 minute. Yes, Mr. Abad. Finally, we got to take a break, but quickly bringing it back. Takeaways for 2024. We'll then pitch it at 9 p.m. After the break. But quickly, what does this imply?
Takeaways for 2024.
What does it mean? What does this mean? Congress, BJP, Modi, Rahul Gandhi.
The biggest consequences are for the Congress, I think, from these elections, because they have these of elections which was theirs to lose and win. The win in, as I had said before, will be the most significant for the Congress. It has its big advantages of resource comfort that we have. Secondly, the fact that a lot of the people who were supposed to go to the BJP will not, and they've regained one big state. But also, they will now start creating a lot of security among the India alliance partners who are big regional parties. There will be a problem there.
Right. Just go back to that graphic that we the Magic Wall session with the Madhya Pradesh women voters. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a very short break, but that writing on the wall, can we cut to that please? That wall, that writing on the wall that Zaka J up on the magic wall with his magic pen, that's the story, ladies and gentlemen. Women voters. That's the story of the success. We'll dwell on that on the other side. Stay with us. Is it a Modi mandate or an anti-incumbency mandate in the state? Where do we stand on that? GVL Narasimha Rao wants to opine on that, but we'll go to GVL first. We take it here.
And it basically shows a 2-2 kind of draw between BJP and Congress. It's definitely a pro-Modi mandate.
See, Congress has become stronger in Telangana. 63. Congress exit poll of polls, their number for the Congress is 63. Way clear, way clear. Way clear. Sorry.
I'm saying that for a couple of reasons. In Madhya Pradesh, they've had 2 decades of BJP government with a 1.5-year interim of Kamal Nath in between. 3-4 months ago, nobody gave BJP a chance in Madhya Pradesh. If there's still such a tight contest in Madhya Pradesh with the BJP made in a margin call, I think that's a lot of credit to BJP party machinery and to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister center stage of the BJP campaign in both Rajasthan and Madhya Pradesh, it having old satraps who have been who not chief ministerial face. Right. So if the BJP do well in both these states, you'll have to say that brand Modi retains its potency for the BJP. A lot for which
there is one thing we have in all of it. If you say that the Congress is going to win in Telangana, then basically the BRS is going to start fighting for its survival at some level. What does that do to the Lok Sabha scenario to that state? It opens that state up.
Yeah.
Those states then are open season.
Yeah, they're ripe for the BJP, for the Congress, and the other parties.
It changes things nationally.
Shift. We've got numbers. We've got numbers from Telangana for and the Chanakya numbers. Let's look at the Chanakya numbers as. तो आपको नंबर दिखा दें. So it's a multi-party contest and a multifaceted contest. Telangana numbers, everybody would be keen to grow. Somewhere one gets the sense that the AIM is not gaining ground, it's actually losing ground. So let's quickly look at 7 for the BJP, 1 others. AIMIM actually may not win much, and today's Chanakya is very clearly at this point that the mandate is going to the Congress party. 71 seats. That's a runaway win. That's a rout of the BRS, and that's the end of the third.
That's the end of the third front. At least
At least trying to mount. They changed their name from BRS to BRS because of the national.
That opens that election in the Lok Sabha. I think that this is very consequential at the national level.
GVL, you want to weigh?
Yes.
If there is caste,
what was the main is that the BJP unfurled in Rajasthan that the women are not
safe.
Yeah.
So law and order. See,
women.
but then what you're trying to say is that this entire caste game doesn't stand, because if you're looking at caste, look at caste only from a male prism.
I'll
na?
still go with what
women identify with caste then?
They do.
You're trying to say if they do identify with caste, then let's not say women voters are voting.
Exactly.
No, either they are voting as part of their caste, or they are rising up caste and looking at the factor on ground. If
more and more,
we got on CNX. We've got
more women are wanting to enter the workforce. If they have to,
GVL is quasi-cephalogist. Yes,
exactly.
Quasi-cephalogist. Now into cephalogy, but we will ask GVL on this aspect also, that is this caste census thing, is it now a bogey, and should it be looked at from a male prism? That's another question. But let's look at the CNX number. What is CNX giving as the numbers? Let's go closely. And they are saying CNX 100 is the par number, and CNX is saying that Congress 104 seats in Rajasthan. This is the CNX Rajasthan number, and BJP will fall short. 90 seats for the BJP is what CNX is saying. So these are the latest Rajasthan, and that's why we see the Congress poll number on the edge of the screens bumped up to 80, and the BJP slipping down to 107, 109. Let's look at the next one. We got one more number coming on Rajasthan, and this is the Matriz number. The Matriz says Congress is at 75. The BJP comfortably past the 100 number, and it will actually sweep this election. Rajasthan get up to 130 seats. So if they move past the 100 number, BJP sweeps the election. That's the call, and that's where some analysts and the BJP supporters are saying, "Hum 130 par." We heard of Rajasthan, Mr. Rathore also say we will be 100. So let's go across to GVL Narasimha Rao and ask him to weigh in on two aspects. One is this entire caste thing. Is it a bogey? To look at the exit pollsters and the way they have voted, it's against the incumbent. That's what it looks like. Or is for the incumbent. Where is the caste factor there? Secondly, will you look at it from a male-female? Does caste not apply to women at all? And the third part, right now, the outliers are saying this, but so far you seem to be going and getting a mandate in Madhya Pradesh and in Rajasthan. What does that imply for 2024? Three questions.
Yeah, certainly the caste voting in any given state is more pronounced among men compared to women. Women tend to vote more on performance, more on governance, and less so among men. I think this will be a big gap. If 60% men vote caste, then it would be significantly less in the case of women. It's not to say that women consider caste as a phenomenon, but the intensity is much lower. Number one. Number two, caste is a factor not in these states alone. Caste is a factor in every state. Be it Tamil Nadu, be it Karnataka, be it Kerala. Kerala is a state which is highly literate. Caste is a factor there also. But caste results in long-term political preferences for political parties. So you see, one particular caste is more inclined towards LDF, another towards UDF, and that does not change drastically from election to election.
Right.
The vote swings are very limited. Whereas in some states, they will vote based on the caste of a candidate. I will put Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh somewhere in the middle.
Okay.
They are not heavily voting on the basis of caste, and certain performance, governance are important factors in these states.
Right.
And as regards impact on the Lok Sabha elections.
Yeah, well, I'll come. Just hold your thoughts, sir. I've got Arun Sao of BJP MP from Chhattisgarh is also right now at this with us. Ladies and gentlemen, it's the mega poll of polls, the News 18 mega poll of polls, and the pollsters have put their numbers out after the ballot has been cast, including Telangana, and the numbers show a 2-2 of a scenario. Two big states going to the BJP, two states, one retained by the Congress and one snatched away from Congress by the Congress party. Namaste, Jai Hind, I'm Anand Narasimhan. And me in the studios is Zaka Jacob, our managing editor, and consulting editor Rahul Shivshankar, along with Nistula Heba and Nalin Mehta. They've all been watching the polls, the trend very carefully, and perhaps the biggest surprise comes on the edge of the, as you see, ladies and gentlemen, these two big states and the numbers that they are showing. Many thought that Rajasthan will go to the BJP, but this number satisfy the BJP, or is it because they have named Rani Sahiba as the Chief Minister face? This one is the biggest surprise. Many thought this was going to be a close number, but the poll for BJP in Madhya Pradesh gives them a runaway victory. And then these are the two where the Congress, not just holding on to such very strongly, has actually snatched or wrested away from the BRS. What does this mean in the last Lok Sabha 2024? We have to wait and watch before we get talking about the numbers and show you the multi-poll of polls. We got Rajavardhan Rathore ji live at this point. Namaste, Jai Hind, Rajavardhan ji. And I say congratulations are in order. Pleasure. As far as the exit polls are concerned. Your thoughts?
Well, I haven't seen your exit polls, but let me tell you that we are forming the government in Rajasthan with a good majority. That's very clear. Now, you can let me know what exit polls are.
No, we are doing the poll of polls, sir. We are doing the poll of polls. And the poll of polls aggregate says that the BJP is way past the 100. That's the winning number. 106 is what the overall poll of poll aggregate looks at. The Congress with 80 seats, others about 13. Would you like to take that number, or do you believe the BJP will do better?
Much better, much better. You see, one of the reasons I feel, whosoever I have asked, in Rajasthan at least, the voters were silent when they were voting. Now, so they weren't really revealed as to where they are voting. But they were voting for a change because of the enthusiasm that they had. The enthusiasm is when you are bringing in a change. So, so these exit people, when they ask these voters where they are voting, I'm not surprised they weren't very forthcoming, and hence the numbers are not so clear. I'm very sure in all those seats where the margin is small, it's going to be in favor of BJP. And that's why the number of seats will be much more than what is being contemplated right now.
Did a diffused kind of a face, no clear face, naming Rani Sahiba, fighting under the ticket of Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the Sangathan per se, with so many different faces in different belts, will this help the BJP, or perhaps has it hurt the BJP, or perhaps breaching even a party number if you say that high anti-incumbency wave there?
No, you see, the strategy that the party goes in, the well thought out strategy. It is taking into consideration all factors, and hence the BJP went in with a strategy of collective leadership. It is a decision under the circumstances, and therefore even for Rajasthan, which is now hoping for a fresh start, the new government that comes in, I think this is the best decision. So I'm absolutely with the decision that was made, and it's thanks to that we'll get a clean majority in Rajasthan.
Rajavardhan ji, Rahul Shivshankar and Zaka Jacob also with us. So, Rahul, over to you.
Mr. Rathore, lovely to see you after a bit. Congratulations in order if, of course, this exit poll stands. But a quick question to you. There was a lot of talk that perhaps there was no confidence in state leaders, therefore certain ministers needed and members of parliament needed to be deputed to shore up the BJP sort of fortunes in Rajasthan. This is the claim that the Congress has also made, and others that obviously critical of your party have made. How do you respond to those people?
So you know, you can't have the cake and eat it. And I'm saying that because this question that who's going to be the chief minister is being asked to at least 10 to 15 people in Rajasthan. So that means the leadership here is good. On the other hand, you are saying because the leadership here was weak. So this is not the case at all. Rajasthan BJP has very strong and so there's no dearth of that. There's a certain strategy with which we went in with the collective leadership, and here we stand today, just I think what 2 days out of the countdown,
if this
rather
goes,
not the countdown but the counting. So
well,
we are very sure, we are very confident that
if this were to go the other way, you know, because if you just the outliers from the data, then it becomes a very tight context. Now, if it were to go the other way, would it be a failure of a collective leadership? Would you then say that perhaps you should have projected somebody? How would you then explain that?
So this is no time for speculation, because the results are to come now, and I'm telling you this is not going to go the other way. Okay. Number one, the voters this time were silent. Even if the poll broadcasters, opinion makers went to the people, they wouldn't have given them a clear sense as to where they were voting. So I'm not surprised that the polls are very close to 80%. But I can assure you that in Rajasthan, that's the record, that every time BJP has been voted in, it's been a huge margin. And all those seats where the victory is going to be minor, small, it's going to be in favor of BJP, because they are the ones, we are the ones who are forming the government. It's going to be there. You will notice it once the results are out. Write it today, what I've stated, and please check it on the 3rd when the results come out. The number of seats that we will get is going to be much more than what is projected right now. And therefore, the collective leadership in Rajasthan, Prime Minister Modi's leadership as a nation, is absolutely the perfect strategy that we worked with.
Well, Rajavardhan Rathore ji, thank you very much. I wish you all the best. Although you say the numbers will be far bigger, you have not yet named those numbers. Said it. Now we talked about the grassroots, we talked about the ground up. Now to look at the view from, say, 300 feet. That is the approach, ladies and gentlemen. What does this mean? So let's just come closer. Signpost some of